Love Pact with the Hero. A Christian Bodyguard Christmas Romance written by Liwen Ho. Chapter 1. Haven. If there was one thing Haven Alexander was sure of, it was that eloping sounded like a good idea right about now. The only saving grace about her wedding planning fiasco was the fact that she wasn't the one getting married. But as Freedom Ridge Resort's event planner, she was responsible for pulling off events, both big and small, without breaking a sweat. That's why the beads of sweat dotting her temples were a bad sign. A very bad sign indeed. "You okay, Havy?" Jessica, the bride-to-be of this soon-to-be disastrous wedding, frowned. Sitting on the other side of Haven's office desk, she cocked her head to one side. Her brown eyes narrowed as she brushed a lock of her auburn hair behind one ear. "You're bright red. Are you feeling okay?" Haven forced a smile, despite the awful churning in her gut. The swivel chair she sat on was the only thing keeping her upright. How did one explain to her best friend that she'd booked their wedding venue for the wrong date? If this error didn't get her fired from her job, it'd most definitely end her friendship with Jess. God help her, because she didn't know what she was going to do. "If you still care about me, Lord, please get me out of this mess." Her silent prayer bounced around in her head as so many of her requests did these days. If God still listened to her pleas, he didn't seem to care to acknowledge them. She'd have to rely on the one person she'd relied on the most in recent years, herself. Taking a deep breath, she wiped the moisture from her palms onto her black wool skirt. The words and numbers on the event calendar open on her electronic tablet hadn't changed, no matter how long she stared at them. December 5th still had Neogene Incorporated's sales kickoff filled in, not Jess and Duncan's wedding, like it was supposed to say. Her fingers quickly moved across the screen to close the page. She didn't know what else to do but buy herself some time. "I'm fine. I should have checked the forecast this morning instead of relying on Maya to tell me. 3-year-olds aren't the best judges of weather." Jess's features relaxed considerably. She laughed and pretended to wipe her forehead. "I'm so relieved. For a second there, I had an awful feeling that something was wrong with the plans. My pre-wedding jitters are so bad, my nerves are getting on my nerves." "Take it easy, Jess. Leave the worrying to me," Haven reassured her in a soothing tone. She surprised herself by how calm she sounded. Who knew all those deep breathing exercises her old therapist had taught her would come in handy at a time like this? "What you're feeling is perfectly normal. Remember how nervous I was before my big day? It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, so of course, you want it to be the best it can be. Which it will. I'm going to do everything possible to make sure your and Duncan's day goes off without a hitch." "Thank you, Havy." The bright grin on Jess's face showed that she bought every word Haven said. She reached over for Haven's hand and gave it a squeeze. "I don't know what we'd do without you." Haven met Jess's gaze with a genuine smile this time. Jess had done so much for her in the almost 20 years that they'd known each other, she couldn't even express her gratitude in words. Hot tears formed in the corners of her eyes. "I don't know what I'd do without you. I don't deserve your friendship." A pang of guilt hit her. She'd never kept a secret from Jess before, especially not one that concerned her. And this schedule mix-up certainly concerned her. The knot in her stomach grew tighter and tighter. Jess's eyes shone with unshed tears. "My goodness, girl, how can you even talk like that? We're so blessed to have each other. Now, don't you dare start crying. You know I always cry when you cry. I'm meeting Duncan's parents after this. I can't show up like a raccoon." "Who's crying?" Sniffling, Haven grabbed some tissues from her blazer pocket and handed one to Jess, then took one for herself. They both dabbed at the corners of their eyes as they laughed. At least they're happy tears, right? Happy tears for the win, Jess agreed with a soft sigh. I've been praying for you, Havy. I have faith that there'll be happy tears for you, too, again. Maybe you'll meet someone at our wedding. Duncan has a lot of cute cousins. Haven scoffed. As much as she longed for happy tears again, she'd given up on them since she became a widow 4 years ago. Nothing could have prepared her for cancer's devastation on her young husband's body. Or having to become a single mom at 26. The only way she'd survived the tremendous loss was by living for her daughter. Maya was the reason she got up every morning and put one foot in front of the other. She was the only love Haven needed now. Jess had the best of intentions, but Haven needed to put a stop to her wishful thinking. I appreciate your prayers, Jess, but I'm good. And anyways, a wedding's a once-in-a-lifetime event, remember? I had mine already. Haven smirked as she rolled her chair back from her desk. She stood up and motioned for Jess to follow. Now, let's take a walk around the lodge, so you can see some of the best spots to take pictures on your big day. Jess nodded slowly. Okay. Haven held the door open for Jess as they walked out into the brightly lit corridor. More guilt weighed on her when she noticed Jess's slumped shoulders. What kind of person was she to shoot down her best friend's suggestions? A selfish one, that's what. She supposed that was to be expected when she no longer bore the fruit of the Spirit. How could she when she didn't even know if she believed in God anymore? She only went to church on Sundays because she'd promised Mark that she'd raise Maya in their Christian faith. But faith without hope wasn't faith at all, it was just a pipe dream. She'd stopped dreaming a long time ago. She tried to shake off the sadness that cloaked her heart. Now was not the time to get bogged down by the past. She had a job to do and, more importantly, a promise to fulfill to Jess. With her head held high, Haven threw her shoulders back and straightened her posture. The heels of her knee-high boots clicked along the wooden floor of the upscale lodge as they headed toward the lounge area of the main building. The lodge was the very definition of comfort with its rustic yet modern decor. It wasn't a hard sell to convince clients to hold their events here. A large fireplace with a seating area provided warmth to guests coming in from the cold. The place was even more inviting now that a 10-foot Christmas tree had been set up beside the coffee shop. In a couple of weeks, when they'd be offering photos with Santa, she'd bring Maya. Haven could already imagine her daughter's excitement. She loved this time of year. While she didn't look forward to the holidays anymore, they weren't so awful when she experienced them through Maya's eyes. An idea came to Haven as they passed the large windows facing the snow-capped mountains. Outside, a handful of patrons sat around a fire pit, enjoying their coffee and breakfast pastries before they hit the slopes. The area was large enough for a couple dozen folding chairs and a center aisle. With the right decor and lighting, it could be a nice place for a couple to tie the knot. Turning to Jess, she asked, "Hey, have you ever considered having an outdoor ceremony? We have some pretty decorations hanging up, picked out by yours truly." An outdoor wedding? Jess's brows shot up. It's already chilly now and the wedding's not for another week. I'm not sure we want our guests freezing their behinds off. I think we'll stick to an indoor ceremony. She paused. Isn't it kind of late to be changing locations, anyway? It's not too late if the bride wants to make a change. Haven kept her tone as light and casual as possible. Especially since the bride has special connections with the event planner. What's going on? Jess stopped in her tracks and turned to face Haven. She crossed her arms over her yellow turtleneck sweater and gave her a curious glance. You sound a bit too enthusiastic. I feel like there's something you're not telling me. Haven balked, slightly offended. Can't a girl be enthusiastic? Yes, but not you. Jair didn't give you the nickname overthinker for no reason. Her breath caught in her lungs. It seemed like Jess couldn't have a single conversation without mentioning her twin brother's name. The guy Haven used to be best friends with and who was responsible for this wedding scheduling fiasco. Partly responsible, at least. She hadn't seen or spoken to Jeremiah since they were 18, but she'd been following him on social media. And the day she'd scheduled December's events into the computer happened to be the same day she found out he had gotten engaged. That bit of unexpected news had thrown her off so much, she'd gone and made a huge mistake that was coming back to bite her now. If only she didn't still care about Jeremiah Gilbert. Haven decided to ignore Jess's comment and instead asked the question that had been burning a hole in her mind lately. Do you know if he's bringing his fiancée to the wedding? I think they might have broken up or will be breaking up soon. Really? You think or you know? It's an inkling of mine. You and your inklings. Haven had learned long ago about the bond between the Gilbert siblings. She wouldn't go as far as to call it twin telepathy, but there was something special that connected Jess and Jeremiah together. What's your inkling telling you this time? That his love life's not going so well. I thought he was finally ready to settle down with Gretchen, but he hasn't mentioned her recently. Oh. Haven tried not to sound too interested or excited at this news. She knew she'd never hear the end of it if Jess knew she'd had a crush on her brother since junior high. Had, being the key word. She didn't know Jeremiah anymore, apart from the pictures he posted online of his travels or of the gorgeous women, mostly redheads, that he'd dated over the years. He'd been fairly popular with the opposite sex and had even been named both class heartthrob and class heartbreaker. Meanwhile, she'd been voted most likely to be a librarian. It had been nothing short of a miracle that they'd been friends. Haven chalked it up to the fact that they'd started hanging out before he'd morphed from a gangly, buck-toothed kid into a hot and hunky quarterback. Before he became more social, they, along with Jess, used to do everything together. During senior year of high school, however, they hung out less often when he started running with the wrong crowd. That was around the time Jess and Jeremiah's dad had left their mom. Jeremiah had taken it hard and started partying and drinking and not caring about his grades. Haven and Jess had prayed every day that he'd find his way back. Unfortunately, it had taken a DUI 3 months before graduation to wake him up. Thankfully, no one had gotten hurt when he crashed his car into the church sanctuary one night, but it had shaken up his family and his future. Mrs. Gilbert moved the kids to California to escape their shame, and Jeremiah decided to enlist in the army to clean up his act. Haven lost both of her best friends in one fell swoop, but she and Jess ended up reuniting at University of Colorado. They'd been inseparable ever since Jess moved back to Freedom after college. Jeremiah never returned, though, not even for a visit. Haven had lost any hope of seeing him again, especially when he stopped replying to her emails during his first deployment. She'd long stopped asking Jess about him, too, but she had to admit, she was growing more curious, knowing that she'd be seeing him at the wedding. She was about to ask for details about Jess's inklings when something caught her eye. Or rather, someone. That profile looked so familiar. Thick dark brown hair, a straight nose worthy of a Greek statue, and a full beard. She couldn't stop staring at the tall man standing at the registration desk 10 feet away and marveling at how much he resembled Jeremiah. There was no way Jess's twin would be here at the lodge, right? Jess suddenly spun in place, her head cocked to one side. She scanned the area with narrowed eyes, looking from person to person, until her gaze landed on the same man Haven had spotted. Jair. The man turned around at the sound of her voice, and sure enough, it was Jeremiah. His whole face brightened when he saw Jess, especially when she ran over to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. It was a sweet reunion worthy of a Hallmark movie. Haven's steps faltered as she watched her childhood friends hugging, She missed the old days when she'd be in the middle of their embrace. So much had happened, though, since they'd become adults, she didn't know if their friendships could ever be the same. But when Jeremiah looked over Jess's shoulder and locked gazes with Haven, the huge grin on his face made her doubts fall away. It was as if they were 18 again with their entire future ahead of them. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Haven felt hope stirring in her heart. It was a strange, unexpected feeling that made her want to run over to Jeremiah and wrap her arms around him. Could she?
Chapter 2. Jeremiah. Jeremiah's mouth grew dry as soon as he spotted her. Haven Alexander in the flesh. Who would have thought he'd live to see his best friend in person again? Former best friend. Their relationship had fallen apart since he joined the army right out of high school. Despite his reckless ways and the dangers he'd faced in the past, God had seen fit to spare him more than once. He couldn't thank the Lord enough for saving him, especially from himself. It was so good to have his sister's arms around him, yet also strange to be back in his hometown. Despite its name, freedom held so many memories that had once kept him captive. His parents' painful divorce, his car accident, but most of all, his abandonment of his closest friend. He had made peace with much of his past, but he still had so much regret when it came to Haven. What if he hadn't stopped replying to her emails? What if he'd told her how he felt about her? What if she hadn't married someone else? There were endless what-ifs that couldn't be answered. But one thing he was sure of, seeing Haven confirmed what his heart had been telling him all these years when he'd thought of her. She had and always would hold a special place in his heart. Jess pulled back and gave him a thorough once-over. She wiped the tears falling down her cheeks and smiled. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes, Jair? What are you doing here? I thought you said you weren't coming until next weekend." Jeremiah tore his eyes away from Haven's long enough to answer her. "It was a last-minute assignment. I literally hopped on a plane 2 hours ago. I'm here for a couple of days to check the resort out for work. I had an inkling you were close by." She looped her arm around his and pulled him close. Even though Jeremiah was the younger twin by 4 minutes, he had long surpassed her in height. Craning her head, Jess gazed up at him with a happy sigh. "I knew God was going to answer my prayers. This is even better than I could have hoped for. Come on, there's someone who needs to see you." He knew who she was referring to even before she led him across the lobby. Haven stood near a large display of glass pumpkins that were no doubt left over from that week's Thanksgiving celebrations. Her fiery red hair fell around her shoulders instead of being pulled back in a ponytail that he used to tug on when they were kids. She was 100 times more beautiful than he remembered and so grown up in her dark suit and beige turtleneck. So different from the flannel shirts and jeans she used to wear every day. And those curves, wow. She was every inch a woman now. Seeing Haven today was like meeting someone new, yet not. If he looked past her makeup and clothes, he could still see traces of the sweet and innocent girl he'd grown up with. The one he hadn't been good enough for with his failing grades and partying ways. A decade serving his country, though, had whipped him into shape, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Witnessing the evils of war, along with the miracles of God's grace, had strengthened him from the inside out. He was a different person than the kid who'd left this town. More than ever, he was ready to do something he should have done years ago, make amends with his old friend. There was also a promise he needed to fulfill to her. The question was if she would allow him to. "Hey there, stranger." Upon reaching Haven, she accepted his hand with a reserved smile. The instant they touched, his body warmed and peace flooded his heart. He longed to pull her in for a hug as well, but he stopped himself. There were too many unresolved issues between them for such a personal act. Hugs would have to come later. It was more important that he earn her trust first. "It's good to see you, Haven. You look amazing." Her hand lingered in his as she looked him up and down. "Hi, Jeremiah. It's good to see you, too. You're so tall and," she shook her head, seeming to be at a loss for words. Jess chuckled. "I think the word you're looking for is strong. I told you the army whipped him into shape in more ways than one. He's also a bodyguard now, so he's got to look the part. It's a shame I can't call him an annoying squirt anymore. You haven't called me squirt in years." He shot his sister an amused grin. "The annoying part, however, I can't seem to shake no matter how tall I am. It's only fair, considering all the annoying things you did to me when we were kids. I still haven't forgiven you for telling Bobby Longbottom I liked him." He stuck his hands into his jean pockets as he smirked. "I actually think you owe me one for that. If you'd married Bobby, you'd be Mrs. Longbottom now." Jess burst out laughing. "Okay, you're right. I dodged a bullet with that one." "Oh." Her face suddenly fell as she clamped a hand over her mouth. "I didn't mean, it's cool, sis." He squeezed Jess's arm gently. "I'm better now. You don't have to walk on eggshells around me anymore." He realized Haven hadn't said a word for a while now. Instead, she'd been staring at him and Jess with a mixture of emotions he couldn't read, except for one, sadness. Maybe she was thinking about how much they'd missed out on each other's lives. He knew he was. But he also believed that if God could redeem his past, he could bring about healing to his and Haven's friendship, too. Haven narrowed her green eyes as she finally joined their conversation. "What do you mean, you're better now? Did something happen when you were deployed?" The slight tremble in her voice spoke volumes. It comforted Jeremiah that she still cared about him. He didn't want her worrying, though, about something he'd already healed from. "My squad came under enemy fire during a patrol. I got hit in the arm, but God had his angels watching out for me that night. The damage was minimal. At least physically. Mentally and emotionally, it had taken a few months of therapy to get past the incident. I decided not to re-enlist after that." Haven didn't look relieved as he expected. Instead, her cheeks flushed pink as she turned to Jess. "Why didn't you tell me?" Jess frowned, looking guilty. "I was going to, but I told her not to," Jeremiah quickly cut in. "You were already going through so much of your own stuff. It doesn't matter now anyway," he added firmly. "All is well. I'm here, and I'm still in one piece. Still, I would have liked to have known." Haven pressed her lips together and sighed. "We used to tell each other everything." She'd mumbled her last line so softly, Jeremiah almost didn't catch it. His chest ached to see Haven having a hard time keeping her composure. She'd always been the strong one when they were growing up, so it was strange to see her on the brink of tears. He glanced at Jess, who pointed to her watch. "I'm sorry, guys, but I need to get going. I don't want to keep my future in-laws waiting." Jess gave Haven, then Jeremiah a hug. "Thanks, Havy, for all the wedding planning. If you have any more questions, just ask Jair. He can practically read my mind." Before Jeremiah could deny that claim, Jess was already speedwalking away. It looked like he was on his own for this one. Well, not completely alone. The God of the universe was with him, as always. If he could make it through a war zone, he could survive a one-on-one conversation with Haven. At least, he hoped so. He shot her a hopeful smile. "So, how've you been?" "Fine, thanks." He nodded, unconvinced. The way Haven stood with her arms wrapped around her torso said otherwise. Her posture, not to mention her expression, were both closed off. How Jeremiah wished they could erase the past and start over, because more than anything, he wanted a fresh start with Haven. Ask and you shall receive. The scripture verse from the book of Matthew came to mind, along with the reminder to bring his requests to God. Saying a silent prayer for wisdom, Jeremiah decided to tackle the proverbial elephant in the room. He lowered his hands to his sides, straightened his spine, and brought the heels of his feet together at a 45-degree angle. For some reason, he felt the need to stand at attention before Haven. He chalked it up to a sense of respect, even honor. He'd always thought highly of his childhood friend and did so even more now, knowing the trials she'd gone through. He only wished he'd been able to be there for her. There was so much he regretted, so he decided to start with an apology. It was about time he owned up to his failures as her friend. "Before we start catching up, there's something I need to say to you, Haven." Her features softened for a second. "What is it?" "I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you when everything happened." He swallowed hard. "It's my fault we lost touch all those years ago." "What? No, it's not." She met his gaze with an adamant shake of her head. "At least not all your fault. A friendship takes effort on both sides. I share a good 50% of the responsibility. Maybe even 51. Hearing her admit this much lightened the burden on his shoulders. The smile playing on her lips also did wonders to assuage his guilt. There was the Haven he knew and loved, the one with a soft heart and sense of humor. He was relieved that things felt almost normal between them. After all the ways he'd messed up, that was definitely God's grace at work. His body began to relax, starting with his hands and feet. He clasped his hands behind his back as he moved his feet shoulder-width apart to stand at ease. This simple change in position shifted his mood, too. A genuine grin made its way onto his face, one he couldn't wipe off even if he tried. It felt good to be part of Haven's inner circle again. "How about we both share 51% of the blame?" 51%? Her eyes twinkled like emeralds. "That's not mathematically correct at all. What I mean is, how about we call it even and move on from the past? I'm all about fresh starts now. I'd like to give our friendship a fresh start. What do you say?" She released a deep breath and nodded. "A fresh start sounds good to me, too." He offered his hand again to her, thinking they could shake on their agreement. Instead of reciprocating, though, Haven stepped close and wrapped her arms around his waist. It took him a second to react and place his arms around her, too. They stood this way for what seemed like a good minute, her thick hair tickling his nose and the sweet coconut scent of her shampoo filling his senses. It felt so natural to be holding Haven that he didn't even think about what other people in the building might be thinking of them. He let down his guard for a moment to enjoy the feel of her soft curves against him. There was honestly no other place he'd rather be. That's why he couldn't help but frown when she pulled away. Haven's cheeks were a pretty pink, giving her appearance some color. Jeremiah wondered if his own complexion had reddened, too, because his body felt like it was 10 degrees hotter than usual. Being near Haven was like basking in the sun on a summer day, relaxed and carefree. If he'd known she would have accepted him back so quickly, he would have reached out to her a long time ago. But, perhaps, this was the best timing. They'd both come through some major life challenges. They were both single now. More importantly, he was open and ready to trust God's leading. It was God's leading that had led him to remember a promise he'd made almost a dozen years ago to Haven. A promise penned in a letter to himself that he finally received a week ago in the mail from a former teacher. As soon as he'd read the details of the pact that he and Haven had made to each other, he knew that what he'd been searching for his whole life had been here in Freedom, Colorado, waiting for him. The question was whether or not Haven would feel the same.
Chapter 3. Haven. Haven pulled into her driveway after a full day of work and after what was one of the strangest days she'd had recently. Her mood had swung from the lowest end of the emotional spectrum to the highest as soon as Jeremiah had shown up. There was no doubt that he still had a special effect on her. One smile from him could light up her whole day. She'd almost forgotten about Jess's wedding disaster when he'd held her in his arms. And what wonderful arms they were. In the years that they'd been apart, Jeremiah had changed so much. The teenager she used to hang out with had been tall and muscular, but in a more lanky way. The man she hugged earlier today was full-out sexy. That had been the word that had been on the tip of her tongue, not strong, as Jess had thought. Thank goodness she hadn't come out and said it. That would have made the whole reunion more awkward than it was. Except that it hadn't been all that awkward. Jeremiah had extended an olive branch to her that she'd quickly accepted. How could she not? Everything in her wanted a fresh start, too. Especially after learning that he had gotten shot overseas. She'd already lost so much in her life, she couldn't stand to think of losing another person she loved. She did love Jeremiah, always had, always would. Haven shuffled her tired feet from the car to the front door, thankful she didn't have to work tomorrow. Her boss was so understanding in allowing her to take Sundays off. That day was reserved for her daughter, to take her to church and to brunch afterward. Tomorrow was particularly special with the Christmas tree lighting that Freedom put on every year on the Sunday after Thanksgiving. This was the first year that Maya would be old enough to place an ornament onto the tree herself, one of the fun traditions that Haven had grown up with. Maya, along with her parents' Pomeranian, Maddie, met her at the door. One hugged her legs, while the other stood up on her furry paws to welcome her home. Both exhibited the same amount of energy and affection as someone who'd been waiting all day for her favorite person. Haven felt so lucky to have such a warm welcome every time she stepped through the door. Mama, Mama. Carry me. Maya's red curls framed her rosy cheeks, nearly covering up her dimples. She wore her Santa outfit, as she liked to call it, a red sweater dress with white trim at the neckline, cuffs, and hem. Hi, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. Haven wrapped Maya up in her arms and headed to the kitchen with Maddie following close behind at her feet. I missed you. Maya clung to Haven tightly and burrowed her face in the crook of her neck. Me too. Haven's parents were already sitting at the small dining table next to the bay window that overlooked the yard. She set Maya down in her booster chair, then took the seat next to her. Hi Mom, Daddy. It smells so good. Thank you for making dinner. Her dad grinned. The light fixture on the ceiling shone down on his balding head, brightening his already cheery countenance. No need to thank us, dear. We'd do anything for our one and only daughter. You mean, no need to thank you. Her mom cleared her throat, an ornery grin on her face. With her hair swept back in a low bun and her pearl earrings on, her appearance was more suitable for church. She prided herself on being presentable, no matter the time or place. I was the one slaving away in the kitchen all afternoon. While I took care of our one and only granddaughter, he retorted with a grin. It was hard work. Are you referring to the nap or the tea party you threw for the dog? The nap, of course. Haven's dad guffawed, his cheeks flushing red. Let's eat, let's eat. All this talk of work is making me hungry. Let me say grace for us. As usual, they all held hands and bowed their heads. Haven's heart warmed to hear her dad's booming voice thanking God for their meal and for their family. For the first time since she'd stopped praying, Haven felt a small spark of belief coming to life inside her. It was easier to believe in God when she could acknowledge His goodness. Life had been cruel to her, but she still had her little family. Thank the Lord for her parents and Maya. After saying amen, they began digging into her mom's chicken pot pie. Maya gave her a rundown of the day's activities, starting with Legos in the morning to a Bible story after nap time. Her cheerful chatter was just the medicine Haven needed after what had felt like the longest day. She listened while she chewed and marveled at how grown-up her little girl sounded. And to think that, not long ago, she had been a 6-pound 14-ounce newborn who'd entered the world 2 months after her daddy had left it. Maya had come a long way, as had she. If anyone had told Haven she would end up living with her parents as an almost 30-year-old woman, she would have laughed in their faces. She prided herself on being independent and in control. But her childhood home had become a refuge to her after Mark passed. Both her parents were retired and loved caring for Maya. The arrangement worked out well, especially now that she and her mom no longer butted heads. If there was ever any proof that miracles did exist, it was seeing her mom mellow out after Maya was born. There was something about being a grandma that brought out the best in her. She had surprisingly grown a sensitivity bone and could sniff out when someone wasn't feeling well. She especially could sense the times when Haven had things on her mind. That's how Haven ended up chatting with her mom later that evening after both her dad and Mia had gone to bed. What's on your mind, dear? Her mom poured boiling water from a kettle into a mug, then handed it, along with a tea bag, to Haven. They sat in the same places at the table as they had at dinner. I could tell as soon as you got home that something wasn't right. Both you and Jess have this weird sixth sense about things. Haven smirked in amusement as she warmed her hands with her cup of chamomile tea. It's just work. A scheduling mix-up that I need to deal with. I'll figure it out. Her mom nodded and patted her hand. I'm sure you will. You've figured out so much in your life these past few years. Only with your and Dad's help. I couldn't have done it on my own. She stared into her mug as memories of the past crossed her mind. Being in labor for nearly 40 hours with her mom at her side the entire time. Hearing Mia's first cry and crying along with her, both happy and sad tears. The many nights her dad had helped rock Mia to sleep so she could get some extra shut-eye for work the next day. Mia's first smile, her first word, and her first step, her parents had been there for all of her first everythings. She didn't know how to ever repay them for their support. I don't even want to think about doing any of this on my own. You shouldn't have to. A child needs a mother and a father. And you need a partner in life. It's time you considered getting into the pool again. Haven nearly spit out the tea in her mouth. You think I should start dating? Mom, I don't plan on getting married again. I had my happily ever after. Well, not exactly the way I'd hoped, but you know what I mean. Her mom pursed her lips, the way she always did when she disapproved of something. Haven, dear, it's not good for man to be alone. It says so in the Bible. It says man, not woman. I'm perfectly fine being single for the rest of my life. One perfectly groomed brow shot up. What about Maya? She needs a father. She has her grandfather, Haven retorted, sure that her answer would end the discussion. There's no one better to be a father figure to her than Dad. She's been asking, Haven. The pity on her mom's face was hard to miss. She's seen the neighborhood kids playing with their dads in their yards. She asked me where her daddy is. She did? Haven swallowed hard. But we talk about Mark all the time. She has a picture of him on her nightstand. I know she's young, but I thought she understood that he's in heaven. She knows, but she still wants a father here on earth. She ran her finger along the rim of her mug as she smiled. We've been praying for one every day at her request. You should hear her, Haven. Maya's heart is so pure. She asks the Lord for a daddy who will love her and love you, too. It's so precious. Despite her reservations, Haven felt her heart softening. She didn't know how to reply, though. She had no intentions of even dating, even though Mark had made her promise she would. But the thought of opening up and loving another man didn't just scare her, it frightened her silly. She didn't think her heart could handle losing someone again. That wasn't the only hurdle. What man would want to date a woman with as much emotional baggage as her? Not to mention, taking on the responsibility of raising another man's child? The idea wasn't practical nor feasible. Her mom seemed to sense her hesitation, but that didn't stop her from pressing the issue. Why don't you talk to God about this? I have a feeling that sooner or later, he's going to answer Maya's prayers. You'll want to prepare yourself. Prepare myself? Haven couldn't help rolling her eyes. I know Maya means well, but I'm sure God has bigger things to concern himself with than my love life. Don't discount the little ones. I seem to remember a young girl praying for friends when she started middle school. The good Lord saw fit to bring you Jess. Haven furrowed her brows when her mom failed to mention Jeremiah. He had left a bad impression on her mom when he'd, in her words, gone wild. Normally, Haven would speak up in his defense, but she let it go. She didn't have the energy to say more about the matter, especially with all this talk about dating. Please try not to get Maya's hopes up. I don't need to. Maya's got enough hope for all of us. Rising to her feet, her mom stifled a yawn, then took her empty cup to the sink. It's time I turned in, or else I won't be able to keep up with her tomorrow. Haven nodded. Good night, Mom. Her mom shuffled her slippered feet across the linoleum, turning around when she reached the doorway. I almost forgot, there's a letter for you in the top drawer. Thanks. I'll get it. Haven watched her mom leave, shaking her head in disbelief. Today had been chock full of surprises. She considered turning in for the night as well before any more unexpected things happened. But first, she retrieved the envelope from the designated junk drawer. She frowned when she saw the large rounded letters on the front of it. The handwriting was her own, albeit the teenaged version of it. The upper left corner had her high school's name and address, along with her old English teacher's name. Mr. Nelson. It had been almost a dozen years since she'd thought of her favorite teacher, the middle-aged man with a bushy unibrow and a hearty laugh. Why had he sent her a letter that she'd addressed to herself? The answer came as soon as she took out the familiar pink stationery. Junior year. Their last assignment before summer break, write a letter to yourself with what you hope your life will be like when you are 30. Haven recalled the night she, Jess, and Jeremiah had gotten together to complete the homework. Jess had fallen asleep on the couch, leaving her and Jeremiah brainstorming and writing their letters together. It was one of their last real conversations, just the two of them. By the light of the TV screen flickering in the Gilberts' living room, the two of them had made their lists. Number 1. Work in my dream job. Haven's goal was to be 1. A professional singer, or 2. A party planner. Jeremiah's was to be 1. A professional football player, or 2. An actor. Haven's list had also included travel around the world or live in another country. Write a book or start a blog. They had also both written, be married to my best friend. Haven had meant it as a generic answer, that whoever she married would be her closest confidant. Jeremiah, however, took it a step further. She could still recall the way his brows furrowed under his long skater boy haircut when he brought up the idea of a pact. We're missing something, he'd said in a voice that was deeper than a boy's, but not quite like a man's. She had stared at him in surprise. We are a second option for who we marry. For everything else on this list, we have 2 choices, just in case the first one doesn't work out. What if we can't find a best friend to marry before we turn 30? She'd shrugged. We don't get married. Wrong. We need to come up with a backup plan. He'd grown quiet for a minute, then announced, I got it. If we aren't married by the time we're 30, we'll marry each other. Those were the words Jeremiah had said then and the very words Haven read in her letter now. Her stomach did a strange flip to see both of their names scrawled under the statement. The signatures looked so official, she couldn't believe she'd forgotten about this deal. Surely, Jeremiah had forgotten it, too. She folded the letter up and returned it to the envelope. Stuffing it back in the drawer, she decided to leave the past where it belonged, behind her. She had enough things to worry about now, the least of which was her non-existent love life.
Chapter 4. Jeremiah. Jeremiah walked up the steps to his childhood church Sunday morning, following closely behind Jess and Duncan. His years in the service had him trained to carry himself with his back straight and chin up, but he couldn't help the slight slouch of his shoulders in that moment. Entering the very sanctuary that he'd crashed his car into when he was a foolish teenager made his old feelings of shame and guilt resurface. It didn't help matters that some older members of the congregation looked up as he headed down the center aisle to find a seat. Their curious eyes lingered a beat longer than was comfortable as they whispered to each other. No doubt they remembered his indiscretion, even after all this time. This was the very reason why he hadn't come back to freedom since he left. His mom had had the hardest time getting past the incident. That, coupled with his parents' divorce, had given her sufficient reason to uproot them and move away. It was easier than facing the scrutinizing eyes of those in the church where his father had served as a deacon for decades and his mother had run the Sunday school program for just as long. Both he and Jess had grown up within these walls and were conditioned to be model children. They'd learned to follow their parents' example, which could have been summed up as, be good and do good. Sometimes Jeremiah still didn't believe how much he'd fallen as a teenager. He'd been the best son and brother that he could be for many years. His family had been his world. With his twin sister as his best friend, he didn't need anyone else. That was until Jess invited Haven over one day during junior high and she became his friend as well. Hanging out with Haven gave him a newfound confidence around girls. But it took several more years for his outward appearance to catch up. When puberty finally hit and girls started paying him more notice, the attention got to his head. He started giving in to peer pressure and doing things he'd never imagined doing. For the first time, he felt free. But freedom came with a price. Ultimately, he became a slave to his desires and forgot about his faith, family, and true friends. His downward spiral ended up not only affecting him, but those he loved. It had taken him years to do away with his bad boy reputation, but coming back to where it had all started made him feel as if nothing had changed. "Hey, you okay?" Jess whispered as she nudged him with her elbow. "You're kinda quiet." Smirking, he pulled out a hymnal from the pew in front of them. "It's church. We're supposed to be quiet. You know what I mean." He shrugged and murmured back, "Just a little prodigal son syndrome. I'll deal with it." Jess shot him a worried look but stopped talking as the gray-haired pianist began playing the first song. Jeremiah let the familiar melody of "The Old Rugged Cross" wash over him. Closing his eyes, he added his voice to the rest of the congregation's. He didn't need to read the lyrics, not when he knew those words of redemption by heart. By the end of the worship set, he felt much lighter as he grounded himself in God's truth. It didn't matter what others thought of him. The Lord had forgiven him, and that was enough. He needed to remember that. When he opened his eyes and looked around, his gaze landed on a familiar face. Haven smiled at him from where she sat on the other side of the sanctuary. His heart leapt in his chest to see acceptance in her beautiful green eyes. Knowing that his old friend welcomed him back with open arms gave him the tangible taste of grace that he needed. He only hoped and prayed he could be the man that she deserved. Jess leaned into him and whispered in his ear, "What's going on with you and Havy?" Jeremiah smirked. Sometimes, his sister really could read his mind. He did want to talk to her about his intentions with Haven, but now wasn't the time. Instead, he brought his finger to his lips to shush her, taking a little too much delight in seeing her pout. He was grateful his sister put up with his antics, but even more that she hadn't held his past against him. Because of this, he decided to throw her a bone. Using a form of communication they came up with in childhood, he fingerspelled out the words "Love Pact." Jess gasped so loudly, Duncan started patting her back as if she were choking. Jeremiah hid a grin when his sister glared at him, her face turning a darker shade of red than her sweater. Now he felt bad for ruining the rest of the service for Jess. He was sure she'd give him a piece of her mind the minute they were done. He was right. As soon as they exited the chapel and walked out into the wintry chill, Jess tugged on his arm, the same way she used to do when they were kids and he'd hidden one of her toys. Duncan stared at the two of them with a quirked brow. A police officer, he was a straight and narrow type of guy who wore pressed shirts and pants with a crease down the middle of the leg. The sight of him scratching his head in wonder made Jeremiah let loose the chuckles he'd been holding in for an hour. Duncan stopped next to his white sedan in the parking lot behind the church building. "What's going on, hon? You're about as worked up as a cop on 3 cups of coffee and 2 powdered donuts." "What's going on is that my own brother and my best friend have been keeping a secret from me for more than a decade." Jess hit Jeremiah playfully on the arm as she pouted. "A love pact? I need more details." He tugged at his tie, slowly loosening it from around his neck. It was mean of him to make Jess wait, but old habits died hard. He'd missed being with family, especially his sister who knew him better than anyone. Except for this little secret that he and Haven had kept from her. Leaning back against the car, he crossed his arms and grinned. "It's not our fault you fell asleep the night we made the pact. One minute you were watching Jurassic Park with us, the next, you were snoring." Duncan nodded. "You do have a tendency to fall asleep during movies." Jess glared at both men, clearly not amused. "I can't believe you never told me about this, Jeremiah Gilbert. What was the pact about?" He shrugged casually. "We said we'd marry each other if we weren't already married by the time we turned 30. She placed a hand over her heart and exclaimed, "You and Haven agreed to marry each other? Sis. Jeremiah cleared his throat. Several people walking by them had looked over when Jess's voice rose an octave. Knowing how quickly word traveled in their community, he couldn't risk having the whole church know about the pact. Would you keep your voice down? Sorry. A sheepish smile crossed her face. I'm just excited. Even in high school, I thought the two of you would be amazing together, but you were always dating someone else. Now, it was his turn to be embarrassed. He'd had quite the reputation with the ladies when he was younger. It had been fun to be so well liked, but that wasn't the only reason for his string of relationships. His teenage, undeveloped brain had ranked charm above character. He'd never appreciated Haven's internal beauty and fear of the Lord. He thanked God that he'd never pursued her then, because he surely would have ruined their friendship. But he was ready and willing to love her the way she deserved now. He released a long breath. I'm glad nothing happened between us before. I wasn't ready for a relationship then, but I am now. Does this mean you and Gretchen broke up? A couple of months ago. I didn't feel any peace about the engagement. I didn't want to pursue it any further if it wasn't God's plan. Jess pinched his cheek gently. I'm so proud of you, little brother. You've grown up so much. He returned her smile. Let's hope Haven thinks so, too. Haven thinks so what? He spun around and found Haven's mom, Mrs. Alexander, standing behind him. She was an older version of Haven, red hair and all, except for the permanent crease between her brows whenever she was in his presence. This had been the case since his high school days. He'd always had the feeling that she was wary of his friendship with Haven. That was all the more reason to turn on the charm now. He smiled and gave her a quick hug. Hi, Mrs. Alexander. You look great. You haven't changed at all since the last time I saw you. Thank you. She looked him up and down with a scrutinizing eye. I didn't know you were home, Jeremiah. Haven didn't mention it. That comment left him a bit deflated, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. The very woman at the heart of the conversation strode up to them in that moment. Jeremiah's shoulders relaxed as soon as he caught a whiff of Haven's honeysuckle perfume. She gave him a curt nod when she reached his side, dressed once again in neutral colors. Underneath her black winter coat, she wore a white sweater and a long navy skirt. She held the hand of a child with a red Santa Claus dress on who was the spitting image of her. The huge smile lighting up the little girl's light green eyes tugged on Jeremiah's heart for an unexplained reason. He could hardly tear his gaze away from her face. The girl ran straight for Jess and hugged her legs. Auntie Jessie, do you like my dress? Mommy got it for the tree lighting ceremony. I love it. You'll fit right in with all the colorful ornaments. Jess leaned down to direct the girl's attention up to Jeremiah. Maya, there's someone I want you to meet. This is my brother, Jeremiah. Maya glanced up at him, her pert nose wrinkled. Why do you have my name? All the adults chuckled, except for Haven, who wore an uncomfortable smile. No, sweetheart, his name is Maya, Haven explained, emphasizing each syllable. It's longer than yours, and starts with a J. Kneeling down to Maya's eye level, Jeremiah held his hand up for a high five. But you're right, it's still similar. That's pretty cool, right? She studied him for a good 3 seconds before touching her hand to his. Once she did so, she grinned so wide, he could see her entire mouthful of teeth. Jeremiah stood up and grinned at Haven. It's good to finally meet your mini-me. That she is, and more, Mrs. Alexander replied, gesturing for Maya to come to her side. Haven took hold of her daughter's hand and gave everyone a polite smile. It was good seeing you all. Sorry to run, but Dad's waiting in the car. We need to get this little one fed. Haven, her mom, and her daughter excused themselves, leaving Jeremiah and Jess exchanging confused glances. When the three were out of earshot, Jess piped up, "Did you get the feeling Havy was avoiding us?" "I didn't get that sense at all." Duncan shrugged as he unlocked the car, then opened the passenger door for Jess. "They probably just want to get going to brunch. You know how packed the restaurants get on the weekend." Jeremiah took a seat in the back behind his sister. He didn't need to see the frown on Jess's face to know that Duncan's answer didn't satisfy her at all. He'd actually been thinking the same thing. Something was off with Haven, but he didn't know what. She seemed tense and worried. Like the time she lost the friendship bracelet you gave her and didn't want to tell you about it. Yes, exactly. Jess turned around in her seat to continue talking to Jeremiah. "You know, she was acting strange yesterday, too, when we were talking about the wedding. I kept getting the inkling that she was keeping something from me. Now this? This proves that she is. But what could it be?" Duncan shook his head as he started the engine. They drove out of the lot and onto the main road, heading toward Freedom Ridge Resort to drop Jeremiah off. "Are you sure about this? Why don't you just call Haven and ask her?" "I can't do that." Jeremiah smirked. "Jess hates confrontation. Haven't you noticed that she shuts down whenever you guys argue?" Jess glared at him, her cheeks reddening. "I've been working on it." "Oh, that makes sense." Glancing at Jeremiah in the rearview mirror, Duncan nodded his thanks. "That's helpful, man." "Thanks. Anytime. Since you like being so helpful, could you talk to Haven for me?" Jess clasped her hands together like she was begging. "Please." "I thought you were working on it, dear," Duncan asked with a soft chuckle. Jeremiah laughed while his sister groaned. He was starting to like his future brother-in-law. But for Duncan's sake, he decided to redirect the conversation. "Let me talk to Haven, sis. I'll see what I can find out." "Thank you. You're the best." You could also slip in the fact that you guys agreed to marry each other in less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks, what are you talking about? December 12th. That's the day the three of us turned 30. Don't tell me you forgot your own birthday. It's perfectly okay if you want to forget yours, but I for one can't wait to celebrate mine. She squealed in excitement. December's going to be the best month ever from now on with 3 reasons to celebrate: our anniversary, our birthdays, and Christmas. Jeremiah scoffed. "Of course, I remember our birthdays." That was one of the things that he and Haven had bonded over before, the fact that their birthdays were easy to remember and also far enough away from Christmas that they still got separate gifts for each occasion. But the pact doesn't say we have to get married before age 30. Wouldn't it be cool if we had a double wedding? Jess exclaimed as she clapped her hands. What do you think, Duncan? Hold up there, sis. I'm not getting married anytime soon. Haven and I aren't even dating. Jess rolled her eyes. Like you really need to date. You guys know each other better than anyone, except for me. But I suppose you haven't developed the romantic side of your relationship yet. She paused and narrowed her eyes at Jeremiah. Right? Don't tell me you guys kissed the night you made your pact. No, not a chance. We've never even held hands. Jeremiah leaned his head back against the headrest as he thought out loud. A lot's happened, though, since we last hung out. I mean, she has a daughter now. I need to approach this carefully. Jess sighed happily as she gave Jeremiah a nod of approval. Look at you, thinking like an adult. Jeremiah smirked, even though he was pleased to hear her compliment. I'm trying. He really was. While Jeremiah had the best intentions, he knew he didn't have time to waste. He needed a way to reconnect with Haven and find out if they could not only rekindle their friendship, but also deepen their love for each other. Something Maya said came back to him. The tree lighting ceremony. Haven and Mia would be there tonight. So that's where he'd go, too. Haven and Maya would be there tonight. So that's where he'd go too.
Chapter 5. Haven. Haven and Maya arrived at the courthouse plaza in downtown Freedom that Sunday evening. The sun dipped below the horizon as they walked down the main street, past several small shops and restaurants that had closed early for this annual event. Everywhere they turned, lights of all colors twinkled brightly in the storefront windows. Glowing snowflakes in various sizes also hung from the elm trees on both sides of the road. Maya's eyes grew wide beneath her red velvet Santa hat as she took in the sights. Every few feet or so, she would stop to look into a store window. Next came the questions, Mama. What's that? What does it do? Can we get one? Haven laughed at her latest inquiry about a stainless steel Leatherman tool. That's a special tool that has a lot of little tools in it, like screwdrivers and scissors. You carry it in your purse or pocket for emergencies. Your daddy had one, she casually added. She tried to bring Mark up whenever possible to keep his memory alive, but there was a bit of an ulterior motive behind this comment. Haven couldn't shake what her mom had told her about Maya wanting a father. She hoped to talk to Maya herself about it, so she could set her expectations straight. If you like, you can have it when you're older. I saved a lot of Daddy's things for you. With her pink lips pursed, Maya shook her head firmly. I don't want them. I want Daddy. Haven inhaled sharply. There it was, the longing in Maya's voice that made her heart ache. What could she say to let her daughter down gently? Sweetheart, remember what I told you? Daddy's with God in heaven. You'll see him one day. We have lots of pictures at home of Daddy that you can look at. Maya didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy looking around at the people walking by, specifically the families with young children. I want my daddy now. Haven's gut twisted. It was almost torturous how helpless she felt in this situation. She understood Maya's need, she had similar needs, too. She longed for companionship. Secretly, she even longed for romance. It had been years since a man held her hand or looked at her with interest. Other than her father, Jeremiah was the only man she'd hugged in over 3 years. She hadn't realized until yesterday how much she missed that kind of romantic touch. Not that she and Jeremiah had anything romantic going on between them. She really couldn't think about him in that way. She'd gotten an earful from her mom after church. For some reason, Jeremiah had never been one of her favorite people, and even less so after his DUI. Knowing that, Haven had tried to steer her mom away from having a chance to interrogate him. Her mom ended up asking her the dozen or so questions she'd had for Jeremiah, like why he was back home and for how long. Haven didn't know half the answers, which made it easier to end the conversation, but the unsettled feelings were still there. She wished her mom knew the wonderful guy that Jeremiah was, not just his reputation. Maya squeezed her hand, interrupting her thoughts. Mama? I want to hold Daddy's hand. I know, sweetheart. I know you miss your daddy. But you can hold my hand whenever you want to. You can also hold Grandpa's hand. He has a big, strong hand. Maya's gaze was still fixed on the people passing by. She had a small frown on her face that contrasted with her cheerful Santa outfit. Haven sighed, not knowing how to distract her. It was unfortunate that her parents couldn't make it tonight. Cold weather worsened their arthritis symptoms, so they had opted to stay home. Jess and Duncan had also decided to forego the ceremony to work on the table's seating assignments for their wedding banquet. What she wouldn't give to have a partner at a time like this. Dealing with a 3-year-old's questions made those sleepless nights during the newborn months seem easy. Suddenly, she spotted a couple walking who were drinking from disposable cups. There was her answer. She and Maya could kill some time, not to mention this conversation, by getting some food and drinks. She pointed to a food booth at the other end of the walkway. How about some hot chocolate? Maya's face lit up. I want whipped cream, too. Sure thing, sweetie. Let's go line up. A couple of minutes later, they reached the front of the booth that resembled a log cabin with a large open window. Pine branches lined the pitched roof, along with white light bulbs and red ornaments. The rich, distinct aroma of roasted chestnuts filled the air, bringing with it a sense of nostalgia. Haven took a deep breath as memories of her youth came flooding back. Winter nights when she walked this very street with Jeremiah and Jess. Loading up on sweet drinks and peppermint bark until their teeth ached from the sugar. Huddling close to each other to ward off the cold and taking goofy pictures in front of the Christmas tree. She'd do anything to go back to that simpler time in her life when smiling was easy. Good evening. The bearded vendor interrupted her thoughts as he gestured to the menu written in chalk behind him. He gave Maya a friendly smile when he noticed her. Would you like a jingle bell bracelet, dear? My wife made them for all the children. Maya stepped up to the counter with an eager nod. Standing on her tiptoes, she reached into the basket the man held out for her and chose a bracelet made from a red cord and silver metal bells. Thank you. You're welcome, dear. I can take your order whenever you're ready. With the sound of Maya's bracelet jingling beside her, Haven asked for 2 hot chocolates and a bag of chestnuts. She couldn't resist throwing in some peppermint bark when she saw that they were made with 2 mini candy canes in the shape of a heart. As she was paying for her purchase, she struck up a conversation with the vendor, whose name she learned was Eric. Do you happen to sell this heart-shaped bark in bulk? I'd love to get a couple dozen of them for a bridal shower next weekend. Sure thing, we can do that for you. Eric handed her his business card. You can place an order at our online store. Haven's heart felt a bit lighter at this good news. Jess's wedding day could very well end up being a disaster, but at least the event leading up to it would be wonderful. She'd see to that. With her hands full of drinks and snacks, she stepped away from the booth. She glanced down, expecting to see Maya by her side, but she was nowhere to be seen. There was no jingling sound either. She had no idea when it had stopped. Her heart jumped into her throat, beating so hard she could hear her blood rushing in her ears. Panic seized her as she searched the crowd for any sign of Maya. A girl in a red dress wouldn't be so hard to find, if not for the fact that every other person, child and adult alike, had on a red outfit, too. Maya. Haven called out, her voice shaking with fear. She retraced the steps they had taken along the street. Every few feet, she cried out as loud as she could, Maya. Just when she was about to break down in tears, she heard a man calling out her name. Haven, over here. She ran in the direction of the voice, past a half-dozen teenagers staring down at their phones. On the other side of the group, she spotted her daughter standing next to a tall bearded man. What was Jeremiah doing here? The sight of Maya clutching his hand sent a rush of adrenaline through her body. Haven nearly dropped the cups and bag of goodies she was holding when she reached them. Maya. Where did you go? Mama couldn't find you. Didn't I tell you never to run off like that? She's all right, Haven, Jeremiah reassured her as he took everything from her hands. I found her a minute ago. We were just about to come look for you. Haven swept Maya up in her arms and buried her nose in her hair. The scent of her strawberry shampoo brought tears to her eyes. Don't you ever run off like that again. Do you hear me? Sorry, Mama. Maya hugged Haven's neck tight. I just wanted to find my daddy. Her heart sunk. Sweetheart, you're not going to find him here. Maya pulled back, her green eyes sparkling in the glow of the street lamp. But I did. He's right there. Haven followed where her little finger pointed. She swallowed hard when her gaze landed on none other than her childhood friend. Jeremiah looked at the two of them with such a tender expression, Haven's stomach dropped unexpectedly. She couldn't imagine what thoughts must be going through his mind to hear Maya refer to him as daddy material. Sweetheart, Jeremiah's not your daddy. Maya's lips quivered. Why not? I want him to be my daddy. It's complicated, sweetheart. To be your daddy, he would have to be my husband and I would have to be his wife. But Jeremiah and I, we're just friends, nothing more. Were you and Daddy friends? Yes, of course, we were. But you have to be more than friends. Her cheeks heated as she attempted to explain the logistics to Maya. The more she tried, however, the more flustered she became. She couldn't believe she was even talking about Jeremiah this way. It was time to wrap this conversation up before she turned as red as Maya's dress. You'll understand when you're older. Maya didn't say any more, but there was an intensity in her expression that told Haven she wasn't giving up yet. Still, Haven took the moment of silence to set Maya on the ground, then reached for her hand. There was no way she was letting her daughter out of her sight tonight. She took a deep breath, the first one in several minutes, and turned to Jeremiah with a grateful smile. Thank you, Jeremiah. I can't thank you enough for keeping an eye on Maya. You can thank the Lord. He made sure I was in the right place, at the right time. Haven nodded. For once, her cynicism fell away and she was truly grateful to God. She said a quick prayer of thanks to him. Thank you for protecting Maya. It was short, but the most heartfelt one she'd said in years. It's good to see a familiar face here. I didn't know you were coming tonight. I couldn't pass up a chance to relive my childhood. The food here is the best and hasn't changed much over the years, if my nose serves me right. I came for the roasted chestnuts. He glanced down at the bag hanging off his wrist. Mind if I sneak a few? Go right ahead. Help yourself to some peppermint bark, too, while you're at it. Me too. Maya piped up as she approached Jeremiah. I want bark, too. Please, she added earnestly. Sure thing. Jeremiah nodded to a wooden bench about 15 feet away. Why don't we sit down to eat it? Once they were settled on the bench with Maya sitting in between them, Haven relaxed even more. She held the cups of hot chocolate while Jeremiah handed a piece of peppermint bark to Maya. He chuckled when he saw its heart shape. This is nice. I think it'd work well for a winter wedding. That's what I was thinking, too. I'm going to place an order for Jess's bridal shower. You mean the bridal shower/bachelor party? What? Haven cocked her head. Are you serious? When did they decide to combine the two? On the way home from church, apparently. They thought it'd be easier this way. Plus, those two lovebirds can't bear to be apart from each other for too long. I think Jess was going to tell you about it tonight. Haven furrowed her brows, thinking hard. This changes everything. Now I need to find activities that the guys can do, too. We're not picky. He tossed a chestnut into his mouth. We'll be fine doing whatever you had in mind already. Let me rephrase that. I need to find activities that guys will want to do. I don't think mani-pedis are quite your thing. Jeremiah coughed. I stand corrected. You do have your work cut out for you. Haven shot him a playful glare. Thanks for the encouragement, Germ. He grinned. I haven't heard that nickname in years. I was hoping you'd forgotten about it by now. Haven smiled back, feeling completely at ease. Being able to banter with Jeremiah made it feel like things between them hadn't changed. Not a chance. Some things are too good to forget. I was going to offer to help with the planning, he teased, but I'm having second thoughts. But you're the best man. It's part of your duty to help. I suppose you have a point there. I'm at your service then, Heavenly, he added with a smirk. Haven rolled her eyes. Now it was her turn to groan at the nickname he'd come up with so many years ago when he'd learned her middle name was Lee. At least we're even now. They exchanged a look over the top of Maya's head, their eyes locked in an intense stare. Haven wondered what was on Jeremiah's mind, but she didn't get very far because Maya soon scrambled to her feet to stand up on the bench. She pointed to the crowd gathering around the middle of the square. Mama, I want to see the tree. Hurry. Ask and you shall receive. Jeremiah patted himself on the shoulders. He knelt down in front of Maya. Come on, I'll give you a ride. You'll get a better view that way. Without hesitation, Maya climbed on. She had her arms wrapped around his forehead and the biggest smile on her face as Jeremiah rose to his feet. Haven gathered up their belongings and followed them to where the 40-foot fir tree stood. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight of the two of them together. Her mom was right. Maya needed a father she could touch and talk to face. But how was she supposed to fill her daughter's need when she didn't think she could open herself up to a relationship ever again? She wished she had an answer for that.
Chapter 6. Jeremiah. Jeremiah had never felt so at peace. There was something soothing about the weight of Maya's arms around his head. Each gasp of delight that came from her mouth made him smile. She found joy in things he'd long taken for granted, such as the Christmas carols playing from the outdoor speakers and the nearly life-size nativity scene in front of the tree. Seeing the world through a child's eyes made everything better, clearer. There was nowhere he'd rather be than enjoying this moment with Haven and Maya. He nudged Haven's arm gently with his elbow. Can you see okay? Yeah, I'm good. She leaned in closer as she peered around the couple standing in front of them. Thank you for doing this. I'm sure you didn't have manual labor in mind and you decided to come tonight. No problem. This is nothing compared to the heavy lifting I did in the army. He normally didn't like to talk about his time in the military, but the kindness in Haven's eyes made it easy to share. She'd been through trauma in her life as had he. He felt a sense of camaraderie with Haven, even more than he had as a teenager. I'm really glad I came. She cleared her throat, then chewed on her lower lip, a habit she had when she was nervous. Not making eye contact, she finally asked, did your, fiancé decide not to come? Or is she only coming for the wedding? I'm just wondering about the seating arrangement. If she's coming, I'll make sure she has a seat at the head table with you. No fiancé. We broke up a while ago. She frowned as she met his gaze. I had no idea. Well, I take that back. Jess did mention she'd had one of her inklings that things might not be working out, but she wasn't sure. He smirked. Jess and her inklings. Yeah, you can't keep anything from her. She paused, looking thoughtful. I'm sorry the relationship didn't work out. Don't be. It was for the best. Jeremiah couldn't deny this. Because being here with Haven and seeing her copper hair blowing in the wind made him see the truth that he'd been denying. There was a reason why he'd dated so many redheads. How foolish had he been all these years to not realize that? It was about time that he stopped messing around and got serious about his future. He said a heartfelt prayer that God would grant him the wisdom and patience to handle this situation well. There was so much he wanted to say to Haven, but he didn't want to rush. The military had taught him the importance of assessing a situation before taking action. He would have saved himself plenty of heartache and pain if he'd done that more often in his life. But thank the Lord for His grace. Some things aren't meant to be, and that's okay. When that happens, I trust that God has better things in store. Haven blinked in surprise. Maybe. I'm sure of it. I'm glad you have so much faith. This didn't sound like the Haven he knew, the one who used to speak with conviction about the Lord. Don't you have faith? He waited for an answer, but their conversation was cut short when Mayor Starling took to the mic. The gray-haired man welcomed everyone, then announced the start of the countdown to the tree lighting ceremony. Jeremiah, Haven, and Maya chanted along with the crowd in unison, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. When they reached 1, the entire tree lit up, from the large star at the top to the lowest branches below. Bright white light illuminated the space around them as everyone oohed and ahed. Wow, Maya exclaimed as she clapped her hands together. She patted the top of Jeremiah's head like she was playing the drums. Look, Jerm. They're hanging the ornaments. Yes, they are. I'll take you up to hang one, too. Jeremiah laughed. He'd had no idea that Maya had been paying attention to his and Haven's conversation. He was both amazed and amused to hear his nickname coming out of the little girl's mouth. Haven, on the other hand, wasn't so pleased. Maya. He's Uncle Jeremiah to you. Maya made a humping sound. But you call him Germ. I want to call him Germ, too. Maya, she sighed, sounding too tired to argue. He quickly placed a hand on Haven's arm and gave her a reassuring smile. Looking up at Maya, he tugged on her boots. Hey, Maya. Germ is a special name that your mama gave me that only she uses. But how about this? You can come up with a name for me that only you can use. Maya beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Okay. His gaze returned to Haven, who stared up at him like he'd grown another head. What's wrong? Did the army teach you to become a child whisperer, too? Or is that something you learned in bodyguard school? Bodyguard school? He chuckled. Nah. They only taught us how to look intimidating in dark suits and sunglasses. We spent hours a day just working on flexing our biceps. Is that so? Yep, just like this. He raised an arm to demonstrate, bringing a wide grin to her face and his own. How he'd missed hearing Haven's pure and sweet laughter. I probably know how to relate to kids, because I haven't grown up yet. No, she remarked as her eyes trailed him up and down in appreciation. I think you've grown up quite a lot. I doubt if I can beat you at arm wrestling anymore. Jeremiah bit back a smile. Would you be offended if I told you I used to let you in? Even freshman year. You hadn't hit puberty yet. He faked a frown. Now you're being mean. I had a couple of chin hairs by the time summer rolled around. Wasn't that around the same time you got glasses? Maybe you were seeing double before then. Jeremiah laughed. He found it hard to tear his eyes from Haven, who had a very pleased look on her face. She was sweet, with just the right amount of sass. Not much had changed since they were kids, except that she had grown more beautiful, inside and out. He appreciated her company even more now. Just watching her enjoy her hot chocolate made him happy. She took a long sip, her eyes closing with pleasure. When she lowered her cup, she glanced up at him. She looked especially endearing with a whipped cream mustache dotting her upper lip. You have some cream there. He pointed to the top of his own mouth to show her where. Toward the center. Haven licked her lips, but missed the white, fluffy spot. Did I get it? Not quite. I have some tissues here. She stuck her hand in her coat pocket as she murmured to herself. Where are they? Here, let me get it for you. Jeremiah reached over and placed the pad of his thumb on her upper lip. His skin heated at the touch, warming his entire body. He'd never touched Haven so intimately before, but the motion felt so natural. This wasn't a stranger, he reminded himself, she was one of his oldest friends. Yet, the thoughts going through his mind as he gently traced her Cupid's bow were not of the friend nature. He'd never felt a greater need to kiss a woman than he did now. He quickly reined in his desire. They had only just reconnected, and this wasn't the right place nor the right time. A woman as special as Haven couldn't be rushed. With a wry smile, he reluctantly dropped his hand. You're all good. Thanks, Haven answered him, but she didn't make eye contact. She went back to drinking her hot chocolate and staring straight ahead as if nothing unusual had happened. It was dark, but Jeremiah thought he saw her cheeks flush. Could it be that she'd been affected by his touch, too? The thought filled him with so much hope, he nearly opened his mouth to ask her. Thankfully, he stopped himself in time. He needed a plan, a strategic one. Jeremiah forced himself to focus on anything else but Haven's lips as he tried to collect his thoughts. He couldn't very well tell her that he intended to make good on a decades-old promise that they'd made to each other as teenagers. He didn't even know if she remembered the pact. This would take patience and prayer, lots of prayer. In the meantime, he had another promise to fulfill. Hey, Maya, are you ready to go hang up an ornament? Yeah. Come on, Mama. All right. Haven replied as she tossed their trash into a nearby receptacle. They headed over to the Christmas tree, with Haven walking closely by Jeremiah as they wove their way through the small crowd. When they reached the front of the line, Jeremiah set Maya down to receive a white snowflake from the mayor's wife. Haven motioned for her to approach the tree. Pick a spot, Maya. Anywhere you like. Maya paused for a moment before hanging her ornament on the nearest branch in front of her. She turned around with a bright smile, just as Haven took her phone out for a picture. Jeremiah nudged Haven forward. Why don't you get in the picture, too? That'd be great. It's so rare to have a photo of Maya and me. I'm usually the one playing photographer. We can't have you missing out on this picture-perfect moment, he replied, meaning every word. Seeing this pair of beautiful redheads with their arms around each other warmed his heart. Say cheese. Thanks, Germ. Haven motioned for Jeremiah to switch places with her. Your turn now. Jeremiah quickly stepped up, thankful for the chance. Just as he was about to smile for the camera, the mayor's wife interrupted them. Quick, Mom, you get in, too. The gray-haired woman, whose cheeks were as rosy as her red scarf, took the phone from Haven. Peering over her purple frames, Mrs. Starling waved Haven over, despite her repeated protests. It's not a family picture without all three of you. We're not fam, okay, fine, Haven muttered as she took her place beside Jeremiah. She gave him a half-hearted smile. Sorry about this. Hey, don't be. We've known each other for half our lives, we might as well be family. Only family's allowed to call me Germ, he added with a wink. Haven graced him with a genuine toothy grin just as the flash went off. Beautiful. Mrs. Starling declared as she handed the phone back to Haven. Here you go, dear. You'll want to get that one framed. The three of them walked off to make room for the next family in line. Jeremiah stole a glance over Haven's shoulder to see the photo on her phone. He grinned to see the delight on Maya's face, but it was the utter joy in Haven's eyes that stole his breath away. Her beauty, inside and out, was beyond compare. He felt like the world's most blessed man to have her look at him that way. The photo turned out great. It sure did. She slipped the phone into her pocket, then turned to Maya. Are you having fun, sweetie? Yeah, Maya squealed in delight as she held both Haven's and Jeremiah's hands, skipping happily between them down the sidewalk. This is the best Christmas ever. Jeremiah smiled. I think it's mine, too, he confided. How about you, Haven? She pretended to think about it, then declared with a firm nod of her head. Definitely one of the best. They hadn't gone far when Maya suddenly stopped in her tracks and spun around to face them. I know what to call you, she exclaimed to Jeremiah. Let's hear it. He grinned, sensing her enthusiasm like it was an electric current lighting up his heart. What'd you come up with? Make sure you say uncle first, Maya, Haven reminded her. I know, Maya reached for Jeremiah's hand, clutching it with both of hers. Her expression was serious as she announced, I'm gonna call you Uncle Daddy. And with those words, Jeremiah knew he was sunk. This little girl had a hold on his heart so tight, he couldn't imagine his life without her or Haven in it. He could only pray for his dream to become a reality.
Chapter 7. Haven. Haven was having the worst Monday, on so many levels. There was the scheduling fiasco she needed to fix. The minty blue toothpaste she'd left the house with on the front of her white sweater. A credit card bill she'd forgotten to pay. And most of all, the little matter of getting Maya to stop calling Jeremiah Uncle Daddy. Sigh. The strange fluttering in her stomach wasn't helping things either. No matter how hard Haven tried, she couldn't stop thinking about last night. The tender look Jeremiah had given her had made her blush. The laughs they'd shared over silly jokes. How he'd brushed away the whipped cream on her upper lip in such a gentle way, she'd almost melted at his touch. Even now, sitting at her desk in the main building, she found herself staring mindlessly at a painting on the wall. The image of a sunset against the backdrop of the Colorado mountains blurred into a mess of vibrant colors as her eyes lost focus. Work, what work? What she really wanted to do was listen to love songs on repeat and daydream about a handsome bearded man. Goodness. What was she doing? She was a tired single mother, not an angsty teenager crushing on her friend. Someone she'd made a pact with to marry before they turned 30. She shook her head helplessly. If only she could call up Jess and have her talk some sense into her. But the person she wished to confide in was the one person she was trying to avoid. First things first. She needed to call up the company that had booked the conference room that should have been reserved for Jess and Duncan. Maybe she could bribe them into changing their date. Or grovel. She wasn't beyond groveling at this point. She hadn't even finished dialing the biotech company's number when her cell vibrated. Her home number flashed on the screen, making her chest tighten. It was rarely good news when her mom called. The reasons usually centered around Maya getting into trouble. Like the time when she was 7 months old and she got into a bag of potting soil that had accidentally been left out. By 13 months, Maya had mastered running, which resulted in more skinned knees and bumps on the head than Haven could keep track of. The worst was when she turned 2.5, and she'd learned how to open the front door and let their dog out. Haven had a feeling today's call would be just as adventurous and stressful. Gritting her teeth, she answered the call. "Hi Mom, is Maya okay?" "She's fine." Her mom's tone was strangely bright. Instead of sounding frustrated and worried, there was a smile in her voice. "She's actually quite the helper today. She has it in her head that we're going to have a guest over for dinner." "A guest?" "I didn't invite anyone over." "Did you or Dad?" "No, but apparently Maya did. She made a request to the Lord at lunchtime prayer to bring him to our home tonight. Then, as soon as we finished eating, she wanted to bake cookies and make apple cider, all for this special guest." Haven furrowed her brows as she picked up her mug and took a sip. "It's probably an imaginary friend. Didn't you say I had one around Maya's age?" "Possibly. But your friend was 4 and her name was Jane. Maya's friend is supposedly tall, has a beard, and goes by the name of Uncle Daddy." Haven spit out her mouthful of coffee. The brown liquid dribbled down her chin and onto the front of her sweater, right next to the toothpaste stain. Her mom's comment surprised her so much, she didn't have any words to say in reply. All she could do was grab a handful of tissues off her desk and start dabbing at her chin. "Are you still there, Haven?" "Sorry, Mom, I spilled some coffee on myself." She glanced at her watch, noting she had a meeting in 10 minutes. "I need to clean up." "I have a meeting at 1. "Well, I won't keep you then, dear. I wanted to let you know what Maya's been up to today, so you could prepare yourself for this evening." Haven stopped wiping her clothes, now thoroughly confused. "I don't understand." "Prepare myself for what?" "For whoever this guest will be," her mom answered matter-of-factly. "Do not underestimate the prayers of a child, Haven, especially Maya's. She's been diligently praying every day for a father. I have faith that God will answer her prayers." Crumpling the tissues in her hand, Haven released a heavy breath. She didn't even know how or where to start to refute her mom's words. Just because Maya wished for something didn't mean it would come to pass. She herself had prayed to witness miracles without seeing any fruit of them. No, Mark had gotten sicker and weaker before her eyes. None of his treatments had made a difference. He had still passed away, leaving her and Maya to fend for themselves. That was the reality of her life. "Mom," she stopped herself short when she heard the annoyance in her voice. It wasn't fair of her to take her frustrations out on her mom, not when she and her dad had been so kind to her and Maya. She shut her eyes and instead recited the alphabet backwards in her head. It was an old habit of hers that she did whenever she wanted to stay calm. She'd gotten to the letter T when she felt herself breathing easier. "Mom, I appreciate you calling. Thank you for taking care of Maya." "You don't have to thank me. I just want what's best for you and Maya, God's best." "I know." Haven had heard that line before plenty of times. If God's best was for her to become a widow and for Maya to grow up without a father, then she didn't know if she really wanted any more of his best. But she did what she usually did when her mom tried to encourage her. She nodded and smiled. Even though her mom could see neither one of these actions, she still did them out of habit. Thanks, Mom. I have to go. See you tonight. Haven had no sooner hung up the phone when she heard a knock on her door. Come in. A young woman named Debbie who worked at the registration counter poked her head in. Her bright red lips curved into a smile as she announced, I brought your client for your 1 o'clock. He arrived early and Mr. Marcus didn't want him waiting in the lobby. Haven tossed her used tissues in the trash can under her desk before standing up. This had to be an important client for her boss to go the extra mile. Thank you. I'll be sure to give him the red carpet treatment. Please do. Mr. Marcus said this is a very important contract between the resort and Neogene. The door swung open as Debbie stepped inside. Right behind her was a tall man with a familiar smile. He wore a deep blue sweater that brought out the blue in his eyes and made him look even more handsome than he had last night, if that were possible. Apparently Debbie found him attractive, too. Her eyes didn't leave his face for a second as she made her introductions. Mr. Gilbert, this is our event planner, Haven Alexander. Haven, this is Mr. Gilbert, Gabriel Brooks's personal bodyguard. Haven's eyes widened as she took the hand Jeremiah offered her. Neogene? Gabriel Brooks? Why did those names sound so familiar? With her hand sandwiched between both of Jeremiah's, she could hardly think straight. Once again, she nodded and smiled. Jeremiah gave her a quick wink as if telling her to play along. Feel free to call me Jeremiah. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule to show me around today. Yes, of course. Haven managed to utter when they were done shaking hands. For the life of her, she couldn't remember what this appointment was for. He must have caught on to her confusion because he smiled. I'm here to get familiar with the grounds. I'd like to know where the sales kickoff event will be held, where all the exits are, and a rundown of the food delivery schedule. Haven finally put 2 and 2 together. Billionaire Gabriel Brooks was the CEO and founder of Neogene, and Jeremiah was his bodyguard. What were the odds that her childhood friend had a direct connection to the person she needed to speak to about his December 5th event, that was being held in the very room Jess and Duncan needed? If Haven wasn't so short on faith, she might have believed that God had heard and answered her prayers. She quickly nodded and thanked Debbie for bringing Jeremiah by. I can take it from here. Debbie didn't answer. She seemed to be lost in her own world as she stared up at Jeremiah with a goofy grin. Haven had seen that look on girls' faces plenty of times in high school whenever Jeremiah walked by. She didn't know how he could keep a straight face in this situation, but to his credit, he gave Debbie a polite smile. Haven tried to get the young woman's attention again. I'll take it from here. It took a few more seconds for Debbie to tear her gaze away from Jeremiah. Right. I'll get going now. If you need any more help, you know where to find me, Mr. Gilbert. With a final wave, she stepped out into the hall. As soon as it was just the two of them, Haven smirked. I see you've still got the ladies under your spell. He shook his head good-naturedly. I'm sure it was the idea of me working for a billionaire that had her captivated. There aren't many of them in the world. Well, yes, that, too. I had no idea you worked for Mr. Brooks. Why didn't you tell me that was what you were in town for? I suppose we never got around to talking about work last night. I had no idea I was meeting you today, or I would have mentioned it. I didn't either. My meeting was set up with a Mr. Bert Gill. Her brows rose. Is that an undercover name? Because if it is, it's not a very original one. It's just a precaution I take whenever I check out a new place. He scoffed softly. You don't think it's clever? She grinned to see him faking a pout. It's not bad. His pout gave way to a genuine grin. Well, if you can do a better job of coming up with one, dinner's on me tonight. Haven almost swallowed her tongue. The conversation she'd just had with her mom popped into her mind. Why had Jeremiah mentioned dinner? This was too strange and too much of a coincidence. For a brief second, she threw a question heavenward. What are you up to, God? You okay, Haven? He looked at her curiously. Or are you already thinking hard to come up with a name for me? She wet her lips as she squeezed out a smile. No, not yet. But I'm sure I'll think of one soon. Or you could always go with Uncle Daddy. That has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Now that Jeremiah had brought that nickname up, it was time to make things clear. She needed to put a stop to this kind of talk, for Maya's sake and her own. Germ, there's something we need to talk about. His brows rose in surprise. Sure. What's on your mind? Let me close the door first. She then motioned for him to sit in one of the burgundy leather armchairs reserved for guests. Taking a seat behind her desk, Haven felt her cheeks flush. The intense look in Jeremiah's eyes had awakened the worst case of butterflies in her stomach. She was suddenly very aware of how private this situation was, not to mention how small her office had become with his tall frame and muscles taking up so much space. She took a shaky breath to calm herself. Could it be that whatever spell Debbie had been under had rubbed off on her, too? Or maybe it had been so long since she'd been alone with a man that her nerves were short-circuiting. That had to be it. Whatever the case, she wasn't in the right frame of mind to be talking about the implications of Maya's nickname. Not with the strange need growing inside of her that longed to feel Jeremiah's arms around her again. Any conversations about Uncle Daddy would have to wait for a later time, preferably in a very public place. Is everything okay? Jeremiah asked with concern. You look like you're overthinking something. What is it? She blushed even more, embarrassed that he could read her so easily. If she wasn't careful, he'd have her figured out in no time at all. She needed to switch topics to one that didn't involve Jeremiah. So, she said the first thing that came to mind, I need your help with a mix-up.
Chapter 8. Jeremiah. Jeremiah had completely read Haven's body language wrong. He'd thought that everything about the way she was reacting, from her pupils dilating to the flush coloring her neck and face, showed that she felt something for him. Something more than friendship. But, no, all she wanted was his help with a scheduling problem. He should have known it wouldn't be that easy. So, you're saying you told Jess and Duncan that you booked the resort's ballroom for their wedding, but you actually booked them for the day after. And you booked Neogene for the 5th instead. He ran his hands through his hair and shook his head. His sister would be distraught if she found out about this. Well, first distraught, then stressed out. He didn't need to have her kind of inklings to know how much this mix-up would ruin her big day. Wow, this is bad. Germ. Haven sighed and gave him a pained look. That's not helping the situation. Sorry. He squeezed out a sheepish smile. Okay, let's try this again. It's not that bad. The glare Haven shot his way showed that she was not amused. He'd seen that expression too often when they were younger and he'd done something to annoy her. Like hiding whatever book she'd been reading so she'd hang out with him instead, or making fun of the male actors that she'd thought were hot. Back then, he'd take her out for an ice cream cone or a milkshake to get back on her good side. If only he could do that now. Unfortunately, this situation wasn't as easy to fix. Or was it? Jeremiah shot up in his seat as an idea came to him. I've got it. I'll let my boss know that it'd be safer to start the sales event on the 6th instead of the 5th. It's just a one-day difference. I'm sure he won't have a problem with it. She shook her head. I can't let you do that. I won't let you lie for me. It's not a complete lie. It would be safer for everyone involved if Jess didn't have to contact every single guest to tell them the wedding got moved to Sunday. How can you joke at a time like this? Haven groaned. This is a disaster. I can't believe I messed up this badly. He couldn't believe it either. The Haven he knew planned everything out ahead of time and always had things under control. She'd never forgotten a homework assignment or scored poorly on a test. She always remembered everyone's birthday and favorite cake flavor. And she never got stains on her clothes. His brows rose to see the blue and brown spots on her white sweater. Haven was obviously in a bind. It was time to stop joking around and give her the support she needed. He reached across the desk and gently placed his hands over hers. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. It was an accident. The worst kind of accident. As her best friend and event planner, I'm supposed to make her wedding day the best it can be. This is so far off the mark, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. The worst part is that I can't even talk to her about it. We'll figure this out heavenly. She took a shaky breath. Her vivid green eyes were filled with tears, but she had a hint of a smile on her lips. Promise? Promise. He held on to her hands, not wanting to let go. The warmth from her fingers spread to his entire body, filling him with peace. He longed to provide the same comfort and reassurance for her that she gave him. It's all going to work out. As long as God is on our side, we still have hope. She surprised him by pulling away. Her voice was hollow as she murmured, "Sure." The mood in the room shifted from hopeful to grim as quickly as one lost visibility in a sandstorm. He'd been in plenty of those when he'd served in the Middle East, so he knew what to expect from them. But it had been so long since he'd spent much time with Haven, he couldn't pinpoint what was going on with her. There was definitely something off. Her reaction reminded him of last night's conversation, when he'd brought up God and she'd closed herself off. He wasn't sure what to make of it. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine, just a little tired. Her expression brightened a little. Maya had so much fun last night, it took her longer than usual to settle down. Jeremiah nodded. He could have said the same thing about himself. Going to the tree lighting ceremony with Haven and Maya had been the highlight of his weekend. He'd been up late into the night rehashing all of the fun they'd shared. Those moments had given him an incredible taste of the future he hoped to have. But first, he needed to deal with the present. Why don't you get yourself another cup of coffee while I make a phone call? I'd appreciate a cup, too. Haven nodded and picked up her mug. Cream, no sugar. He was touched that she remembered those details. Yes, thanks. Feel free to take your time. As soon as she left the office, he pulled out his phone. It would take some convincing, but he knew how to appeal to his boss's heart now that he was a family man. As soon as Gabriel Brooks answered, Jeremiah made his request. Hi, Gabe. I need a favor, in the name of love. You're pulling out the love card. Gabe's deep laugh came over the line. Tell me more about this woman. By the time Haven returned 10 minutes later, Jeremiah had finished his call. Wearing a grin from ear to ear, he took the cup of steaming hot coffee she handed him and waited for her to sit down. She stared at him with her brows furrowed. "Why do you look like you're about to burst? I don't think I've seen you this happy since you got your driver's license." He chuckled. "That was a good day, but this is even better." "How so?" "My boss agreed to postpone the first day of Neogene's conference to Sunday, the 6th. The ballroom is all yours, or rather, Jess and Duncan's, on the 5th. Haven's complexion immediately pinkened. Her mouth fell open for a full 3 seconds as she stared at Jeremiah in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Jess and Duncan's wedding is a go for the 5th. "I thought that's what you said." She shrieked and jumped out of her seat. There were practically stars in her eyes, she was so delighted. "Thank you, Germ." He didn't have time to blink before he felt Haven's arms around his neck. She hugged him from behind with her soft cheek next to his bearded one. His pulse raced to be this close. With every inhale, he breathed in the warm, sweet notes of her honeysuckle perfume. All it'd take would be one turn of his head to be face to face with Haven. To be 1 inch away from her lips and to finally feel complete. Every cell in his body desired that kind of intimacy with her. He brought his hand up and placed it on her arm as he twisted to the right. Their eyes immediately locked, and the smile on Haven's face froze. Her gaze fell to his mouth and for a split second, he thought she would lean in, but then the moment was over even before it started. She withdrew her arms from around his neck and stepped back. Jeremiah turned around in his seat to find her standing by the door, arms crossed tightly over her chest. Her stance resembled a bouncer's, except that he'd never seen a bouncer with legs as lovely as Haven's were in her form-fitting skirt. "Thanks again." She gave him a small smile. "You saved my behind big time." "No problem." He shook his head in an attempt to clear any thoughts of her lips from his mind. With a hopeful smile, he added, "It's the least I could do to make up for flaking on our friendship." She frowned. "Hey, I thought we said we were moving on from the past." "There's nothing to make up for." "Right." He was thankful for her gracious attitude. "Thanks for the reminder." She nodded, her eyes wide. "You have to tell me how you convinced your boss." "What did you say?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "I told him about you and me and how we go way back. He and his wife knew each other when they were in high school, too. Not quite the same situation as us, they were rivals, but he understands the importance of friendship and love." He threw that last word in to test the waters. He wondered how Haven would react, if she'd have a reaction at all. Oh, but she did. Her cheeks immediately flushed. "That's great. He sounds really supportive." "He is. He also gave me tomorrow off, so I can help you plan the bridal and bachelor party." Her brows rose. "More good news." "I haven't really thought about what to do yet, but Jess said to keep it simple. If I know my sister, she'll still want it to be fun. We'll need to put our heads together to figure it out." He cocked his head to the side. "How about tonight? Let me take you out for dinner and we can do some planning." "Tonight?" Her brows shot up as she squeaked out the word. "I don't know. Maya expects me to be home for dinner." "What about this then? I'll pick up some food for all of us, your parents, too." "How does Italian sound?" Italian's great, but you really don't have to go to all that trouble." It's no trouble at all. It'll give me a chance to catch up with everyone. I'd like to see Maya again, too. I think we really bonded last night. Haven pressed her lips together in a tight line. About that, Germ, if you're coming over, I feel like I should warn you about Maya. Warn me? He smirked. What about? The thing is, Maya's going through a phase. Now that she's older, she's noticing that other kids have fathers and wondering why she doesn't have one, too. So, for her to give you the nickname that she gave you, it's sweet and all, but I don't want her to get the wrong idea about who you are to her. The wrong idea? Let me be clear, I would never try to take her father's place. Is that what you're worried about? Yes. No. She frowned. I know you wouldn't do that. It's just that I'm afraid she'll get it in her head that you and I what? That you and I, that if you're Uncle Daddy, then I would be, I'm already Mommy, but together, we would be, she threw up her hands and shrugged. Never mind. I don't know what I'm trying to say. How about we go take a tour of the lodge? Without waiting for a reply, Haven swung the door open. She disappeared down the hall, calling for Jeremiah to join her. As he followed her out, two thoughts passed through his mind: one, that he'd never seen Haven so frazzled before, and two, he now knew for sure that he'd had that effect on her.
Chapter 9. Haven. The more Haven thought about her evening plans, the more stressed she became. Why had she agreed to Jeremiah's offer to bring dinner over? She should have been more firm and not allowed herself to be swayed by his velvety smooth voice and gorgeous blue eyes. Every decision she made not only affected her life, but Maya's as well. And right now, the twisting feeling in her gut confirmed that she'd put her needs over her daughter's. She really needed to get her priorities straight. Sighing, Haven turned her car into the driveway of her parents' home and parked. A light shower began falling, covering her windshield in trails of raindrops. The sun had set a little while ago, allowing her to hide away for a few minutes in the near darkness. She'd come to treasure this time after work each day before she stepped inside the house. It helped to make the transition from event planner to mom a little easier. Through the living room window, she saw part of their decorated Christmas tree, all lit up. Next to it was the fireplace mantle with 5 red stockings, one for each of them, including their dog. The sight looked like a scene from a Hallmark movie, but it didn't evoke warm fuzzy feelings within her. The holidays only served to remind her of how little her life resembled her dreams. She only celebrated Christmas for Maya's sake. Everything she did was for her daughter, to make sure she felt loved and happy. Which was why she couldn't give Mia a false sense of hope. She pulled her phone out of her purse, ready to cancel her dinner plans with Jeremiah. That was when she realized she didn't even have his phone number. Her only option was to ask Jess for it. As soon as her friend picked up, though, Haven regretted making the call. "Hey, Havy, I hear you're having dinner with Jair." Jess's voice had a teasing tone to it. "You invited my brother over, but not me? What gives?" "It was really last minute, Jess. And actually, I've changed my mind about having him over. I was hoping you could give me his number. I need to call him before he shows up at my door." "Changed your mind? But you love Italian food. He called me up just an hour ago to ask if Giovanni's was still around. He remembered how much you used to love their breadsticks." "He did?" Haven found herself smiling in spite of the situation. She couldn't believe Jeremiah had paid attention to that little detail when they were kids. Now that she thought about it, he'd always known what her likes and dislikes had been. He'd managed to surprise her with the best gifts for her birthday and for Christmas all throughout high school. There was a box of those little trinkets, fun keychains, cute stationery supplies, and animal figurines, stashed in her parents' attic. That's really sweet of him. Right? He's never that thoughtful with me. Jess scoffed. Anyhow, I think it's too late for you to cancel your dinner plans. I'm sure he already placed the order. He's not going to be able to eat all that food by himself. Haven tapped her fingers on the center console as she thought. He could share it with you and Duncan. Duncan's working late tonight, so I already ate by myself. That's too bad. Why are you wanting to cancel anyway? I thought you guys were going to plan our bridal shower/bachelor party together? We are. I just don't feel right about him going to all this trouble, Haven replied as casually as possible. It'd be easier to talk on the phone. But I heard that he and Maya hit it off really well. Jer told me the nickname she gave him. Uncle Daddy? She's a hoot. He must have made a really good impression on her. I bet she's going to love seeing him again. Wow. Had Jeremiah told Jess everything that had happened? And how was Jess staying so calm now that she knew? That's the thing, Jess. Maya's gotten it in her head that she wants a dad. So, Jeremiah is the last person she should be seeing right now. But why? Haven threw her head back against the headrest. How could Jess not understand her dilemma? She couldn't believe she had to spell it out for her. Because Jeremiah isn't her dad. It would break her little heart to get even more attached to him than she already is and then to have him leave. I can't let that happen. She paused. I'm surprised you'd even ask that question, Jess. What if he could be her dad? Not now, but someday? Haven's jaw dropped. She held the phone up and stared at the screen to make sure she hadn't dialed the wrong person. Because whoever she was talking to did not sound like her best friend at all. But nope, it was Jess's number, all right. She brought the phone back to her ear and exclaimed, Jessica and Gilbert, are you feeling okay? I'm perfectly fine. Why do you ask? Because you just implied that your brother and Haven couldn't even finish the sentence. It was one thing to have romantic thoughts about Jeremiah, but another thing to voice them out loud, especially to Jess. She tugged her coat tighter around her torso. She'd been sitting long enough in the car that the cold from outside was starting to seep in. This whole conversation was going a lot longer and in a completely different direction from what she'd expected. There was silence on the other end of the line. Haven wondered if the call had dropped when Jess finally spoke up. Havy, I know about the pact. Haven furrowed her brows. What pact? You know, the one you and Jair made when we were juniors. We had to write that letter to ourselves about what we'd like to accomplish by the time we were 30. And you guys agreed to marry each other. All the blood rushed from Haven's face. If she hadn't told her about the pact, that meant someone else had. And that someone else obviously hadn't forgotten about it, like she'd thought he had. Jeremiah told you about the pact? He sure did. If I wasn't so excited about it, I'd be truly upset at you. I can't believe you didn't tell me. There was nothing to tell. We were 16. It was a silly thing to do. I didn't even remember the pact until the other day when I got my letter in the mail. She swallowed hard. A crazy thought crossed her mind that made her heart start pounding. Jeremiah's not serious about it, is he? There's no way he thinks the pact is real? Hearing the words come out of her mouth made her realize how foolish she sounded. She laughed, feeling relieved. Of course not. What am I thinking? Jess didn't laugh. Instead, she calmly asked, "What if he is? Would that be so bad? Do you hear what you're saying? We're talking about marriage. He'd do anything for you, especially after what you've been through." He felt so bad that he was overseas when Mark passed and Maya was born. He really wished he could have been there for you or at least have reached out sooner. He's been wanting to patch things up for a while now. Haven's stomach turned. So, he's doing this out of guilt or pity? No. That's not what I meant. I'm saying that even though you guys didn't keep in touch all these years, you were still on his mind. You've always held a special place in his heart. You guys would be so good together, you, Jair, and Maya. Maya would have the father she needs and you wouldn't have to be alone anymore. I hate that you're facing this world alone. Haven rolled her eyes. Why did Jess have to sound so dramatic? I'm not alone. I have my parents and Maya. I have you. You know what I mean. She didn't need to see Jess to know that she likely had her arms crossed and a frown on her face. Sure, her dear friend had the best of intentions, but she wasn't being realistic. I know you mean well, Jess, and I love you for it, but what you're saying is crazy. I'm not going to marry Jeremiah because of some pact we made nearly 15 years ago. We didn't keep in touch for all those years and we don't even live in the same state now. Those are minor details. What's important is that you've reconnected. The friendship's still there and it's as strong as ever. Friendship, yes, but that's it. We've never dated. Please. The chemistry's there, it always was. Come on, if you liked Jair when he was 2 inches shorter than you and going through his awkward preteen phase, I'm pretty sure you find him attractive now. A fluttering sensation filled Haven's stomach just thinking about how true those words were. Good thing Jess couldn't see her now because there was no hiding her burning cheeks. Her heart raced as if she'd just run up a flight of stairs and she could hardly catch her breath. She'd had the same heady reaction that afternoon when Jeremiah had placed his hand on her arm. His blue eyes had darkened with intensity, drawing her to him in a way she'd never felt before. Haven couldn't believe she'd come within a heartbeat of placing her lips on his. Thank goodness, she'd stopped herself in time. There'd be no coming back from a kiss. If they crossed that line, their friendship would never be the same again. Her heart would never be the same. Havy? Jess's voice filled her ear. You still there? Haven cleared her throat, her entire face on fire now. Sorry, what were you saying? I was saying that you should give this a chance. The timing's right. You and Jair are both adults now. I think this may be God opening a door for you. You just need to take a step of faith and walk through it. Jess, her voice faltered. Her friend's words were supposed to be an encouragement, but they only served to remind her of how much she'd lost. The darkness inside her car reflected how she felt inside. Empty, alone, hopeless. She didn't think she even had the faith of a mustard seed at this point. You make it sound so easy. I wish I had as much faith as you, but I don't. I'm not sure if I ever will again. Havy. I'm sorry life has beaten you up so bad. I wish there was something I could do to make it better. I'll be fine. She'd said this line so often since Mark had passed that she almost believed it. Almost being the key word. She was far from fine. She sucked in a big gulp of air. Now was not the time to get down on herself. If she let herself start wallowing in how unfair her life was, she'd never leave her car. She had a daughter to attend to, not to mention, a dinner to cancel. If you could give me Jeremiah's number, that would help the most right now. Okay, if you insist. Here it is. Haven punched the digits into her phone, saving the number in her contacts list. Thank you. I better give him a call. After saying goodbye to Jess, she dialed Jeremiah. Several rings later, his voicemail picked up. She tried 2 more times, with no success, before giving up. The thought crossed her mind to leave a message, but she didn't know what to say. All the options she came up with were less than ideal. Hi Germ, I'd prefer it if you didn't come for dinner because Maya is expecting you to show up, and if you do, that would mean that God answered her prayers. Germ, I need you to stay away because I don't trust myself around you anymore and I might end up trying to kiss you again. The last one took the cake. Jeremiah, please don't come over tonight because seeing you again would make me wish the crazy idea of our marriage pact was real. Goodness, she was in over her head. And also completely out of time. One glance at her watch showed that it was 10 till 6. How had 20 minutes passed already since she parked? Jeremiah was scheduled to arrive soon. If she hadn't reached him by now, there was no use in trying again. The only thing she could do now was prepare her family before Jeremiah arrived. Haven gathered up her purse and exited the car. Ducking her head to shield her face from the rain, she quickly rounded the front of the sedan. She was in such a hurry to get inside the house, she didn't see the large puddle near the porch, and walked straight into it. Water splashed onto her ankle boots and up her calves. The cold liquid seeped through her tights, making her shiver. A loud groan escaped her lips. Could this day get any worse? Not only did she need to change her stained sweater, she now needed to switch out of her skirt as well. Gritting her teeth, she took a step forward, then stomped her feet to shake off the excess water. She was about to head up the porch stairs when a bright beam of light lit up her peripheral vision. A vehicle was coming down the quiet street toward her house. Haven was sure that with her luck, it was Jeremiah, arriving early for dinner. A rush of adrenaline flooded her body as she went into fight or flight mode. She needed to get inside, now. Against her better judgment, she ran up the slippery stairs as fast as her feet would carry her. She was about to celebrate reaching the top when her boot got caught on the last step. Losing her balance, she fell forward and landed hard on the concrete. She cried out as a searing pain gripped her right knee, immobilizing her. Hot tears flooded her eyes, more out of frustration than anything else. She couldn't help but wonder if God was having a good laugh because this day had just hit rock bottom. Haven. Great. Now, she could add embarrassment to the list of emotions hanging over her head like a dark cloud. She glanced over her shoulder to see Jeremiah shutting his car door. He sprinted up the driveway, wearing a thick coat and dark slacks. In the soft glow of the porch light, his tall, muscular frame moved with grace and agility as he bounded up the steps she had just wiped out on. When he reached her side, Haven almost expected him to laugh at her. Instead, he took one look at her and gasped. With no effort at all, he scooped her up and brought her to his chest. Her hands went up around his neck without a second thought as she leaned into him. She felt a bit like Lois Lane, resting in Superman's arms. She wouldn't be surprised at all if she fainted, because the way Jeremiah was looking at her made her insides weak. "I've got you," he whispered into the stillness of the night. "You're safe with me." In that moment, Haven wanted more than anything to believe she was.
Chapter 10. Jeremiah. Jeremiah wondered if he was dreaming, but if he was, he didn't want to wake up. Here was Haven in his arms, staring up at him with utmost trust in her eyes. Every bone in his body wished he'd arrived just a minute earlier, so he could have prevented her fall, but he was thankful to have been the one to pick her up. Their faces were mere inches apart, their warm breaths mingling in the space between them. He felt her fingers tighten around the nape of his neck as her gaze dropped to his mouth. His heart pounded with a fervent need to claim her lips. Was it possible that she longed to kiss him, too? When she lifted her lashes, he saw a flicker of desire in her eyes. It was enough that he decided to take a leap. A leap of faith to show Haven how much she'd always meant to him. He leaned down and nudged the tip of her nose with his. She stilled, then closed her eyes and tilted her face up. An inch more, and he would feel her mouth. Mama. Uncle Daddy. Haven gasped and pulled back as the front door swung open. They both looked up to see Maya standing in the doorway, beaming like it was already Christmas morning. Her furry friend popped up beside her, wagging her tail and yipping with excitement. Maya. Did you open the door by yourself? Haven exclaimed. You know you're supposed to wait for Grammy or Grandpa to open it for you. Maya stared up at them curiously. Why is Uncle Daddy holding you? Is he carrying you to bed? No. Haven shot Jeremiah a wide-eyed frown that made him want to laugh. Her cheeks were bright red, thanks to Maya's innocent question. Germ, you can put me down now. Your mama fell, so I'm helping her, Maya. Where do you think I should carry her to? Nowhere. Haven groaned. I can walk. I'll help you inside, he insisted. Maya, would you hold the door open for us? Maya's ponytail swung around her face as she nodded eagerly. Okay. Haven was much less enthusiastic. Jeremiah, I can walk, really. He knew by the tone of her voice, and also the fact that she used his first name, that she meant business. She might be stubborn, but he could be, too, if need be. You shouldn't put any weight on your knee until I have a chance to look at it. Remember in 8th grade when you sprained your ankle in PE, but refused to get it checked? It ballooned up to twice its size by lunchtime. She wrinkled her nose and sighed. Fine. Happy he'd won the battle, Jeremiah carried her through the door and into the living room. The aroma of freshly baked cookies filled his senses, reminding him of so many Christmases past when he had come over after school and shared a plate of chocolate chip cookies with Haven. Not much had changed inside the Alexanders' home. The same blue and cream plaid couch and wooden coffee table took up one wall. Several framed photos of Haven hung on the wall, showing her progression from her elementary years to high school. Even the same 6-foot artificial tree with its familiar red and green ornaments sat in the corner. Maya's Pomeranian ran over and made herself comfortable beside the wrapped presents underneath the tree. Jeremiah set Haven down gingerly on one end of the couch and positioned a throw pillow behind her. He helped remove her boots before resting her injured leg on another cushion. Maya ran over and hopped up next to Haven. She wore the same red and white Santa Claus dress from the tree lighting ceremony. With a concerned look, she asked Haven, "Where's your boo-boo?" "Boo-boo? Who's got a boo-boo?" An energetic voice called out. Not a second later, Mrs. Alexander emerged from the direction of the kitchen with a red apron over her sweater and slacks. Haven. Jeremiah. What's going on here? Are you okay, dear? I'm fine, Mom. I just slipped on the steps outside and fell on my knee. Jeremiah's taking a look at it. Hi, Mrs. Alexander. It's good to see you again. Jeremiah greeted the older woman with a smile, then knelt beside the couch. He waited for Haven to lift the hem of her skirt up a little, then began examining her injury. As expected, the area around her kneecap was red and swollen. Fortunately, the bruising's not too bad. The swelling should go down in a day or two. Relief softened Haven's features. She pulled her skirt down and swung her leg to the ground. I told you it wasn't serious. I'll go get some ice for it. I'll get it, Mama. Maya hopped down from the couch and ran off before anyone could stop her. Maya. I better go help her, so she doesn't flood the kitchen floor. Mrs. Alexander turned to go, but not before she gave Jeremiah a curious glance. Why don't you have a seat, Jeremiah? I'll be right back. Jeremiah sat down beside Haven, who was now perched on the edge of the couch. Her hands gripped the cushion as she sat as still and straight as a board. Was she upset about their near kiss? He doubted that was the reason. She had leaned in right before Maya interrupted them. Perhaps she was still shaken up over the fall. Regret coursed through his veins as he murmured, I'm sorry, I wasn't there to catch you. Haven shook her head, still not meeting his eyes. It was my fault. I shouldn't have been running. I'm not the most nimble on my feet. Case in point, the sprained ankle you mentioned. Well, I dare say your form's improved since freshman year, he said, trying to lighten the mood. You can definitely blame the rain for tonight's fall. She smirked. I like your explanation better. Right? He chuckled, glad to see her loosening up. What was the rush, anyway? You bolted for the steps as soon as I pulled up. For a second there, it seemed like you were trying to run away from me. She finally glanced over at him, her cheeks turning a pretty shade of pink. I was trying to hurry inside, so I could change before dinner. I've got all these stains on my sweater and my skirt got wet when I stepped in a puddle. Then you showed up early, she winced. It sounds so vain now. Jeremiah had to smile. He appreciated how honest she was being. In the spirit of transparency, he decided to be honest with her, too. If anyone's vain, it's me. I changed my shirt 3 times before coming over. And they were all clean and dry. Her green eyes widened. Why in the world would you do that? I've seen you in sweats and holey jeans before. It doesn't matter what you wear. I wanted to make a good impression. It's not every day that I get to have dinner with 2 of my favorite people. 2 of your favorite people. She shot him a mischievous grin. I'm sure my mom and dad will be happy to hear that. Jeremiah laughed, his gaze lingering on her. Haven was such a natural beauty, she always had been and was even more so now. She easily took his breath away with just one smile. Sitting next to her, with their knees touching, he was nearly speechless. The only words he managed to utter were, "You're so beautiful." She blushed, averting her eyes. She wrung her hands in her lap and released a heavy breath. It's me, Germ. You don't have to say stuff like that. But it's true. You've always been beautiful. She shook her head, chewing on her bottom lip in embarrassment. She gestured to the stains on her sweater. I should go change. And check on Maya. She should have gotten the ice by now. His brows rose to see Haven so flustered. He reached over and placed his hand on hers. Hey, relax. You need to elevate your leg. I'll get the ice for you. Jeremiah, please stop. What is it? Now he was really concerned. Haven wasn't acting like herself at all. What's going on, Haven? She shook her hand free from his. A pained expression created lines across her forehead. I know why you're being so nice to me. But you don't owe me anything. That pact we made all those years ago, it wasn't real. I would never, in a million years, expect you to marry me because of some silly agreement we had when we were 16. This was what Haven was upset about. He breathed a sigh of relief. Having her mention the pact actually made everything so much easier. There would be no more beating around the bush. You remembered the pact. I'm so glad you brought it up. I've been wanting to talk to you about it since we first saw each other at the lodge. She gasped. Jess was right, you're actually serious about this. He was surprised his sister hadn't mentioned talking to Haven. When did you talk to Jess? I called her earlier to ask for your number. The truth is, I was going to cancel our dinner plans, but you didn't answer. I must have missed your call when I was picking up the food. Something she'd said made him pause. Wait, you were going to cancel? It's a long story. It's okay. Tell me. Well, the short version is that Maya thinks you're going to be her dad. That means there would have to be something more between you and me, which is crazy, right? Eyes wide, she clamped her hand over her mouth. What's crazy is that I can't believe we almost kissed, he filled in for her. The word hung in the air between them like a snowflake drifting to the ground. In contrast, the silence that followed felt heavy and loud. Jeremiah said a quick prayer, asking for wisdom to know the right words to say. He needed Haven to understand his intentions. Haven, I want there to be more between us. You're one of my oldest friends. But more than that, you've been on my mind all these years that we've been apart. Life didn't work out for us to be together before, but it is now. I believe God led me back to freedom for reasons other than work and the wedding. The pact we made, it's more than a piece of paper to me. It's a promise that I want to see through. I'm not asking for your hand in marriage yet, but I'd like for us to pursue a relationship. He gave her a hopeful smile as he waited for her response. Mama, here's your ice. Maya bounded back into the living room, interrupting their conversation. She wore a different dress than the one she had on earlier. This new one was a velvety material of deep purple with small gemstones adorning the rounded collar. Her hair now fell down her back in 2 braids that were tied with purple ribbons. Sweetheart, thank you so much. Haven accepted the plastic sandwich-sized bag Maya handed her. A curious smile curved her lips as she gave her daughter a quick once-over. I'm surprised you changed your dress. You haven't worn anything other than your Santa one for days now. I dressed up for Uncle Daddy, Maya declared proudly. She then looked up at Jeremiah and asked, Did you bring food? My tummy's growling. Maya. Haven gave her a stern look. Remember your manners, please. Please, Uncle Daddy, Maya pleaded. I'm hungry. Jeremiah jumped to his feet. I sure did. Let me go get it. We can't have a hungry purple princess, can we? His conversation with Haven would have to wait. But now that all his cards were on the table, it would be easier to show her how serious he was.
Chapter 11. Haven. Haven spotted her mom's disapproving face, narrowed eyes and lips pressed together, as soon as she walked back into the living room. It was the same look she used to give Haven when she was a child and she accidentally spilled her milk at the dinner table. She knew today's reason was much more serious, and she only had herself to blame. If only she hadn't fallen, she would have been able to warn her mom about Jeremiah coming. It was her fault that she'd left out some important information when she told her mom not to cook dinner tonight. You neglected to mention some things when you called me this afternoon, Haven. Her mom crossed her arms over her red sweater. I thought you were bringing dinner home. I didn't know you'd be bringing Jeremiah as well. Mom, I can explain, she stated quickly, knowing that Jeremiah would be back any minute with their takeout. I bumped into him at work and he offered to bring dinner for us. I was going to cancel, but before I could, he showed up. Her mom glanced over at Maya, who was peering through the curtains at the sidewalk. That's fine. But next time I would appreciate some advance notice if we're going to be having a guest over. Your father was still wearing sweatpants. He's changing into something more appropriate now. You should go and change your sweater, too. Haven bit back a laugh. Her mom was concerned about their appearances? This is Jeremiah we're talking about. He's been over here more times than I can count. When I wasn't over at the Gilberts, he and Jess were here. Dad doesn't need to change. He does when it's Uncle Daddy we're eating with. She let out a loud sigh, her expression conflicted. I must say, he wasn't who I was expecting, but who am I to second-guess the Lord? He works in mysterious ways. Mom, please. Haven exclaimed, half horrified. She couldn't believe her mom actually believed that God had brought Jeremiah over for dinner. And that Jeremiah was the answer to Maya's prayers. That was about the second most absurd thing she'd heard tonight, after Jeremiah's insistence on holding to their pact. Certainly, nothing could top that. He's only here for dinner, nothing more. Maya suddenly spun around on the couch. With an earnest smile, she asked, Can I sit next to Uncle Daddy? Of course, Maya. Her grandmother nodded. God brought him here for you. And you, too, she added with a knowing glance in Haven's direction. There's nothing going on between us. Haven's stomach twisted, though, when she said those lines. If almost kissing your friend was the definition of nothing, she needed a new dictionary. Her face warmed just thinking about how close she'd come to feeling Jeremiah's lips on hers. It had been so easy to fall under his spell. He was so handsome, strong, and gentle, everything that a lonely widow would be attracted to. Throw in the fact that he was one of her oldest friends, and it was a perfect storm of warm, fuzzy emotions and pheromones at work. But feelings were temporary at best. She couldn't do temporary, her heart wouldn't survive. And most of all, she wasn't the same person Jeremiah thought she was. The girl he'd made that pact with had been innocent and faithful, not the broken, hopeless woman she was today. No, Jeremiah deserved more than she could offer him. Thank goodness Maya had interrupted them when she had. Now, she just needed to stay clear of Jeremiah for the rest of the evening and make sure everyone stopped making such a big deal out of nothing. Mom, just act normal. Please? Her mom held her hands up in surrender. Of course. You don't have to worry about me. It's your father you should be talking to. I heard that. Her dad's booming voice grew louder as he entered the room wearing a long-sleeve polo shirt and jeans. His gray hair, what was left of it, was combed to one side to cover a bald spot. With his arms outstretched, he gave them a toothy grin. How do I look? You look great, Dad. But you don't need to dress up. I'm not planning to change. Haven decided in that moment that she wasn't going to worry about the stains on her sweater. Maybe she'd forego using utensils at dinner and eat with her hands, too. She'd do just about anything to make Jeremiah question his decision to pursue a relationship with her. You don't need to change. You've grown more beautiful since the last time Jeremiah saw you. You're old man, though. The years haven't been as kind to me, her dad replied with a chuckle. Now, where's my future son-in-law? Dad, please stop. Haven buried her face in her hands. This day had just gotten worse, tenfold. She lowered her hands, ready to talk some sense into her dad when the front door opened. In walked Jeremiah carrying two large paper bags by their handles. His face brightened to see everyone waiting for him. Who's hungry? I think the food's still warm. Here, let me take those from you, her mom insisted. Thank you for bringing dinner. It's my pleasure. It's not every day that I get to eat with 4 of my favorite people. He shot Haven a playful grin. After handing the bags over, Jeremiah reached out to her dad for a handshake. It's good to see you, sir. Likewise, son. Haven's dad beamed, then winked at her. Let's go sit down for dinner. Their meal, thankfully, went off without any embarrassing or awkward moments. Haven actually found their time together surprisingly enjoyable. With Maya sitting in between her and Jeremiah, she was saved from having to breathe in the intoxicating scent of his cologne or accidentally brushing his arm with hers. Instead, she focused on eating her savory pasta and meatballs and listening to Maya's non-stop chatter. My favorite color is blue. Maya's big green eyes only strayed from Jeremiah's face for a second while she lifted her plastic cup to her mouth. When she finished her sip, she smiled at him with a full milk mustache on display. What's your favorite color, Uncle Daddy? Mine's blue, too. Like this shade. He pointed at his royal blue dress shirt. How about you? What kind of blue do you like? Maya tilted her head to one side as she rose up onto her knees. Placing one small hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, she gazed long and hard at him. He stopped eating to do the same, a tender smile curving his lips. Haven couldn't help but stare at them mid-slurp, a long linguine noodle dangling from her mouth. A lump formed in her throat at the sight of Maya and Jeremiah sharing such a sweet moment together. This was what her daughter had been missing her whole life. A father to dote on her, to teach her and protect her. Haven grieved in her heart once again for what she and Maya had lost. Yet she was grateful that Maya could experience even a little bit of that care and love, however brief it was. The longer she stared, however, the more her chest ached. She quickly diverted her gaze and returned her attention to swallowing her mouthful of pasta. Maya, sweetheart, what are you looking at? Her grandmother asked. It's not polite to stare. I like Uncle Daddy's eyes, Maya declared. They're shiny like Elsa's dress. Haven chuckled. She'd lost count of how many times Maya had watched the Frozen movies. She herself could recite most of the lines. Now that Maya mentioned it, Jeremiah's icy blue eyes did have a nice sparkle to them. That's a big compliment, Germ. Elsa's her favorite Disney character. Elsa? He rubbed his bearded chin as he gave Maya an apologetic smile. I'm afraid I don't know who she is. I'm a little behind on Disney movies. Maya's mouth fell open. She turned to Haven and exclaimed, I want to watch Anna and Elsa with Uncle Daddy. Can we watch after dinner, Mama? The earnestness in her sweet voice tugged at Haven's heartstrings. A voice in her head cautioned her to say no, but she couldn't bear seeing Maya sad. What could one movie hurt? She didn't want to put Jeremiah on the line, though, so she gave a safe reply. I don't know if Uncle, Jeremiah has time. I have time, he piped up. He has time, Haven, her dad repeated with a bright grin. Uncle Daddy has time, Maya echoed as she bounced in her chair. She then proceeded to shovel the rest of her pasta into her mouth and chug down her milk with gusto. I'm done. Let's watch. And that's how Haven soon found herself sitting on the couch after dinner watching a singing and dancing snowman on the TV screen. An hour into the movie, both her parents had turned in for the night. They also took Maya, who had fallen asleep with her head on Jeremiah's shoulder, to bed. As soon as it was evident that she would be left alone with Jeremiah, Haven aimed the remote at the TV to stop the movie. Thank you for staying so late, Germ. With her legs still elevated and iced, she couldn't very well rush him out the door, but she hoped he'd get the hint. That was really kind of you. Draping his arm on the back of the couch, he turned to face her. It was my pleasure. I actually enjoyed the movie. It's different from the ones Jess made me watch when we were kids. Haven nodded. Elsa's not your typical princess. And Hans doesn't seem to be the typical leading man. I have an inkling he's not who he claims to be, he added with a wink. To be honest, I'm a little bummed that I won't get to finish the movie. You could always watch it later, like on your plane ride home. Haven took a shaky breath. She wasn't sure why, but talking about Jeremiah leaving made her chest tighten. Despite her not wanting to be alone with him, she wasn't looking forward to the day when he'd go back to California. His expression sobered, as if he dreaded the thought, too. Or could I come back tomorrow to finish it with Maya? I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? She blinked quickly. Did she really need to list out all the reasons for him? It's just not. Just like it wasn't a good idea for her to be sitting in the semi-darkness with him, especially with him giving her puppy dog eyes. His forlorn expression looked sadder than Maddie's did when she didn't have anyone to play fetch with. Which reminded her. I need to take Maddie to do her business. How about I walk you out? Jeremiah took her hint and stood up quickly. You stay put. I'll let her out, then I'll be on my way. Okay, thanks. Haven watched as Jeremiah scooped up their sleepy palm and carried her to the front yard. Through the window, she saw his 6-foot frame bend down and interact with Maddie in the most gentle way. She still glimpsed the kind and patient heart of the middle schooler that she once knew. That was the Jeremiah she'd fallen for and even wished to marry all those years ago. How life would be different if they had stayed in touch. Maybe she wouldn't have had to go through all the heartache of the past 4 years. But then again, she wouldn't have had Maya, her pride and joy. It was strange reconciling how some of the darkest parts of her life had also resulted in some of the best ones. She must have gotten lost in her thoughts because the next thing she knew, Jeremiah was back in the house and Maddie was in her usual spot under the Christmas tree. I'll be off now, Haven, Jeremiah called out softly to her from the front door. Sure. She waved from where she sat on the couch, relieved that he was leaving. Thanks again for bringing dinner. It was my pleasure. He nodded with a smile. Say, what time do you get to work in the morning? 9. Why? I'll be by at 8:30 to pick you up. It's best to give your knee a break from driving for a few days. She quickly shook her head. That's too much trouble. You'd be coming from the lodge to pick me up, then drive me back there. That's so out of the way for you. Thank you for offering, Germ, but I'll be fine, really. It'll give us time to talk about Saturday's plans. We didn't get a chance to do that tonight. She gritted her teeth, knowing exactly why, or who had made her so forgetful. That's right, I totally forgot. You know what, I'll come up with something. We don't need to meet up just to talk about that. You know Jess would never let me hear the end of it if she knew I let you do all the planning. Come on, let me drive you. Even as warning lights went off in her head, Haven found her resolve fading. Jeremiah's smile was so sweet, she couldn't say no. If you're sure you don't mind. Not a bit. Thanks, Germ. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Heavenly. Good night. As soon as the front door shut, Haven sank into the couch cushions and placed a hand over her racing heart. According to her watch, she had 10 hours and 41 minutes before she'd see Jeremiah again. She hoped that was enough time to tell her body to stop overreacting to every one of his smiles. Her defenses were weakening, and she had no idea how to stop falling for him.
Chapter 12. Jeremiah. Jeremiah pulled out all the stops Tuesday morning. With his flight back to California booked for that evening, he wanted to leave Haven with a strong, lasting impression until he returned that weekend. That's why he had fresh coffee and her favorite pastry waiting for her in his rental car. The surprise put a smile on her face as soon as she sat down in the passenger seat. "It smells amazing in here." Her eyes widened as Jeremiah handed her the breakfast he'd bought. "Is this for me? You didn't have to go to all this trouble. You're already picking me up, for goodness sakes." "It's no trouble at all. How are you feeling? How's the knee doing?" he asked as he started the engine. She lifted the hem of her gray skirt to show him. The area, while still red, was less swollen. "Better, I think. You're on the mend. I'd keep it elevated as much as you can today." He raised his gaze and let his eyes linger on her face. Her deep green turtleneck sweater caught his eye. It was the first time he'd seen her wear anything recently other than neutral colors. Her cheeks had a rosy glow to them as well. "You look beautiful. I always liked you in green." She ducked her head shyly. "There's no need to compliment me, Germ. You already bought me breakfast." "Thanks, though." "You're welcome." He finally tore his gaze away to pull the car onto the road. His heart swelled to hear her murmurs of delight as she savored a bite of her blueberry scone. If this was all it took to please her, he'd gladly do it every day. "You haven't changed at all, heavenly. It still doesn't take much to make you happy. Some girls ask for the moon, but you appreciate the small things. You make me sound like a cheap date." Her nose immediately wrinkled. "Not that this is a date. I didn't mean it like that at all." He grinned. "Believe me, if this were a date, I'd be treating you to more than a cup of joe. I'd give you the royal treatment. You're worth that and more." She blushed, as he thought she'd do, but then she did something unexpected. She laughed. It was a nervous sort of giggle that had her biting her lower lip. "I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. It's just that this is all so strange. I can't seem to wrap my head around it." "What's strange?" "This. We hadn't seen each other in over a decade, then you show up in freedom again, and it's like old times, but also not. The Jeremiah Gilbert I knew from high school was a sweet talker, but with other girls, not me. I'm not sure what to make of this. I mean, I'm not even your type." He balked. How could Haven think that? She was every bit the woman he longed for. "What do you think my type is?" "You know, gorgeous, bubbly, confident. Girls who used to be on the student council or the cheer squad who now have amazing careers. Women who love to dress up and go dancing and travel the world." She paused and sighed. "Not single moms who work 9 to 5 in a dead-end job and spend their weekends in sweats watching cartoons." The forlorn tone of her voice surprised him. This wasn't the Haven he knew, the girl who years ago had an endless amount of faith. Even enough faith to pray for a miracle. He still remembered a particular occasion. It was the year they'd turned 15 and he had made their school's varsity basketball team. He'd pushed himself too hard during practice one day and ended up in the hospital with a collapsed lung. Haven had prayed earnestly for him and read scriptures to encourage him with. Her hopeful outlook had made him smile despite the pain. And amazingly, the day after Haven prayed for him, he was healed. Where had that girl gone? He turned toward her as they stopped at a red light. She didn't look his way, choosing instead to stare out the passenger side window. The four-way intersection was one of the busier ones in the heart of town, surrounded by several popular shops. There was Stories and Scones, a used bookstore that housed a bakery, where he, Jess, and Haven used to hang out on the weekends. Next door to that was a trinket shop where he had spent much of his allowance buying Haven gifts. Hadn't she held on to any of those memories? He needed to remind her of them because they were proof that she had always been his type, even when he hadn't realized it yet. He reached across the center console for her hand. She gasped at his touch and turned to face him. When their eyes locked, he brought her hand to his mouth and placed a kiss on her soft skin. "We share so much history, and besides, Jess, you know me better than anyone. You're one of the strongest people I know and one of the most loving. I love that you have a daughter and that you work hard at your job. And I happen to like spending my weekends in sweats, in front of the TV, so don't you go knocking that. I think it's safe to say, Haven Alexander, that you are most definitely my type." Her eyes fell to their intertwined fingers, then back up to his face. She shook her head and stared at him in disbelief. "Why do you have to be so perfect? You're making it so hard, Germ. I shouldn't be even considering this, but, beep." The car behind them honked, making Jeremiah aware that the light had changed. He stepped on the gas and resumed driving. A smile worked its way onto his face. He'd never been happier to hear the word, "but," from Haven's lips. That one word sparked hope in his chest, along with the fact that she hadn't pulled her hand away from his. Was there a chance she'd changed her mind about them? He prayed that was so. "You were saying," he prompted, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. As he patiently waited, he kept his eyes on the road and continued driving in the direction of the mountains. Another couple of miles, and they would arrive at Freedom Ridge Resort. He wondered if Haven would give him an answer before then. When they pulled into the resort's parking lot, Haven cleared her throat. She turned toward him, her brows drawn together. "I was saying, I shouldn't be considering this, us. Changing our friendship would change everything. We wouldn't be able to go back to the way things were. And it wouldn't just be us involved, I have Maya to think of, too. It might sound like a nice idea on paper, but real life's not that simple. You have no idea what you're asking for." Jeremiah parked the car in the closest open space. He kept the engine running and turned up the heat. Haven's hand had suddenly grown cold, despite his hold on it. He brought her fingers to his lips and blew warm air over them. The action made her eyes widen in surprise, but for him, it was as natural as breathing. A need grew within him, one that ached to protect and cherish her. It was that earnestness that moved him to speak. "I know life's not simple or easy. But we wouldn't have to go through it alone anymore. We were the best of friends before, we could be the best of partners now. I don't believe much would change, especially not for the worse. In fact, I can think of a dozen ways that us dating would make life better. We could watch TV in our sweats together, with Maya too. You wouldn't have to worry about being bored at Jess and Duncan's wedding because you'd automatically have a dance partner." She smirked, clearly not buying his reasons. "We already watched a movie together. And as the best man and maid of honor, we're supposed to dance together. You need to come up with something better than that. How about this?" He knew exactly what to say to convince her. "We could finish what we started last night on your porch." Haven stilled, save for her gaze, which immediately dropped to his mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she looked away. "Do you mind turning the heat down? It's a little warm in here." Jeremiah shut off the engine, all the while trying to hide his smile. He'd certainly pushed the right button. There was no denying their chemistry and mutual attraction. Still, he didn't want to pressure her. He'd already waited a dozen years to be the man she deserved. He could wait a while longer. With one more squeeze of Haven's hand, he reluctantly let go. "I'll let you take some time to think about it. Why don't we figure out our plans for this Saturday?" She smiled in relief. "Yes, let's do that." For the next 10 minutes, they took turns throwing out ideas and discussing several options. With Haven's injured knee, they opted for a more low-key activity. They finally decided on a nice dinner at the lodge, followed by karaoke in one of the larger suites. Jeremiah smiled, happy to have their plans set. "I'll talk to Duncan and have him prepare a song for Jess. I bet you she'll be in tears by the end of the night. Happy tears, hopefully. I've actually never heard him sing before. Not even in church." He chuckled. "Worst case scenario, he can always lip sync." "Good idea." She laughed along with him as their gazes locked. Any awkwardness from earlier had disappeared. The look in Haven's emerald eyes, one of tenderness, was familiar, but there was also a trace of concern. She released a long breath. "Speaking of church, I'm really proud of you for showing up on Sunday. That couldn't have been easy." His body warmed to hear the compassion in her voice. She was still as forgiving and gracious as ever. "It went better than I thought it would. I had some doubts for a moment, but I told myself I couldn't keep letting the past define me. God has been so good to me. He took the mess I'd made of my life and brought me through it. I can honestly say that I'm grateful for everything that happened. Without the brokenness, I wouldn't have understood how much I needed him to make me whole." A lump formed in his throat, making it hard to talk. He ran a hand through his hair and offered her a shaky smile. "It's the first time I've said these words out loud. I really appreciate you listening." Haven nodded. "Of course. It means a lot to talk to someone who understands." He placed his hand on her arm as it rested on the center console. "Not that I fully understand what you've been through. What you experienced and lost was far more than what I went through. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you during that time. But I'm more than willing to share your burdens now, if you'll allow me to." An emotion he couldn't read flickered over her face. He didn't think much of it, though, as she soon replaced it with a small smile. She gave his hand a soft pat. "You really are too perfect, Germ." She then gathered up her purse and what was left of her breakfast and opened her door. "Thank you for the ride. I need to get to work." "I can walk you, no need. I'm good." She managed to ease herself out of the car, then turned back to give him another smile. "I guess I'll see you when you come back Friday. I'm free for lunch. My flight's not till 4. I can't today, sorry. I've got a ton of work. I'll see you this weekend. Thanks again." And with those words, Haven shut the door, leaving Jeremiah alone in his car and more confused than ever.
Chapter 13. Haven. By the time Haven reached her office, she had convinced herself that Jeremiah was too good for her. It hadn't taken much convincing, honestly. The heartfelt words he'd shared with her had already done the job. Her old friend had grown into a strong and wise man of God. He had more faith now than she'd ever had or ever would. There was no way possible that he would want to be with her, not if he knew the state of her heart. Her faithless, hopeless, broken mess of a heart. With a weary sigh, Haven sat down at her desk. She needed to focus on her to-do list for the day. There was so much to be done for this weekend's events. While the resort's business usually picked up in December, she'd never had to prepare for both a wedding and a corporate booking at the same time. There was also the matter of the bridal shower/bachelor party to take care of. She didn't mind the work, but she was terribly distracted. So many other thoughts competed for her attention. Shaking her head, she tried to clear the memories that kept replaying in her mind. As much as she tried, she couldn't. The harder she tried not to think of Jeremiah, the more she thought of him. The warm touch of his hand and the comfort it had brought her. How her stomach had dropped when he'd listed out his reasons for why they should be together. The mischievous and sexy glint in his blue eyes when he'd said, "We could finish what we started last night on your porch." She swallowed hard. The very thought of kissing Jeremiah made it impossible to think of anything else. There was no denying the chemistry between them. It wasn't because she was a lonely widow who hadn't kissed a man in 4 years. No, Jess was right. She'd been attracted to Jeremiah when he was just a boy. But it wasn't his outward appearance that had drawn her to him. It had always been his heart. Even when he went through his rebellious phase in high school, she still knew he cared about her. He'd stopped his male friends, the ones who liked to party, from asking her out and had warned her about keeping her distance from them. He might have made some bad decisions, but he'd still been a friend. Now it was her turn to be a friend to Jeremiah. Nothing more. For the rest of the morning, Haven forced herself to work. With her right foot propped up on a stack of black binders, she ran through her tasks. She made reservations at the resort's upscale restaurant, Liberty Grill, and booked a suite for the wedding party to use, along with a karaoke machine. She also made several calls to the caterers, audiovisual crew, and cleaning professionals to confirm their contracts. Her last call was to Neogene's CEO, Gabriel Brooks. She wanted to personally apologize to him and also thank him for switching the dates of his company event. She dialed his number, expecting his assistant to pick up. To her surprise, it was Mr. Brooks himself who answered. In a deep, energetic voice, he introduced himself, "Gabriel Brooks here. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?" "Mr. Brooks, this is Haven Alexander. I'm the event planner at Freedom Ridge Lodge." "How are you, sir?" "Miss Alexander, it's good to speak to the woman I've been hearing so much about from Jeremiah." "I'm doing well, thank you. How may I help you?" Haven swallowed uncomfortably. She could only imagine what he must think of her after her scheduling mishap. She quickly rushed on to apologize. "First of all, thank you so much for being willing to change the date of your company event. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience I caused you. I pride myself on providing an exceptional experience for all my clients and I, unfortunately, did not deliver in this instance. I would like to make up for this by offering you and your team, Miss Alexander," he interrupted her with a casual tone. "Before you go on, let me just say that I completely understand. Mistakes happen. I appreciate your apology, but there's no need to promise me the moon. Jeremiah already agreed to go easy on me the next time we play basketball. That's good enough for me." Her jaw dropped. Mr. Brooks sounded like he truly didn't hold her mistake against her. Gratitude filled her heart, bringing a genuine smile to her face for the first time that day. "Thank you, sir. That's extremely kind of you. I assure you that I am going to do all I can to make your sales kickoff event a success." "I appreciate it, Miss Alexander. I trust that you will." He paused to speak to someone on his end. "Excuse me, but I have a meeting I need to attend. It was a pleasure speaking to you." Anyone who is a friend of Jeremiah's is a friend of mine. Especially one who makes him as happy as you do. Good day. Good day, she managed to utter before the call ended. She stared at the phone in her hand, not quite knowing how to take what Mr. Brooks had just said. One who makes him as happy as you do. He couldn't possibly have meant it in a personal way. Jeremiah had likely told his boss that they were old friends, because that's what they were. She rolled her eyes, reprimanding herself for thinking too much. With the bulk of her workload done, Haven decided to call home. She hadn't had much time to talk to Maya that morning before she left for work, and she was curious to gauge her reaction to Jeremiah's visit last night. More than anything, Haven wanted to set her daughter's expectations straight. She didn't want Maya to think Jeremiah would be coming over again. He had the best of intentions, but he wasn't being practical, something you needed to be when raising a child. After 5 rings, the call went straight to the answering machine. She checked her watch, realizing that it was almost noon. Her parents were likely busy, her mom with preparing lunch and her dad with taking Maya and Maddie for a walk. She'd try calling them later. In the meantime, it was time for her to grab her usual salad and sandwich to bring back to eat at her desk. She left her office and headed in the direction of the coffee shop on the other side of the lounge area. The fragrance of pine and cinnamon lingered in the air as she walked down the hallway and out into the open space of the registration area. With Thanksgiving over, the entire lodge was decked out in red, green, and gold. An upbeat Mariah Carey song played from the speakers overhead, telling everyone who was listening that all she wanted for Christmas was her true love. Haven found herself humming along to the tune, something she hadn't done in years. The holidays had been especially hard to celebrate since Mark's passing, but this year, she felt different is lighter. Maybe it was seeing all the employees at the registration desk wearing Santa hats that had her in the Christmas spirit. Or it could be the fact that the pain in her knee had subsided considerably, making it easier to walk. She was also looking forward to Jess and Duncan's wedding and having a reason to get dressed up. She'd even had the desire to wear something of color today, instead of the black, white, and gray outfits that had made up her wardrobe in recent years. Could it be that Christmas miracles did happen? Haven didn't think she'd ever feel like living again. Yes, she went through the motions every day of going to work, then going home to take care of Maya. But beyond that, she hadn't hoped for much more. For the first time in a long time, she wanted more. More color, more joy, more meaning. It was a strange, unfamiliar need within her that longed to be met. As she neared the fireside lounge, her eyes landed on a scene that had her heart swelling. A little girl and her father sat side by side on one of the long, plush sofas, with their backs to her. Their heads were tilted toward each other with the man's arm around her shoulders. The child, who couldn't have been older than 3 or 4, had red hair, just like Maya's, that was pulled up in 2 ponytails. It was the similarity that Haven saw between her and her daughter that created a dull ache in her chest. That was supposed to be Maya and Mark sitting together. Haven sighed. How was she supposed to fulfill both a mother's and a father's role? She couldn't. Everyone else knew it, her parents, Jess, even Maya, yet she'd been too stubborn to admit it. Once again, a feeling of helplessness weighed down on her. Would she ever be able to shake it off? She blinked back tears as she strode past the couch, deliberately slowing down so she could catch another glimpse of the sweet pair. However, nothing could have prepared her for the faces that she saw. It wasn't a girl who looked like Maya, it was Maya. And beside her was Jeremiah, looking as handsome as ever in a baby blue sweater, with a tablet in his hands. The two of them stared at the screen, mesmerized by whatever they were watching. A hand on Haven's shoulder made her jump, until she turned and realized it belonged to her mom. She had come up from behind, her other hand carrying a white paper bag. On the front of the bag were the words Mountain Mug and a logo of two overlapping red EMS drawn like a mountain inside of an oval. That was the coffee shop Haven was headed to herself. She furrowed her brows as she stared into her mom's green eyes. "Mom? What are you and Maya doing here? You didn't tell me you were coming by today. Jeremiah said you were busy with work and couldn't have lunch. So, he asked if the three of us wanted to eat with him." "Three of you, Dad's here, too?" Of course. He would never pass up the chance for a free meal. Her mom pointed over her shoulder in the direction of the shop. "He's grabbing extra napkins. Do you want to join us?" Her mom's no-nonsense tone made Haven's brow quirk. Did she not see how unwise this situation was? Letting Maya spend time with Jeremiah would only result in disappointment when he eventually returned to his own life. How would Maya, and not to mention Haven herself, get over losing him then? Haven's chest twinged. Even as arguments filled her mind, something stronger than reason warred within her. It was impossible to ignore how content Maya looked with her head on Jeremiah's shoulder. She herself had experienced the safety and comfort of being in his arms. Arms that were strong, stable, and protective. Arms that belonged to a man with a passionate and tender heart. As All I Want for Christmas Is You continued to play overhead, Haven felt a yearning grow within her. She wanted to find love again, but it was as much a wish for Maya as for herself. While she didn't have faith to believe God still cared about her, she believed he did care about Maya. So, she said a simple prayer on behalf of her daughter: "God, please bless Maya." She held her breath, not knowing how God would answer. She herself had no real expectations in mind, other than to see Maya happy. Surely, the Lord knew Maya better than anyone and would know exactly what she needed. That truth was enough for Haven to hold on to. A flicker of hope lit up in her heart for the first time in years. It strengthened her from within, pushing aside the doubts that had lingered there for far too long. With an easy smile, she answered her mom, "I think I will join you guys for lunch."
Chapter 14. Jeremiah. Something about Haven had changed. Jeremiah could see it in her smile and the way she didn't avoid his gaze. There was a lightness to her steps and how she held her shoulders back and head up. He hadn't seen her exude this kind of confidence and ease since, well, he honestly couldn't remember when. In middle school, they had both gone through an awkward phase. He'd come out of it sooner than she had. By the time senior year of high school had rolled around, he had gained in popularity, but unfortunately, also cockiness. Haven, on the other hand, had remained humble and sweet. While she preferred lingering in the background in public, he had often seen her playful side come out while they were alone. It was then that she teased him and laughed louder, her head thrown back as her red hair cascaded around her shoulders. Her attitude today was similar, yet even more carefree. It was a sight to see. He hadn't realized how much she'd been holding back until today. They had just finished lunch in the lounge and were walking Haven's parents and Maya to their car that happened to be parked next to his. A slight chill lingered in the air, but inside Jeremiah's heart, all he knew was warmth. The lightheartedness from the past half hour had carried over into their current conversation. Maya sat on top of his shoulders, like she had at the tree lighting ceremony, using his head as a drum. Haven strode next to them, imitating the drumming sounds from the little drummer boy. Their sweet mother-daughter laughter filled his heart with such joy, he couldn't stop smiling. This moment felt so right, complete. If there ever was a sign of God's grace on his life, it was here and now. Could this also be a sign that Haven was considering a future with him? "I want to stay. I don't want to go home," Maya exclaimed as Jeremiah lowered her to the ground beside the old sedan. She raised both hands up toward him and jumped in place. "More, Uncle Daddy." "Maya, it's nap time for you," her grandmother stated while helping her into her car seat. "Let's get you buckled in." Mia shook her head, her pink lips puckered into a pout. "I don't want to sleep. Naps are for big people." "You've got that right, sweetheart," her grandfather chimed in with a chuckle. "Grandpa's ready for mine. I can hear my recliner calling out to me right now." Haven grinned as she switched places with her mom. She leaned down into the car and kissed Maya on the cheek. "You guys better get going. If Grandpa falls asleep in the car, you and Grammy will have to carry him inside the house." She gasped. "Like Uncle Daddy carried you?" Haven glanced up at Jeremiah with a playful glint in her eye. "Something like that." "Do you think you're as strong as Uncle Jeremiah?" Maya cocked her head to one side as she studied Jeremiah from head to toe. Her expression solemn, she loudly declared, "I'm stronger." All the adults broke out in laughter, much to Maya's dismay. She crossed her arms over her chest and furrowed her eyebrows. Her reaction tugged at Jeremiah's heart so much, he bent down to give her a high five. "You're absolutely right, Maya. You got your strength from your mama. She's the strongest woman I know." Maya nodded with a proud smile on her face, then looked up at Jeremiah. "Are you bringing pasta today, Uncle Daddy?" "No, not tonight, Maya. Uncle Daddy needs to fly back to California." Jeremiah winced, hating to disappoint her. "But I'll be back this weekend. We'll get together then, okay?" "Okay." Tears flooded Maya's eyes and fell down her cheeks when she blinked. "I love you, Uncle Daddy." He swallowed hard. "I love you too, Maya. I'll see you soon." With a heavy heart, Jeremiah stepped to the side as Haven kissed Maya again. She closed the door, then they both watched as the car drove away. After a moment, they took a few steps to their left where his rental car was parked. He leaned back against the hood with his hands in his pockets, still replaying Maya's words in his head. He felt Haven's eyes on him, observing him and waiting for him to speak. For the first time that he could remember, he had nothing to say. Maya's declaration shook him to the core, making him realize how much he did love the little girl. In the short time that they'd spent together, she had found a way into his heart. He turned to Haven with a shake of his head. "She sure is something special." "She thinks you are, too." One side of her mouth tipped up in a wry smile. "I've never seen her grow so attached to someone in such a short amount of time." "Me neither. I mean, I've never clicked with anyone that fast, either." He paused, knowing that wasn't completely true. "Except for you, Haven. One day, you were Jess's friend hanging out at our house, the next, you were my best friend, too. I'd never felt so comfortable with a girl before, other than my sister. That's how I felt about you, too. Still do." Her smile was bittersweet. "I wish we hadn't lost touch for so long. Do you ever wonder how things might be different if we hadn't?" The sadness in her voice made his chest ache. He'd lost track of how many times he'd asked that very question over the years. Especially when Jess had told him Haven had met someone in college, then again when she'd gotten engaged. The worst day was when his sister had emailed him photos from Haven's wedding. Never had he experienced so much regret. But he reminded himself that it was no use living in the past, not when God was about the business of redemption. Jeremiah trusted that the Lord could still make things beautiful in his time. He had come to terms with the way his and Haven's lives had unfolded thus far. He believed there was a reason their paths hadn't crossed again until now. But now that they had, he wasn't about to miss the opportunity to tell her how he felt. He pushed himself off the car and took a step closer to Haven. Her eyes widened when he reached out to finger a lock of her red hair. With a gentle touch, he tucked it behind her ear and ran the pad of his thumb along her cheek. Her skin was soft, softer than he imagined, and so warm. A lovely blush colored her complexion as she stared up at him. He didn't know how it was possible for her to have become even more beautiful over the years. His chest throbbed once again, thinking of how much of her life he had missed out on. I think about it all the time, how different life would be if we hadn't lost touch. You were always on my mind, Heavenly. Every time I talked to Jess, I asked about you. I don't know why I didn't just get in touch with you myself. Well, actually I do, he admitted with a sigh. Shame had a lot to do with it. I was ashamed of how far I'd strayed away from God and from what my parents had instilled in me. I was also ashamed that I'd taken your friendship for granted and threw away any chance we had for a future together. I had always hoped for more than friendship with you, even in high school. Her brows furrowed. Why didn't you ever say anything? I thought I wasn't good enough. I didn't call you Heavenly for nothing, you know. He shrugged. You were so good and pure, and you had so much faith, much more than I ever did. When I went through my rebellious stage, it became even more clear that I wasn't good enough for you. But I hope you know I'm a different person now. The army was my training ground. It built me up and drew me closer to God. I'm not saying I'm worthy of you now, Haven, but I'm a better man than I was before. I'm ready to love you like you deserve. Germ, she bit her bottom lip and stepped forward. Placing a hand on his arm, she gave it a squeeze. How could you even think that about yourself? You were one of the best parts of my life. I never thought less of you, not even after the car crash. You took responsibility and paid for the damages. You could have lied, but you didn't. I actually respected you more after the accident. And for you to share all these things with me now, you're a better person than I could ever be. He scoffed at the irony of her words. Only you would say something like that. I was right, I still don't deserve you. But I hope with all of my heart that you'll have me anyway. Jeremiah, stop. She flinched, as if his words had wounded her. Regret clouded her eyes as she wrapped her arms around herself. Her voice shook as she confessed, I'm not who you think I am. I'm not strong. I don't have any faith. These days, I only go to church for Maya's sake. I hardly pray anymore. I'm not even sure what I believe about God. Everything that I thought was true has all been a lie. If he's supposed to be good and loving, why did he let Mark get sick and die? Why does Maya have to grow up without a father? Why do I have to face this world alone? The words weren't fully out of her mouth before she started weeping. Jeremiah felt his heart breaking. For Haven, for Maya, and for all the sorrow they had been through. He wished he had answers for Haven, but he didn't. So he did the next best thing, he took her in his arms and held her tight.
Chapter 15. Haven. Haven sobbed into Jeremiah's chest for so long, his sweater was wet with her tears. She didn't know what had happened. It was as if a dam had burst inside her and all the tears from the last 4 years that she'd stored up came flooding out. She could no sooner stop them than she could make the sun shine through the overcast sky. So, she let them fall, every last one. As the minutes passed, she found comfort in Jeremiah's steady heartbeat beneath her ear and the strength of his arms wrapped around her. He held her as if he would never let go, and she found herself wishing he never would. She could no longer deny how much he meant to her, as a friend and so much more. But now that she had been honest with him about how broken she was, what did he think of her? How could she be good enough for him now? With her tears spent, she pulled away from Jeremiah and tucked her chin to her chest. She avoided his eyes, too embarrassed to face him. Not only was she a mess inside, she likely looked like a walking disaster. No doubt she resembled a clown with her red nose and mascara-streaked cheeks. Never had she broken down like this in front of her old friend, not even when they were kids and she'd crashed headfirst into a bush when she was learning how to roller skate. But it was more than embarrassment making her want to run and hide, she was ashamed. Ashamed that she had revealed so much to Jeremiah and that she hadn't been able to hold herself together. Because she'd worked so hard to hold herself together these past few years. She took a step backwards, ready to flee. The parking lot, with so many people coming and going, was the worst place to have a breakdown. If her colleagues saw her, she wouldn't be able to face them again. She needed to go, but not before she apologized. "I'm sorry. I don't know why I dumped everything on you. It's not your problem to deal with. Haven, look at me. Please." His voice was gentle but insistent. He stepped close and took her by the elbows. "You don't have to hide from me anymore. I want you to be honest. I told you I'm here to help carry your burdens if you'll let me. Will you let me?" Haven tentatively lifted her lashes until she was staring into Jeremiah's eyes. Eyes that were the same shade of blue as the sky on a summer day. Eyes that saw her for who she was, yet still accepted her. How could that be possible? "Do you know what you're asking for?" "I'm a mess, Germ. You don't want to deal with my baggage. I don't even want to deal with it. That's all the more reason to let me help. You don't have to do this alone." He cupped her face and regarded her with a tender smile. "I love you, Haven. I always have. I want to take care of you, and Maya, too. Will you allow me that privilege?" Haven swallowed hard, feeling a fresh wave of tears gathering in her eyes. Only this time they were tears of relief. Relief mixed with wonder at how blessed she was to have a friend like Jeremiah. Except that the way he gazed at her was anything but friend-like. The desire in his eyes made her stomach drop and her breathing grow shallow. No man had looked at her this way in years. And now her oldest friend, the boy she used to have pillow fights with, was. The situation seemed illogical, yet, it made sense in her heart. Could she love again? Could she allow herself to be loved again? With Jeremiah's handsome face in front of her, his expression so heartfelt and true, she found herself saying yes. Yes, to more hope, more joy, and more love. Yes, to the possibility of loving and being loved by this strong, amazing, and godly man. Someone she never imagined having the chance to say yes to, but here she was, a breath away from making one of the most crazy and wonderful decisions of her life. Yes. Jeremiah's hold on her arms tightened, but he remained quiet. He held her gaze, his blue eyes sparkling as if they knew a secret she didn't. Yet he still didn't say a word. Haven wondered if he hadn't heard her answer. "Germ?" "I said yes." His face broke into a wide smile. "I heard you the first time. I was just taking a moment to thank God before I did this." For a second, Haven didn't understand what he meant, but soon enough, it became clear. His hands fell to her waist, pulling her to him. Now that she was flush against his chest, she sensed each moment he breathed in and out. The steady movement reminded her to breathe as well, something she was finding hard to do with Jeremiah's face now mere inches from hers. Her stomach fluttered, then dipped, as he lowered his head. The anticipation growing within her, mingled with the masculine scent of his cologne, caused her head to spin. When was the last time she'd been held like this? Would she even know how to respond when his mouth touched hers? As soon as their lips met, she remembered. The tenderness, trust, and openness that such an act involved, kissing Jeremiah brought it all back to her. In his warm embrace she sensed his protection and care. The gentle way he captured her mouth made her skin tingle and long for more. When he finally deepened the kiss, she heard herself sigh happily. Her cheeks heated, embarrassed to be so open about her feelings. But she needn't have worried. The sound moved Jeremiah to hold her tighter still. That simple reassurance, along with the passion he poured into their kiss, made her heart soar. She relaxed into him, running her hands up and down the muscular plane of his back. She had missed this so much, the pleasures of intimacy, of reveling in the touch and taste of a kiss. Not just any kiss, but a kiss with the man who had so long ago taught her the meaning of friendship and love. This had to be a sign of God's mercy falling on her again. When they broke apart after what seemed like a long time, but certainly not long enough, Haven had a big smile on her face. Jeremiah stared at her incredulously with the giddiness of a boy who just kissed his crush. He let out a long whistle of appreciation. Wow. If I knew you kissed like that, I would have tried kissing you in junior high. When we both had a mouthful of braces? Haven laughed. I'm glad you waited. It was definitely worth the wait. He inhaled deeply as he kept his arms wrapped around her. This is the best day of my life so far. Thank you for saying yes. Haven reached up to caress his cheek, running her fingers along his thick beard that was surprisingly soft to the touch. She let her gaze travel from his dark brows, down to his strong jawline, then up to those so kissable lips. Blinking quickly, she took him all in, almost as if to prove to herself that what she was seeing was real. Her heart was so full with Jeremiah back in her life. She was starting to believe that love was possible, that there were good things to look forward to in her future. Even more, she believed that God hadn't forgotten about her. She didn't have enough words to tell Jeremiah how thankful she was, but she tried. Thank you for wanting to take care of me and Maya. But just for the record, I'm going to take care of you, too. The corners of his eyes crinkled with delight. I would love nothing more. He planted another sweet kiss on her lips, just as his phone sounded. He pulled it out of his pocket, then sighed. That's my reminder to head to the airport. I wish I didn't have to go right now. Me either. Haven took a shaky breath as her heart sank. Friday seems so far away. It'll be here before we know it. In the meantime, I'm just a phone call away. She nodded and tried to squeeze out a smile. It's a good thing I have your number now. Please call me when you land, okay? I'll pray for you. His face lit up at her words. Thank you. I will. After one more lingering kiss, Jeremiah climbed into his car. As Haven watched him speed away, she fought hard to keep her tears from falling. What had she just done? Suddenly, the decision that had felt so perfect moments ago loomed over her head like a dark cloud. She was alone once again, that was nothing new. What scared her, though, was the fact that Jeremiah had taken a part of her heart with him.
Chapter 16. Jeremiah. Jeremiah couldn't keep his eyes from darting to the rearview mirror as he drove away from the resort. His chest twinged when he could no longer glimpse Haven's fiery red hair blowing in the wind. While he was grateful, oh so grateful, for this shift in their relationship, he wished it had come sooner. What he wouldn't give to have even a few more minutes with the woman he loved. Instead, he was leaving her once again to fly off to California. At least this time, he knew when he'd be coming back. Friday couldn't come soon enough. In the meantime, his head spun with ideas. First, he planned on taking a long vacation after Neogene's sales kickoff event. Perhaps he could convince Haven to take time off, too, and they could celebrate Christmas together. An image of the two of them, along with Maya, opening their presents together popped into his mind. Whether they spent the holidays in freedom or in California would be up for discussion. The important thing was that they spend them together. God willing, they would be able to enjoy every special occasion, and someday, all the days in between, as a family. Other than his salvation, this would be the greatest gift God could grant him. Jeremiah knew he deserved neither, but he clung on to the truth that it was all a result of Christ's work on the cross. God had taken the broken boy that he once was, and through much pruning, grown him into the man that he was today. A man Haven agreed to have take care of her and her daughter. For Jeremiah, that made him the most blessed person on earth. The grin on his face grew wider as he drove through downtown, then headed onto the highway. With each mile and minute that passed, he longed for Haven all the more, yet he was also closer to being reunited with her. Bittersweet emotions weighed on his heart as he prayed for her and Maya. He knew without a doubt that he didn't want to be apart from them for much longer. If possible, he'd like to fulfill their pact sooner than later, or at the least get engaged. This latter idea sent a shot of adrenaline through his body. He'd need to ask for Jess's help in getting Haven's ring size. And he'd need a proposal idea. Haven would likely think he was crazy to pop the question so early, but he'd never been more sure of anything in his life. He spent the rest of the drive, then the flight home, coming up with a plan. By the time he landed in San Francisco, he had most of the details settled. He also couldn't wait to call Haven. When he turned his phone back on as he exited the aircraft, he saw she'd already called. He quickly dialed her number. "Hey Heavenly, did you miss me already?" he joked. "You wish." Despite her teasing words, her tone lacked its usual warmth. "How was your flight?" "Good. I just landed. I'm walking to my car now." He smiled, happy to hear her voice. "For the record, I miss you already. I'm glad you called. I was hoping we could talk. Is this a good time?" "Of course. What's going on? Is everything okay?" "Well, it's just that I've been thinking," Jeremiah winced. He'd heard this line often when they were younger, especially after any time Haven had done something out of her comfort zone. There was the instance and he and Jess had talked her into making a music video for fun. It had taken them an entire afternoon to convince Haven to be the lead singer, even though they all knew she had the best vocal skills. And after they'd put in hours of filming and editing and were ready to share the video online, Haven got cold feet. She came up with every possible scenario of what could go wrong, from people hating it, to people actually liking it and wanting more. In the end, for Haven's sake, they kept the video under wraps. He sighed. Haven always went with the worst-case scenario when faced with a new situation. Jeremiah understood her hesitancy, but he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Even still, he tried to be patient. "What have you been thinking about?" "Well, I think it would be best if we didn't tell anyone about us yet. Especially Jess. She's got so much on her plate already with the wedding. I wouldn't want to distract her from that. Then there's my parents and Maya, especially Maya. I don't want her to jump to conclusions about what this means. Do you mind if we just lay low for a while? By this time, Jeremiah had reached his car in the long-term parking lot. He leaned against the driver's side door and stared up at the overcast sky. Every part of him wished he could be with Haven now, so he could hold her in his arms again. If they were together, he was sure she wouldn't be having these doubts. He took a deep breath and asked the Lord for wisdom on how to respond. I get why you're hesitant to tell people, Haven. This is a big change. But you don't need to overthink things. I made a commitment to you and Maya. You can trust me to keep my word. I know. It's just that, what are you unsure about? She released a heavy sigh. Well, there's the long-distance thing. You live in California, and I'm here. That won't make for much of a relationship if we hardly see each other. His brows furrowed as he considered her words. To be honest, I haven't thought through the details, but this is certainly something we can talk about. In fact, I was thinking during the flight over that we could spend Christmas together. I've got plenty of vacation days to use up before the end of the year. How does that sound? It sounds nice. But what about after? She cleared her throat. I know I'm being forward here, but I don't want to date only for fun. Not that I even date at all, you're the first man since Mark passed. I never planned on dating ever again. I was ready to be single for the rest of my life. This admission surprised him. But you made an exception for me. That makes me feel pretty special. Don't go getting a big head now, Germ. I'm willing to make exceptions for old best friends. He chuckled to hear a smile in her voice. I hope I'm the only old best friend you have then. So far, yes. She grew quiet before she spoke up again. Germ, Colorado's my home. Freedom is all I've ever known. I don't plan on moving. I want to raise Maya here where we grew up. If that's an issue, it's better that we don't start anything. His brows shot up. Haven, it's not an issue that we can't work out. Please don't give up on us already. I'm not, but I don't expect you to give up your life in California. You've got a good job there. I doubt if anyone around here needs a bodyguard. Nothing exciting ever happens in freedom. You'd be bored out of your mind living in Colorado. Jeremiah didn't know if he should laugh or shake his head. Haven was trying so hard to dissuade him. If he didn't know her well, he'd think she wasn't interested in pursuing a relationship with him. But he knew it was in fact the opposite. Haven, I know you're only saying these things because you're scared. She scoffed. Is it that obvious? Only to your oldest best friend. He rubbed a hand across his beard. Your concerns are legitimate, but I need to know, what are you really scared of? The question should be, what am I not scared of? He chuckled, in spite of the situation. At least he could count on Haven to be honest. If only he were there in person to reassure her. Hold on. Let me hang up and call you back. Why? Trust me. Okay. He ended the connection and initiated a video call instead. As soon as Haven picked up on the first ring, he knew he'd made the right decision. Her face lit up when their eyes met. Hi love. I just wanted to see you. She blushed. You've never called me that before. I didn't have the privilege of kissing you before either. He grinned as her cheeks darkened. These are privileges I take seriously. You know that, right? She nodded, a smile curving her lips. How about this, as soon as the wedding is over, we'll sit down and figure out all the details. We'll keep our relationship under wraps until then. But if Jess gets one of her inklings and asks me about us, all bets are off. You know, she can read me like a book. I know. She always knew when you snuck one of her candy bars from her secret stash. Well, so did I. The chocolate on your teeth kind of gave it away. He smirked. I'll have you know that I'm a little more covert now in my secret operations. Then this'll be easy for you. I don't know about that. It's going to be a challenge to not hold your hand or kiss you in public. Disappointment flickered across her face, making him smile. If you want to change your mind, you still can. Her green eyes narrowed. Nope, we're sticking to the plan. Okay, then. I promise to be on my best behavior. By the time they ended their call 10 minutes later, Haven looked and sounded more like herself. Jeremiah, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a lingering tension in the air. He hoped and prayed he'd be able to give her the reassurance she needed. If not, their relationship might end before it even got started.
Chapter 17. Haven. Haven checked her watch for what seemed like the 100th time. Jeremiah was supposed to return to Freedom earlier this afternoon, but he'd texted her at 5 to say he'd just gotten on the plane. Sorry, love, had an issue with work. Please start dinner without me. She stared at the words on her phone, feeling her stomach twist into knots, despite the delicious meal she'd just eaten. Taking a sip from her water glass, she tried to calm her nerves. There really wasn't anything to feel anxious about. Despite Jeremiah's absence, Jess and Duncan's joint event was going smoothly. The gathering of high school, church, and work friends who had shown up were all engaged in lively conversations as everyone finished up their meal. Their private banquet room in the back of Liberty Grill boasted a beautiful view of the snow-capped mountains. Stars were just appearing in the night sky, twinkling like white Christmas lights. Inside, seasonal music played softly in the background. The lyrics relayed messages of hope and joy, yet Haven felt neither. It would be hard for her to celebrate anything until Jeremiah arrived. Haven jumped when a hand touched her shoulder. She turned to find the restaurant's manager at her side. The former Army Ranger she often worked together with on events greeted her with a charming smile. He set down a plate of cheesecake in front of her. Thank you, Daniel. You didn't need to bring dessert yourself. I was making my usual rounds, so I thought I'd stop by and see how you're all doing. You know I like to check in on our guests. I'm hardly a guest, but thank you. My pleasure, he replied, before moving on down the table. Haven took a bite of her cheesecake, then set her fork down. Even with her sweet tooth, she couldn't bring herself to finish. This is so good, Havy. Jess gawked at Haven's plate, then back at her. Her blue eyes, so similar to Jeremiah's, clouded with concern. Are you feeling okay? I'm just really full. Haven forced out a smile. The last thing she wanted was to ruin her best friend's evening. Are you having a good time? I am. What you and Jer planned is perfect. Cozy and low-key, just the way Duncan and I like it. Wait till you see what we have planned next. I can't wait. Jess rubbed her hands together in delight. Speaking of Jer, he better get here soon. I can't believe he missed dinner. Did he say what happened at work? I hope it's nothing serious. Why? Did you get one of your inklings? Even before she finished her question, Haven's heart began pounding. No, it was just a comment. But he is a bodyguard, so I would think everything he deals with is serious on some level. She paused, studying Haven with a raised brow. I'm getting an inkling about something else though. Did something happen between you guys that I should know about? Haven quickly shook her head. Thankfully, they were dining by candlelight, so it was dim enough to hide the blush heating her cheeks. Still, Jess stared at her with suspicion. You're thinking too much, Jess. Hurry and finish your cake, so we can move on to karaoke. Jess gasped. Karaoke? I love it. Duncan, guess what we're doing next? She turned to her fiancé and tugged on his arm. We're going to sing a duet, you and me. You know I'm practically tone deaf. Duncan waved his hands in protest, then looked in Haven's direction. Was this your idea or Jeremiah's? Haven couldn't help but chuckle at the exasperated tone of his voice. Does it matter whose idea it was? Why, yes. I'm only going to be related to one of you after tomorrow, so I'd like to know how much of a grudge I should hold. He flashed Haven a wry smile. I'm kidding. I'll do anything for my wife to be. You're the best. Jess planted a loud smooch on his cheek. But what do you mean, you'll only be related to one of them? Don't you remember the pact I told you about? Jess? Haven hushed her. You told Duncan about that? Don't worry, Haven, Duncan declared, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell a single soul that you and Jeremiah made a pact to marry each other before you turn 30. The entire room suddenly stopped talking. Duncan's last sentence resounded in the silence as everyone looked toward the center of the table where the three of them sat. Several of their friends' eyebrows shot up with interest. One woman in particular, with long raven hair and a designer suit on, set her fork down and glared at Haven. Haven didn't know much about Simone besides the fact that she was Duncan's cousin who was around their age, and had gone to a neighboring high school. Is that true? Simone's blue eyes flashed. You're marrying Jeremiah Gilbert? No, I'm not, we're not getting married, Haven spluttered, completely caught off guard. She already hated being in the spotlight, but Simone's accusing tone made her feel like a 3-year-old who'd been caught doing something naughty. It was a pact we made in high school. A silly, stupid pact that teenagers make when they're bored. Simone's expression softened considerably. She quirked a brow and asked, so, he's single then? Haven cringed inwardly yet forced herself to stay calm. Every part of her wanted to scream that Jeremiah was hers, but she couldn't. Not when this evening was supposed to be about Jess and Duncan. And especially not when she wasn't 100% sure that their relationship would last. Unfortunately, the last couple of days that they'd spent apart had added to that uncertainty. Haven had hoped the distance wouldn't matter, but she should have known better than to let herself hope again. Jeremiah had been so busy with work this week that they'd only exchanged a text in the morning and a quick call at night. Whoever had coined the phrase, out of sight, out of mind, might as well have been referring to their relationship. She didn't hold it against him for needing to work, but it confirmed her suspicions that long-distance dating wasn't feasible. As much as it hurt her to acknowledge this, she knew it was better to face reality now. The sooner she guarded her heart, the less it would hurt once Jeremiah was out of her life for good. Pushing aside her tangled web of emotions, Haven put on a brave face. With a firm nod, she answered Simone, yes. Jeremiah's single. Wonderful. The word rolled off her tongue like silk. It's time he made good on a promise he made me senior year. Haven's mouth grew dry. Half a dozen ideas, none of which she wanted to entertain, crossed her mind as to what Simone could be referring to. It suddenly dawned on her that she didn't know Jeremiah as well as she'd thought. He'd practically disappeared from her life the last year of high school. She had no idea who he'd hung out with then or what promises he'd made to other girls. In the dozen years since, he'd lived his own life in another state. And now, after one trip back home, he was ready to make good on their love pact? The more she thought about their whirlwind romance, the more her heart ached. What a fool she was to have fallen under the spell of an old friend's handsome face and charm. She was no different from Simone. What made her think she was any more special to Jeremiah than the other women he had dated? I didn't know you knew Jeremiah, Simone, Jess piped up. He never mentioned your name before. We met through mutual friends. I was dating someone else at the time, so nothing happened between us. But he did say he'd ask me out if I was ever single again. If he looks anything like how he did when he was 18, I'll be asking him out first. Jess frowned. I don't think he's interested, Simone gasped, cutting her off. Her gaze flitted over to the entrance as a grin as wide as a Cheshire cat's lit up her face. My. He's even yummier than I expected. Haven's heart skipped a beat when she saw Jeremiah's tall frame fill the doorway. Despite having just rushed over from the airport, he looked nearly ready for the runway. His black coat and slacks contrasted nicely with his sky blue turtleneck sweater. The latter fit him like a second skin, showing off the bulges of his pectoral muscles where she had rested her head just days before. He strolled over, his confidence evident in every step as he made a beeline for the center of the table. Hi everyone, he greeted the room with an apologetic smile. He gave Jess a kiss on the cheek, then shook his future brother-in-law's hand. I'm so sorry, I got here as fast as I could. I promised to sing a song later to make it up to you guys. Duncan narrowed his eyes. I hope that means you sing well. Otherwise, it's not much of a consolation prize. Jess nudged Duncan playfully. Of course he does. Whatever I can do, Jeremiah can do, too. That's the beauty of being twins. It's true, man, Jeremiah agreed with a smirk. But if you don't have faith in my abilities, I'll get Haven to sing a duet with me. Me? Part of Haven rejoiced to have Jeremiah acknowledge her. But the other half, the part that was already wallowing in self-pity, shrank back into her shell. Resignation filled her as she noticed Simone eyeing Jeremiah. Haven was no match compared to this fashionably dressed woman with her makeup and hair done perfectly. Why would any man as handsome and successful as Jeremiah choose her, a tired, single mom, over Simone? The answer was clear. You can find a better partner than me. Jeremiah's eyes widened as if he sensed the double meaning in her words. Before he could answer, Simone stood up from her chair and walked over to him. Jer. Remember me? Simone Rogers? He offered his hand for a handshake, but she went in for a hug instead. I didn't expect to see you here tonight. Surprise. Duncan's my cousin, which means we're going to be cousins, very, very distant ones though. She hooked her arm through his and batted her long lashes at him. I'd be happy to sing with you. I'm sure we'd make beautiful music together. Jeremiah cleared his throat. That's nice of you to offer, but Haven and I have a number we've been practicing since we were kids. It's okay, Haven quickly cut in. She hated being a third wheel, which was how she was beginning to feel in this situation. Not only in regard to this conversation, but also in terms of her appearance. Both Jeremiah and Simone looked good enough to be models on a magazine cover. Haven, on the other hand, had on one of her Sunday best outfits, a simple dark green wrap dress with long sleeves. Even with her favorite pair of black strappy heels that she saved for special occasions, she didn't look half as elegant as them. You should sing with Simone. Jeremiah shot Haven a confused glance as if she were speaking a different language. She might as well have been because she couldn't believe the words that had come out of her mouth. What was she doing? Any woman in her right mind would never push another woman at Jeremiah. But Haven would be the first to admit that she wasn't thinking clearly. Grief and loss had clouded her judgment to the point that her heart felt safer keeping people away. Maybe she would regret her actions later, but for now, she was content to fall back on her old ways. She rose to her feet and squeezed out a smile. If everyone's ready, we can head over to the suite I booked for our karaoke night. Jeremiah, can you lead the way? He acknowledged her request with a curt nod. The armor around Haven's heart cracked a little as she watched him walk out the door with Simone. It wasn't the confusion she saw on his face that broke her, but the hurt she glimpsed in his eyes. She felt as if she were losing her best friend all over again.
Chapter 18. Jeremiah. Jeremiah was more than ready for this evening's activities to wrap up. After being apart from Haven, he had hoped for a better welcome back to freedom. But the opposite was true. From the moment he'd stepped into the private dining room of Liberty Grill, she had been keeping him at arm's length. She was still avoiding him now, even as the karaoke night was in full swing. While the mood in the hospitality suite appeared light-hearted and fun, there was a chill lingering in the air between him and Haven. Whenever he glanced over at her, she shifted her gaze away and turned her attention to the karaoke machine. Sure, she was busy acting as their party's DJ, but she wasn't too busy to smile at the other guests. Jeremiah didn't understand what had gone wrong between them. He wasn't the only one confused by Haven's actions. Jess, who was sitting next to him on the long sofa facing the widescreen TV, placed a hand on his arm. She mouthed the words, "Are you guys okay?" as she nodded in Haven's direction. Jeremiah could only shake his head. There was so much he wanted to tell his sister, but this was neither the time nor the place. Especially with Simone sitting on the other side of him. Other than being worried about what was going on with Haven, he was also frustrated that she'd stuck Simone with him. The former cheerleader hadn't changed much since high school, except that she'd grown more bold and flirtatious. Despite his attempts to keep his distance, she was either not picking up on his hints or choosing to ignore them. If only he could make it clear to her that he wasn't available as she believed he was. For the good of everyone involved, he needed to convince Haven to make their dating status public tonight. The perfect opportunity came up when Haven excused herself to use the restroom. Jeremiah waited a moment, then got up, intending to follow her. Simone pulled on his arm and shot him a pouty look, but he disentangled himself from her grip. "I'll be right back." "Fine, but hurry, Jair. We're up soon for our duet." He nodded before making his escape. With the opening notes of a pop song playing behind him, he made his way along a back wall that displayed a collage of framed artwork. As he opened the door that connected the spacious sitting area to the bedrooms and bathrooms, Jeremiah stepped through and took a deep breath. He paused to say a quick prayer, asking God for faith and patience. Neither had been his strong suit when he was a teenager, but he had learned over the years the importance of trusting and waiting on the Lord. Too many times he tried to take matters into his own hands and ended up making a mess of things. Now, more than ever, he wanted to be sensitive to what Haven needed and make sure their relationship started off on the right foot. His heart began pounding with anticipation at the thought of finally being alone with her. The first thing he planned on doing was to take her in his arms and kiss her. His steps quickened at the thought, bringing him to the bathroom door in 3 strides. The door swung open just as Jeremiah raised his hand to knock. Haven gasped, clutching the area over her heart. Her green eyes were wide with surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, love. I didn't mean to scare you." "It's okay." She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, looking for a way to pass him in the narrow hallway. Excuse me, I should get back. What's the rush? You already set up the next 5 songs to autoplay. They might need me to change the key of the song or the volume. They'll be fine for a few more minutes. Long enough for us to have a proper reunion. Jeremiah took her in his arms and pulled her flush against his chest. The sweet scent of her shampoo filled his senses as he buried his nose in her soft hair. I missed you so much, Heavenly. I've been waiting all week to hold you again. She stiffened in his arms before pulling back to face him. What about Simone? He smirked at Haven's earnest tone. I didn't come to Freedom to see her. I came to see my girlfriend. He tapped the tip of her nose gently. That's you, in case you forgot. I didn't, but I wasn't sure if you had. She ducked her head, avoiding his gaze. Never mind. You should get back to Simone. Don't you have a song to sing together? Confused didn't even describe Jeremiah's state of mind. What was going on? Haven, I don't know why you keep bringing Simone up. Or why you think I'd rather spend time with her than you. Please talk to me. I know there's something on your mind. You always get that line between your brows when you overthink. Haven touched her forehead and let her fingers linger there, as if trying to hide the crease. Her vulnerable expression reminded him so much of the unsure teenager she used to be. She shrugged and wrapped her arms around her torso. It just seemed like I wasn't on your mind very much this week. And that reminded me of senior year and how you stopped hanging out with me and Jess and got a new group of friends. I know I expected too much. I mean, it's normal for you to have your own life in California. I know better now. Jeremiah released a heavy breath. The picture was getting clearer now. He understood why Haven was unhappy. No, you're right. I didn't get to call or text you as much as I would have liked to. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to make you feel like you weren't important. It's not an excuse, but we had a lot of unusual things happen at work this week that required my attention. But I'm here now. I'm all yours. And if you're okay with it, I'd like to tell everyone that we're dating. I can't wait anymore. Her brows furrowed again. Please don't. I've changed my mind. I'm not sure it's the best idea for us to start a relationship right now. His gut twisted. Before I left, you were all in. What changed? If it's because we're long distance, I've already talked to. Please stop, she cut in with a pained look. It's not only the long distance. It's the fact that there's so much uncertainty. I don't do well with uncertainty. I'm sorry. Jeremiah sighed. He understood all too well how experiences and insecurities from the past could haunt the present. He fought hard each and every day to remind himself that he was a new creation in Christ. His faith in God's redeeming power in his life gave him the strength to face each day and the uncertainties that came with it. For Haven, it had likely been a long time since she had known that kind of assurance. He remembered what she had shared with him, how she had lost her faith and let her life be ruled by fear. No wonder she was struggling. He took one of her hands and placed it over his heart. If she could feel how strong and fast it beat for her, maybe she would get a bit of the reassurance she needed. When I asked you what you were afraid of, you said everything. Does that include me, too? She clenched her hand into a fist against his chest. No, I don't know. So much happened to both of us while we were apart. I know the boy that you were, but that seems like a lifetime ago. I'm not sure I know who you are now, the man that you've become. You have no idea who I've become either. How can you be sure you want to be with me? I know you, Haven. You're as beautiful and sweet as the first time I laid eyes on you. I see it in your smiles and the way you care for people. You still have that innocence, that pureness from when we were kids. She shook her head. I'm not the same person you remember. Then let's get to know each other again. There's no reason why we should let uncertainty stop us. God's in control, Haven. We just need to trust him. We can make it work. We were the best of friends before, we still can be now. We'll start from square one if we have to. He took her hand, gently unfurling her fingers, then grasped it between both of his. With a hopeful smile, he shook her hand and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Jeremiah Gilbert. I like natural redheads, singing karaoke, and watching TV on Saturdays in my sweats. And you are? Jerm. Haven's face softened for a second, giving Jeremiah hope, but just as quickly, it became somber. I'm sorry, I can't. I hope you find someone with less baggage who makes you happy. You deserve it. With those final words, Haven's lower lip quivered as she pulled her hand away. She squeezed past him and walked away, leaving him wondering if he had lost his best friend once and for all.
Chapter 19. Haven. All day long, Haven had worked hard to keep her emotions under control. It wouldn't do to cry on Jess and Duncan's wedding day, at least not before they said their vows. After the festivities were over, she could shed a few tears and pretend they were happy ones. She truly wanted to celebrate her best friend's marriage, but she couldn't stop thinking about how she disappointed Jeremiah last night. Disappointed was putting it mildly. While she had returned to join the others in karaoke, he'd ended up leaving early. She didn't know what excuse he'd given to Jess, but she must have bought it because she hadn't even made a fuss. Jess was still surprisingly calm today. Haven assumed she had too much on her mind to ask her about Jeremiah. She sure hoped that was the case. The longer she could avoid talking about the gaping hole in her heart, the longer she'd be able to keep the tears at bay. With only an hour to go before the ceremony, they were in a suite on the lodge's second floor, with Jess sitting in front of the vanity mirror and Haven helping to apply her makeup. Chatter and giggles could be heard coming from the other room where the other bridesmaids were getting ready. Outside the window, pink and orange hues lit up the sky as the sun began to dip below the mountain ridges. The sight brought a peace to Haven that she couldn't explain. Seeing God's amazing handiwork always had a way of calming her. Even if she couldn't feel God's presence in her life, she was thankful to still witness it in His creation. With the scenery boosting her mood, Haven found another reason to smile as she finished working on Jess. With a final swipe of pink gloss across Jess's lower lip, Haven stood back and admired her friend. Dressed in an off-the-shoulder mermaid gown, with her auburn hair pulled back in a chignon, she looked every part of a glowing bride. Duncan's going to be speechless when he sees you. You look so beautiful, Jess. Just like a princess. Jess beamed, her blue eyes twinkling. Thanks, Havy. I feel like one. But look who's talking. You're going to be turning heads later. I wouldn't be surprised to see guys lining up to ask you to dance tonight, starting with Duncan's cousins. Haven capped the tube of gloss and set it on the table. As elegant as her emerald green bridesmaid dress was, she didn't feel pretty in the least. She'd had to apply extra concealer under her eyes to cover up the dark circles she'd earned from a sleepless night. Her knee was all healed, but her feet were sore from a busy morning running around the resort, taking care of last-minute details for the wedding. She certainly wasn't going to dance with anyone tonight, besides Jeremiah, and that was only because she had to. Other than that one obligation, she was set on keeping herself busy with Maya. I'm afraid my dance card's already full, she joked. There's a 3-year-old who can't wait to show me her moves. Jess quirked a brow. What about the almost 30-year-old who feels the same way? Haven smirked. Apparently, Jess wasn't too preoccupied to bring up Jeremiah. Trying to keep things light, she forced out a smile. Do you mean you? Not exactly. It's someone who looks like me, but he's a lot more hairy and muscular than I am. She sighed. There was no escaping the pointed look Jess gave her. Haven knew she couldn't hide the truth from her friend much longer. But she could stall for the time being. Can we talk about this later? It's your big day, exactly, Jess interrupted her with a frown. It's my big day and nothing would make me happier than to celebrate it with my 2 best friends. But with the way things are going, or not going, with you and Jer, how do you expect me to do that? Can you tell me what's going on with you guys? Because he won't. All he told me was to keep praying. So I have been. But it'd be nice to know specifically what to pray for, other than Lord. Please help Havy not to self-sabotage anymore and please help Jer be patient. Before you say you're not self-sabotaging, I'm not, Haven quickly cut in. She crossed her arms and dropped into the chair beside Jess. Embarrassment colored her cheeks as she realized how much she was acting like a pouting child. She was turning 30 in a week, for crying out loud. It was time to act her age, even if it meant facing the truth about herself. She offered Jess an apologetic smile. Do you really think I self-sabotage? Jess sighed as she reached for Haven's hand. Yes. After Mark died, you kind of gave up on living, or at least on dreaming. It was almost like you didn't want to let yourself be happy in case the happiness got taken away. So, this thing with Jer, he wants to be with you, but you keep coming up with reasons why the 2 of you won't work out. You're sabotaging the relationship before it even has a chance to start. But how do you know it won't work if you don't try? Haven's heart twinged as her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't deny the truth behind Jess's words. Yet, she didn't know if she had the strength or faith to love again. I know this makes me sound like a coward, but part of me would rather not know. It's safer that way. Havy, I would never call you a coward. Just the fact that you took care of yourself that last month of your pregnancy, even after your world had fallen apart, shows how brave and strong you were. And still are. You've done a fine job of raising Maya on your own. You have more faith and guts than most people I know. The only person who comes close is Jer. Jess gave her hand a squeeze. That's how I know you 2 are meant for each other. I wouldn't trust you and Maya with anyone else. And I wouldn't want my brother with any other woman besides you. Jess, you don't have to say that. There are plenty of great women out there, women who'd make Jeremiah happy. You saw Simone last night, Haven. Don't get me started on Simone. She rolled her eyes. I can't believe you pushed her on Jer. If you have any fault, it's your horrible matchmaking skills. Promise me you won't ever try to set him up with another woman again. But, promise? Fine, I won't. Haven let loose a small smile. She couldn't help teasing her friend. I don't think you need to add any more blush. You've got quite a healthy flush in your cheeks now. Jess smirked. Now, there's one more thing I need you to promise me. Haven eyed her suspiciously. I'm afraid to ask what. Just hear me out, Havy. I have your best interests in mind. Her expression turned serious. Will you promise to tell Jer how you feel about him? I mean really feel about him. What? Moisture gathered on Haven's palms at the thought of being so vulnerable. Why would I do that? Why? Jess's brows shot up high on her forehead. Because you guys have liked each other since high school. And because you signed a pact to marry each other. But most of all because you both deserve a shot at love. I believe this is God giving you guys a second chance. We're talking about happy tears, Havy. I've been praying for you to have them. That's sweet of you, Jess, but I don't know if I can. It would be the best wedding gift you could give me. Jess shot her a cheeky smile. I'm the bride, so you can't argue with me today. Haven wrinkled her nose. So much for being sweet. She couldn't believe her dear friend was talking this way. It both amused her and made her nervous. You're pulling the bride card? You have no shame. I don't, and I'm proud of it. Laughing, Jess let go of her hand and shooed her off. Now, go. Jair's in Duncan's room helping him get ready. You can talk to him before the ceremony. I can't right now. My parents and Maya should be arriving soon. I want to show them where to sit and make sure Maya eats a snack before the ceremony. My mom said she's already cranky from missing her nap. I don't want her to be hangry, too. But Havy, you promised. I technically didn't promise anything yet. She hated disappointing Jess, but she wasn't ready to see Jeremiah yet, much less confess her feelings for him. That would have to wait until later, or never, she wasn't sure yet. For now, she needed to fulfill her event planner duties and also be a mom. I promise I'll try, okay? I'll be back in a bit to take you downstairs. She gave Jess a quick embrace before heading out the door. Her friend's wise words, how do you know it won't work if you don't try, lingered in her mind. Haven supposed it was times like this when faith came in handy. If she trusted in God, she wouldn't be so afraid to walk into the unknown. She could face each day without fear, knowing that God was on her side. She swallowed hard as the truth hit her. God had always been on her side. When push came to shove, she knew that God had seen her through the worst days of her life. How else had she survived up until now if not for his sustaining grace? Through her dark days and lonely nights, he had given her exactly what she needed to keep on living. Even when she wanted to give up, the Lord remained faithful. That was the power of the old rugged cross that they had sung about last Sunday in church. How Jesus had given up his glory to pardon and sanctify her, not because of anything she had done, but because of who he was. And if God loved her enough to grant her salvation and eternal life, how much more would he bless her with the means to live this earthly life? Knowing this truth, she had every reason to put her faith in God. To fully and wholeheartedly believe that he loved her and wanted good for her. She had trusted in him before, could she do so again? For the first time in a long time, she longed to be close to the Lord. For Maya's sake, for her own, and for their future. Haven took a deep breath as she stepped out into the hall. As the door shut behind her, she closed her eyes and let go of everything she'd been holding on to, her fears and worries and regrets. She took a step forward, feeling infinitely lighter. She was ready to walk by faith once again.
Chapter 20. Jeremiah. Jeremiah took one last look in the full-length mirror on the back of his hotel room door as he shrugged on his black tuxedo jacket. Sighing, he forced his lips to curve upward, even though smiling was the last thing he wanted to do. How could he when Haven had put an end to their relationship? After a sleepless night of trying to make sense of her reasoning, he still didn't understand why she'd given up on them so easily. All her excuses were just that, excuses. Didn't she realize he was willing to do anything to fight for them? Distance, emotional baggage, their pasts, those things could be overcome if they worked together. He was sure though that if he could talk to her again, she would come around to seeing his perspective. He would find a moment to get her alone the first chance he got. There was no way he was giving up on them yet. But first, he had a wedding to attend to. As the best man, he needed to be sure he succeeded at his #1 job, holding on to the bride's and groom's rings. Jeremiah patted his jacket pocket for the small velvet pouch Jess had entrusted him with. Then he crossed the room and knocked on the door adjoining his room with Duncan's. "Come on in." The aroma of coffee mixed with cologne hit Jeremiah's senses as soon as he entered. He found Duncan sitting on the king-sized bed with a small piece of paper in his hands. Dressed in his three-piece tuxedo with his hair gelled and styled to the side, he looked relaxed, compared to when he was in uniform. "Hey man, ready for your big day?" "As ready as I'll ever be." His future brother-in-law gave him a thumbs up. "I'm just going over my vows." "Nice." Jeremiah took a seat in the armchair beside the bed. "No pressure, but Jess's vows are an entire page, single-spaced. I told her to expect quality over quantity." He grinned. "I'm glad she insisted that we do personalized vows. They're more meaningful than the pre-written ones, which is what I had for my first wedding." Jeremiah raised a brow. He had heard bits and pieces from Jess about Duncan's past, how he'd lost his first wife to a car accident, but he'd never heard him mention it himself before. "I'm sorry about what you went through with your first marriage." "Thanks." Duncan wiped his palms along his thighs. "You'd think I wouldn't be so nervous, having done this before, but I am. Not nervous about marrying your sister, don't get me wrong. I love Jess with all my heart. But I think that's what makes going into this marriage so hard. I already know what it was like to lose someone I loved. I know what's at stake. But here I am, willing to put myself through it all again. Loving someone sure does take a lot of faith." Jeremiah blinked. Duncan's candor surprised him, but he appreciated hearing his story. In some ways, it sounded similar to what Haven had gone through. "What made you decide to take that leap of faith to be with Jess?" Duncan's expression turned thoughtful as he looked down at the paper in his hands. When he met Jeremiah's gaze again, he had a teary smile on his face. "It's what I wrote here in my vows. Jess has been patient with me from day one. She gave me the time I needed to heal. I appreciated that she was my friend first and foremost. The more we hung out, the easier it became to open up to her. Honestly, falling for her was the most natural thing to do." Jeremiah nodded. Hearing Duncan's story gave him the perspective he needed to understand why Haven was so reluctant to start a relationship. She had legitimate wounds and fears that couldn't be brushed off with a cavalier command to just trust God. What Haven needed was his sensitivity and patience. In that moment, he vowed to stop pressuring her. The only thing he hoped for now was a chance to salvage their friendship. He loved her too much to not be a part of her life in some way. If the Lord allowed, he would care and pray for Haven and Maya from a distance until she was ready, if she ever was ready, for a future together. "I appreciate you telling me all this, Duncan. It's helping me to make sense of something I'm going through." With Haven. Duncan reached over and patted his knee. "Give her some time. She'll come around." "I will. As much time as she needs." Jeremiah stood up, feeling more settled and confident with this new plan in place. "Come on, I better get you downstairs or I'll never hear the end of it from Jess." Duncan cracked a grin. "Let's do this." The two men gave each other a firm pat on the back as they headed out the door. They both stopped in their tracks, however, the moment they stepped into the brightly lit hall. Their phones rang at the same time, causing them to laugh. "Wanna bet that's Jess calling to tell us to hurry up?" Jeremiah took his phone out of his pocket first. The San Francisco area code that flashed across the screen made his mouth grow dry. "Hold up, it's my boss." "That's strange," Duncan answered. "It's mine, too." Adrenaline began coursing through Jeremiah's body, putting him on full alert. After the intense week they'd had at Neogene, Gabe had promised not to bother him this weekend unless it was an urgent matter. This couldn't be good. His shoulders tensed as he answered the line. "Hey, Gabe. Everything okay?" "I'm afraid not, Jeremiah. The guy who called in the bomb threat at Neogene contacted me again." His boss's usual upbeat tone was somber. "He's claiming he planted another bomb, this time at Freedom Ridge Resort." Jeremiah's heart jumped into his throat. He took a deep breath to force himself to remain calm. "When? What did he say exactly? Are you sure it's the same guy?" "5 minutes ago. Same verbiage as last time and it was the same voice. I just got off the phone with the local PD. They're getting in touch with Martin County PD to get some officers on the scene now. I've got one with me already." He glanced over at Duncan, whose complexion had paled. Jeremiah bet he was getting the same news on his end, too. "Thanks for notifying me, Gabe. Let's hope it's a false threat like the last one." "I'm betting it is. Let me know if you need anything else from me. You take care of yourself and your family and friends." "Thanks. I'll be in touch." Jeremiah hung up the call at the same time that Duncan ended his. "You got word about the bomb threat?" "I did." Duncan ran a hand through his hair, causing the ends to stand up. "What I don't understand is, why here and why now? And what does the company you work for have to do with the resort?" It suddenly dawned on Jeremiah what was going on. There was a mix-up. Haven had originally scheduled Neogene's company event for today and your wedding for tomorrow. When she realized the mistake she'd made, I talked my boss into changing the dates. Whoever called in the threat must not have known about the switch. That's why they're targeting the lodge today, thinking that my boss would be here already. We have a hunch the culprit is a former employee who got let go recently due to theft. Duncan blew out a long breath. I had no idea about the mix-up. Does Jess know? Haven and I didn't think to tell her since we resolved the issue. Well, it's time we did. Duncan nodded toward the other end of the hall where Jess's room was. We should start evacuating this floor. They'll be making an announcement soon. A loud alarm blared throughout the hallway as the emergency lights on the walls flashed. After 10 seconds, a male voice came over the hotel's PA system. Guests of Freedom Ridge Resort, may I have your attention? There has been an emergency reported in the building. Leave the building immediately, using marked stairways and exits. Do not use elevators. Several doors flung open around them as guests began rushing out of their rooms. The fearful looks on everyone's faces and their frenzied voices reflected the tension in the air. With a calm yet authoritative demeanor, Duncan began directing individuals toward the staircase. He called out to Jeremiah above the noise, "You get Jess and the others." Jeremiah nodded, then maneuvered his way through the crowd. By the time he reached Jess's room, the door swung open, revealing a pair of blue eyes much like his own. "Sis, come on. Get everyone out here. Jair." What's going on? I'll explain later. We need to go now. He held the door open for Jess and her bridesmaids as they exited. When the last person had left the room, he stuck his head in, expecting to see Haven. His heart sank when there was no sign of her. Where's Haven? She's downstairs meeting her parents and Maya. When did she leave? About 10 minutes ago. Relief flooded his body. Haven and her family had likely left the building already. Jeremiah gave Jess a firm nod. Okay. You go ahead with Duncan. I'll meet you outside after I check this floor. But, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. God's got my back. For his sister's sake, he forced out a smile. Go find Haven for me and make sure she's okay. Okay. Be careful. I will. With his sister in good hands, Jeremiah took off, running from room to room. He knocked on every door to make sure each guest had evacuated. Soon, the floor was empty, with only the sound of the alarm and announcement playing over the speakers on repeat. Satisfied, he headed for the exit. He ran down 2 flights of stairs at record speed and arrived in the lobby where dozens of guests were filing out of the lodge. When his gaze landed on a familiar head of red hair, his heart leapt. Any other day, he would have taken his time to appreciate how beautiful Haven looked with her hair flowing down her back in soft curls. Her dark green bridesmaid dress showed off one bare shoulder and her every curve. Its flowing skirt billowed around her long legs as she spun from side to side. Despite the way they'd parted the night before, his only concern was making sure Haven was safe. He ran up to her and placed a hand on her elbow. When she turned around to face him, he was stunned not only by her beauty but the fear clouding her green eyes. Germ. I can't find Maya. She was just here, but she ran off to look for you. I don't know where she went. Jeremiah's body grew cold. He immediately went into fight mode and grabbed Haven's hand. She couldn't have gone far. We'll find her, Haven. I promise you, we'll find her. He prayed with his whole heart that he'd be able to keep this promise. For Haven's sake, he had to.
Chapter 21. Haven. Haven clung to Jeremiah's hand like it was a life preserver, keeping her from drowning in stormy waters. She couldn't believe how much things had changed in mere minutes. One moment, she was taking Maya to the restroom, the next, the alarm had gone off, causing everyone to rush out of the lodge. In the midst of the evacuation, Maya had gotten it in her head that Uncle Daddy would keep them safe. So, as soon as she'd spotted a tall man with dark brown hair on the other side of the lobby, she'd run off in that direction. Haven hadn't had a chance to react, much less stop her, with everyone squeezing and pushing their way past her. Now that the lounge had been emptied, she finally had a clear view of the area surrounding them. Still, there was no sign of her daughter anywhere. Haven choked back a sob as she scanned the space, from the fireplace, past the lit Christmas tree, to the registration desk. A large welcome sign decorated with flowers and gold text had been knocked off the wooden easel where she'd placed it that morning. It lay on the ground near the hotel's entrance, a sad reminder of what tonight should have been about, Jess and Duncan's wedding. Instead, the happy occasion had been turned completely on its head. The peace that had filled Haven's heart earlier had been toppled and replaced with dread. All she could think about was that she had already lost her husband. How could she lose her daughter, too? Why would God take them both away from her? Haven, look at me. Jeremiah's calm voice shook her from her thoughts. I need to know what Maya's wearing. What she's wearing, what is she wearing? She squeezed her eyes shut until an image of Maya crossed her mind. It's her red Santa dress. She insisted on wearing it again today. And her hair's in 2 braids. Okay, that's a good start. Where was the last place you saw her? She was running toward the tree. She thought she saw you there. I couldn't stop her. Why didn't I stop her? Haven felt her chest tighten and her breathing grow shallow. Suddenly, there wasn't enough oxygen in the room, no matter how much she tried to inhale. Her vision blurred as her legs gave way beneath her. The last thing she heard before she fainted was Jeremiah calling out to her, "I've got you," as his strong arms caught her. When Haven came to, she wasn't sure if minutes or hours had passed. Her limbs felt tired and heavy, and she had to squint against the light of the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It took her a few seconds to realize she was lying on one of the couches in the lounge, with her feet propped up and a pillow behind her head. In the next moment, all the events of that evening flashed before her eyes. Fear seized her as she looked around for a familiar face. Where was Jeremiah? Had he found Maya yet? The only faces she saw were those belonging to some uniformed officers from the local PD who were talking to her boss. Next to them was Derek, a man of medium height with brown hair and a beard, whom she'd met before. He wore a red jacket with a search and rescue emblem on the back. A black and tan German shepherd sat at his feet, looking alert in a black harness with the words K9 unit on it. Haven finally recognized the man wearing a tuxedo who walked up to the group. It was Duncan. She quickly pushed herself up to a sitting position and waved him over. Duncan strode over with a small smile on his face. "Hey, Haven, you're awake. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine." "Have they found Maya yet?" "Not yet, I'm afraid. But Jeremiah's in the security office going over footage of the lobby and lounge. We also have officers outside showing Maya's photo to the hotel guests. I'm sure we'll find her soon. Do you need a recent picture?" "I have some in my phone. No, we're good. Jeremiah gave us the one of the 3 of you at the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. Great photo, by the way." Duncan looked over his shoulder as one of the other officers called out for his attention. He turned back to Haven with a somber expression. "I need to go. Just holler if you need me, okay? Jeremiah should be back soon." Haven nodded and took a deep breath to clear her head. There was no use sitting around, she wanted to look for Maya, too. The security tapes would be a good place to start. As she was about to stand up, though, an urge pricked her heart and made her gasp. How could she have forgotten to pray? There was nothing more important than asking God for help. She may have lived for years without acknowledging him, but not anymore. If there was someone who loved her daughter more than she did, it was the one who had knit Maya together in her womb. Bowing her head, Haven closed her eyes and silently petitioned the Lord. "God, I know you are full of mercy and grace. I put my trust in you. Help us find Maya. Please bring her back to me." When Haven opened her eyes, a peace that surpassed understanding flooded her soul. She knew in that instant that God was with her and with Maya and everything would be okay. The conviction was cemented in her heart even more when she saw Jeremiah walking toward her. Beside him was Heath, a tall and burly teddy bear of a man in charge of the resort's security. Both of them wore huge grins on their faces as they approached her with brisk steps. Jeremiah reached her first, sharing the news she so longed to hear. "We found her, Haven. We found Maya. She's over here," Heath informed everyone who was within earshot. He gestured for them to follow as he headed toward the elevator to the left of the registration desk. Haven took the hand Jeremiah offered her and they followed after Heath. Her heart raced in her chest as tears gathered in her eyes. She held her breath, watching as Heath inserted a key to open the doors. Sure enough, one glance inside showed Maya curled up on the floor in her red dress, fast asleep. Maya. Haven rushed forward, falling to her knees as she scooped up her little girl. The familiar scent of strawberry shampoo enveloped her as she hugged Maya tight. My sweet girl. I missed you. Maya pulled back and blinked slowly as she stared up into Haven's face. Wrinkling her nose, she placed her small hands on Haven's cheeks. Why are you sad, Mama? I'm not sad. Haven smiled through her tears. These are happy tears. I'm so happy to see you, Maya. But sweetheart, what were you doing in the elevator? Somebody bumped me and I fell in. Her brows furrowed in frustration. Then the door closed. I pushed the buttons, but they were broken. I know what happened, Heath spoke up behind them. The elevators get shut down temporarily during an emergency. That's why the doors wouldn't open, Maya nodded readily. I prayed to God and asked him to bring Uncle Daddy. I knew Uncle Daddy could open the door. Then I got tired and took a nap. Haven's heart swelled with joy as she marveled at her daughter's faith. She could learn a lot from a 3-year-old on how to trust the Lord. God helped Uncle Daddy find you. I'm here, Maya. Jeremiah knelt down beside Haven and placed a hand on Maya's shoulder. I found you as fast as I could. Uncle Daddy, Maya's green eyes lit up as soon as she saw Jeremiah. She reached over and gave his cheek a soft pat. I missed you. Did you bring pasta for dinner? Haven pulled back, so Jeremiah could talk to Maya, face to face. She sat by, watching as the two of them embraced each other tight. The contentment on both of their faces brought another rush of happy tears to her eyes. There was no denying how right this reunion felt and how well Jeremiah fit in with their family. Jess was right, it was time to be honest with not only Jeremiah but also herself about how much she loved him. She hoped it wasn't too late.
Chapter 22. Jeremiah. Their evening may have gotten off to a rocky start, but Jeremiah was more than content with how it was ending. After Duncan and his fellow officers had declared the lodge safe and clear of any threats, all the guests were allowed back inside. The wedding ceremony, while 2 hours delayed, had gone off without a hitch. His sister was now a married woman, and from the bright smile on her face, he was sure she'd gotten past the hiccup earlier. Duncan was equally happy now that the bomb threat had turned out to be a hoax. Moreover, Jeremiah had gotten word from Gabe that the SFPD had arrested the man behind both incidents targeting Neogene this week. With this news, he was finally able to relax. There was nothing he wanted more than to enjoy spending time with his two favorite ladies. He and Haven hadn't had a chance to resolve things between them yet, but for the time being, their conversation felt normal. That was the benefit of having a decades-old friendship as their foundation. "How's your cake, Maya?" He gently ruffled the little girl's hair, chuckling at the sight of her full cheeks. At Haven's request, the two of them had switched seats from the head table to sit with Maya and Haven's parents at theirs. Haven hadn't wanted to leave her daughter's side since the elevator mishap. He didn't blame her one bit. Those harrowing minutes when Maya was missing had been some of the worst of his life. He was so thankful the Lord had kept her safe and had spared them, especially Haven, from any more grief. Maya looked up from her slice of strawberry cake and managed to utter one word, "Yummy," before digging her fork back into it. With another bite, she grinned at Jeremiah, who sat on her left, then at Haven, who sat on her right. "I want more. You can have the rest of mine." Haven laughed as she slid her dessert plate in front of Maya. "That nap you took in the elevator sure gave you a lot of energy. It's way past your bedtime, but you don't look tired at all." It's that sugar talking, too. Who knows when she'll fall asleep tonight? Haven's mom sighed from where she sat across from them at the round table. Even though her tone held a note of disapproval, there was a pleased smile on her face. Both grandparents had been beyond relieved when Maya had been found. They were doting on her even more than usual. Mr. Alexander eagerly offered up his full slice of cake. "Grandpa has more for you here when you're done. You're going to need more energy for all the dancing we'll be doing." As if on cue, the ballroom suddenly dimmed and the dance floor in the center of the room lit up. LED lights situated on the ground projected pillars of light upward, bathing the area in hues of deep purple and vibrant blue. The DJ, a young man wearing dark shades, grabbed the mic and announced, "It's time for the bride and groom to have their first dance. Let's give it up for Mr. and Mrs. Duncan Franklin." Jeremiah clapped along with the rest of the room as Jess and Duncan made their way to the dance floor. The moving violin intro to Josh Groban's "You Raise Me Up" began playing through the speakers. As the song continued, all eyes were on the new couple as they swayed to the heartfelt ballad, all eyes, except for Jeremiah's. His gaze was solely focused on Haven's beautiful profile. He knew every one of her features from memory, from her high forehead, to the light sprinkling of freckles across her cheeks, and down to her full lips. She was as striking as always, yet there was something new and bold about the way she held her chin up. Something about her had changed in the past few hours. The longer he stared, the more he became aware of what it was. There was a deeper sense of confidence and contentment in Haven's posture and countenance. However this change had come about, he found his attraction to her growing even more, along with the ache in his heart. What he wouldn't give to be able to express his longing for her through a hug, a kiss, or even a simple touch. But he pushed aside his needs to honor hers. She had made it clear last night that she wasn't ready for a relationship. As challenging as it would be, he intended to give Haven the time and space she needed to heal before pursuing her again. Jeremiah's attention shifted to the DJ, who took to the mic again. The bride and groom would like to invite the wedding party to join them on the dance floor. "Come on up, ladies and gents." Haven turned in her seat and gave Jeremiah a brilliant smile. Her green eyes sparkled as she touched his arm that was resting on the back of Maya's chair. "Shall we?" "It would be my pleasure." He rose to his feet, then murmured to the little girl sitting between them, "Your mama's asked me to dance. We'll be back soon." "Go mama." "Go Uncle Daddy." Maya raised her hands and nodded with such enthusiasm, she dropped her fork. "I'll get you a new one, sweetheart." Her grandmother rounded the table to take Jeremiah's seat. She leaned in close and spoke in his ear, "We're glad the Lord brought you home, Jeremiah. We hope you'll stay a while this time, for Haven's and Maya's sakes." Mrs. Alexander's words were so unexpected, Jeremiah wondered for a moment if he'd heard her wrong. He couldn't believe she was extending such kindness to him. After all his years of friendship with Haven, he finally felt like her mother accepted him. It was as if she'd forgotten about his past, or more likely, she'd decided not to hold it against him, just as the Lord had done. Seeing this tangible display of God's grace caused a sense of peace to fall over him. Jeremiah gave her a grateful smile. "I do plan on staying a while, thanks." She nodded and gestured for him to join Haven on the dance floor. He made his way over to where Haven stood waiting like a princess in her green gown. She held out her hand to him, a gesture that surprised him. As kids, he'd been the one to instigate their adventures, he'd always been the one to hold out his hand to her. Now, she was doing the initiating. It was a strange but welcome change. The unbridled joy lighting up her face made him want to embrace her, but he held back. Instead, he took her right hand with his left. The instant he laced his fingers with hers, he felt a spark ignite along his palm. Haven's brows shot up, making him wonder if she'd felt it, too. Or could it simply have been his imagination at play? His desire for a relationship with Haven was so strong, he wouldn't be surprised if he was reading too much into the situation. He reasoned with himself that he should be happy for her friendship. And for the chance to hold her again. He longed to be close to her, even if just for a few minutes. Since Jeremiah didn't know when he'd have another chance like this one, he wasted no time. He quickly took a step forward and brought his right hand to the small of Haven's back. Pulling her to himself, he allowed the warmth of her body and the sweet scent of her perfume to envelop him. He couldn't help smiling, especially when she placed her hand on his shoulder and settled into his embrace. Their movements seemed so natural, one wouldn't have thought this was their first time dancing together, but it was. And it was everything Jeremiah hoped it would be. Haven gazed up at him as they swayed to the music. We finally get a chance to be alone. What a crazy day it's been, huh? Crazy is an understatement. I'm so thankful we found Maya. I'm glad Jess and Duncan still get to celebrate their big day. I couldn't have asked for a better outcome. He let out a shaky breath as the adrenaline that had been pumping through his body all evening began to subside. How are you doing? I'm good. Great, actually. A pensive look crossed her face. The best that I've been in years, which probably sounds strange, considering what happened earlier. It makes sense that you feel relieved. It's more than that. She cocked her head to the side as she smiled. I found my faith again, Germ. I'm praying again, like really praying and wanting to trust God. For the first time in years, I don't feel far away from Him. That's why even when Maya was missing, I felt this incredible peace, knowing that God was in control. Is that strange? Jeremiah understood now what had changed about Haven, her heart. And with this change, the old Haven he knew was back. Except that her faith had been refined in the fire of life's trials, and she'd come out more pure and beautiful. It's not strange at all. I could tell something was different about you. You seem more content. You remind me of your old self. I kind of feel like my younger self, just without the braces, growth spurts, and teenage angst. He chuckled. What's so bad about braces? I liked you with them, especially when you got green rubber bands to match your eyes. She glared at him like he'd just said the most ridiculous thing ever. Are you serious? Scout's honor. I wouldn't lie to you, Heavenly. Haven's demeanor suddenly changed, and her feet came to a stop. She looked uncertain as she chewed on her lower lip. After a deep breath, she lifted her lashes to meet his eyes. Speaking of lying, Germ, there's something I need to come clean to you about. Her hesitant tone worried him. What are you talking about? I haven't been honest with you. It's time I told you the truth about something. Go on, I'm listening. Haven's fingers felt moist in his, but she clung to him tightly. You know how I had that scheduling mix-up with your company event and this wedding? The reason I put the wrong dates down was because I just found out from your Instagram post that you'd gotten engaged. My mind was all over the place from the shock and the possibility that I'd lost you. That I'd lost my chance of ever telling you that I've loved you since we were kids. Jeremiah couldn't speak for a moment. He blinked and tried to make sense of Haven's confession. I had no idea. Since junior high. Pretty much since the first time I met you at your house when I went over to study with Jess. I still remember what you were wearing that day, a blue and yellow striped tee and jeans. Your hair was long in the front and you'd just been out biking and had fallen in a puddle, so you had mud all over your arms and legs. But I thought you were the cutest boy I'd ever met. And when we started talking and I found out that I could be myself around you, I was a goner. She paused, her emerald eyes glistening with tears. I still am. Jeremiah's throat tightened as a wave of emotions overwhelmed him. You are. She nodded readily. You've always been in my heart, Jerm, even when we were apart. I'm not sure why our lives played out the way they did, but I'm grateful to God that He brought you back to me. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm not afraid anymore. I want you in my life, Jerm, and in Maya's, too, if you'll have us. Of course I will. There was no holding back now. Jeremiah could hardly see Haven smile as his eyes filled with tears. But he felt the warmth of her fingers as she wiped his tears away. She wrapped her arms around his neck in a tight embrace, filling his ears with laughter. He pulled her to himself and buried his face in her soft hair. You don't know how happy I am right now. It's always been you for me, Haven. And now, Maya, too. I know I haven't known her for long, but just like you, she snuck her way into my heart. She's something special. Haven pulled back to look him in the eyes. It's because I named her after someone special. Someone in your family, or Mark's family. She shook her head. I'm kind of surprised you haven't figured it out by now. Her teasing tone confused Jeremiah. Do I know this person? Have you ever wondered how Maya's name is spelled? I assumed it was Mya. No. It's Miah. Sound familiar? Jeremiah's brows shot up as this bit of information sunk in. You named her after me. What made you decide to do that? Mark and I had talked about names when I was pregnant. He liked Maya because it means water in Hebrew. It reminded him of how storms, as dark as they are, can be a blessing from God because they bring rain. He was trying to see a positive side to the storm we were going through at the time. I personally didn't like the name that much because of what life had thrown at us. But after Maya was born, it seemed to fit, especially when I realized I could spell it like yours. Her name took on a special meaning from then on because it reminded me of you and the good times we'd shared. The strength that shone in Haven's eyes humbled Jeremiah. He didn't know what he'd done to deserve her. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you then. But I promise, as long as God allows, I'll be here for you, both of you, for the rest of my days. We can make new memories, the three of us. Haven beamed as fresh tears fell down her cheeks. Are you proposing to me, Jeremiah Gilbert? Because if you are, I have to let you know that I'm already pledged to marry my best friend. Is that right? He grinned. Then you'd better stick to the terms of that pact. He cupped her face with both hands and brought his forehead to hers. This isn't how I'd planned to do this, but I've never been so sure of anything in my life. Haven Lee Alexander, will you do me the honor of being my wife? Will you marry me? Yes. The word had barely escaped Haven's lips before he placed his mouth on hers. With a passion he'd never experienced before, Jeremiah held her close, cherishing the feel of her soft curves against his body. He ran one hand up her back until his fingers found the slender curve of her neck. Cradling her carefully, he dipped her back as he deepened their kiss. The heat and taste of her started a fire in his belly that drove him to want more. He could have kissed her all evening, if not for the loud applause that broke out around them. They pulled apart to see a crowd gathered around the dance floor cheering and whistling. Jess and Duncan were among those nearest to them. His sister gave him a thumbs up and a smile of approval. But it was Maya's approval that he wanted the most. He turned in the direction of their table and spotted her running over. As soon as she reached them, he picked her up and brought her to Haven's side. Maya reached over and touched her mother's cheek. "Are those happy tears, Mama?" "Yes." Haven placed a kiss on the top of Maya's head. "I'm happy because Uncle Daddy just asked me to be his wife." "Do you know what that means?" Maya furrowed her brows as she looked at Jeremiah. "He gets to carry you again." Haven laughed. "Every day, if he wants to. It also means he's going to be your daddy. Would you like that, Maya?" Her eyes grew as round as marbles as she threw her arms around Jeremiah's neck. With a tight squeeze, she yelled out, "Yeah. God gave me a daddy for Christmas. He did. He heard your prayers, Maya." Haven wrapped her arms around Jeremiah's waist as she smiled up at him and Maya. "And he gave me my best friend back. I couldn't ask for anything more." Neither could Jeremiah. In this time and place, he had everything he could have ever hoped for. He had love, a new family, and most of all, a place to call home. It figured he'd find all of that with a woman named Haven. His first love, best friend, and now fiancée. God was so good to them. So very, very good.
Epilogue. Haven. Haven had never had to pull together a wedding in a week's time. Nor had she ever been so completely satisfied with having just the bare minimum when it came to the decorations. Any other day, she would have arranged to have the lodge's glass hurricane lanterns and fancy velvet chair covers brought out, but those things didn't matter to her today. Not when she was so thankful and overjoyed to be marrying her best friend. She took a deep breath, then looked over at her dad, who wore a navy suit and a wide grin on his face. The two of them were waiting in the lounge area while her mom took Maya to the restroom. Haven remembered sharing a similar moment with him not all that long ago, except that she had worn a white dress the day she married Mark. Today, however, she chose to wear her bridesmaid gown again, her something old, because Jeremiah loved her in green. Her something new was the diamond solitaire engagement ring that she and Jeremiah had picked out together this week. Her something borrowed a pair of dangling pearl earrings from her mom's jewelry box. And her something blue, one of Maya's plastic olive rings that fit perfectly on her pinky. Haven recalled how nervous she and her dad had both been before her first wedding. Today, however, there were no nerves for either one of them, just joy. She reached over and took her dad's hand. "Thank you, Daddy, for walking me down the aisle again. It's my pleasure to give you away." He shot her a teasing smile when she quirked a brow. "You know what I mean, sweetheart. But I sure will miss having you and Maya around." Haven gave his hand a gentle squeeze. Life would surely be different now that they had moved out of her parents' place, but she looked forward to building a home for Jeremiah, Maya, and herself. A home that was only a few doors down from her parents that had needed renters right away. It was as if God had handpicked the house for them. God had also opened up a job opportunity for Jeremiah as soon as he'd given notice to his boss. After witnessing the calm and professional way that Jeremiah had handled the bomb threat last weekend, Duncan talked the police chief into hiring him. Starting in the new year, the brothers-in-law would be working side by side on the force. There were definitely a lot of changes in the air, but but Haven felt more confident than ever that God was in control and had the best in mind for them. She hoped to comfort her dad with that truth. I know things will be different, Dad, but I have faith that God will carry us through these changes. You and Mom will still see Maya every day, and we're only a few doors down. You can stop by and visit whenever you walk Maddie. I'd like that. He leaned over to kiss Haven's cheek. I also like seeing you living again. It sure beats just surviving, doesn't it? It sure does. A lump formed in her throat as she remembered how much God had already carried her through. Thanks for not giving up on me, Dad. His eyes grew teary as he shook his head. How could I when God hadn't given up on you? It would have been nice if Jeremiah had shown up a little earlier though, he joked. Better late than never, I suppose. Haven and her dad shared a laugh as a shriek interrupted them from behind. She turned around to see Jess and Duncan running through the lobby. Her soon-to-be sister and brother-in-law had just returned from their honeymoon and come straight from the airport. They both wore thick coats over their jeans and tropical tops. Havy. You look amazing. Jess gushed as she wrapped Haven up in a tight hug. I'm so sorry we're late. Our flight got delayed, Duncan chimed in with an apologetic smile. Jess prayed almost nonstop the whole way back that we'd make it in time. There was no way I was gonna miss the best birthday present you and Jair have ever given me. Glancing at her watch, Jess frowned. Is there still time for us to change? We have clothes in the car. Haven took in the green and blue leaves and pink flamingos on their matching shirts and made her decision. You know what? Just stay in those clothes. You guys look great. Jess's mouth fell open. Who are you and what have you done with my best friend? It's me, Jess. Haven smirked. I think your outfits are just what we need to add some color to the ceremony. I'm all about bright colors these days. Wow. If I'd known how happy Jair would make you, I would have dragged him back to freedom sooner. Jess eyed her suspiciously. Are you sure? We're your matron of honor and best man. Haven nodded. I'm sure. I'm not going to argue, Duncan declared with a chuckle. This is much more comfortable than wearing a tux any day. All right then. Jess clapped her hands with excitement. Wait until Jair sees us. He's going to be so surprised. What time is it? Haven asked her dad. It's 5 till 5. Places, everyone. Duncan, please go join Jeremiah and the pastor on the patio. We need to start promptly at 6, so we can be done by 6:30. They're using the fire pits for an event starting at 7. Jess frowned. Don't tell me you're in charge of that? Not tonight. Daniel, our restaurant manager, said he'd take care of it for me. Good. You can't be working on your wedding day. You'll be happy to hear that I took the whole week off. Nice. Duncan and I will be happy to watch Maya if you and Jair want some alone time. Thanks, Jess. I think you may need to get in line though. The grandparents get first dibs. Haven furrowed her brows. Speaking of Maya, I hope she and Mom are okay. They've been in the ladies' room a long time. I'll go check on them, Jess offered. You should get out there, Duncan, before Jair thinks we've forgotten about him. Duncan nodded and made his way out the door while Jess hurried to the restroom. She returned a minute later with Maya and Haven's mom in tow. Her mom's cheeks were flushed pink as she struggled to keep up with Maya. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Is everything okay, Mom? Yes, everything's fine. Haven bent down to get a closer look at Maya as she neared. Her little girl had chosen to wear a green velvet dress similar to hers, with her hair held back with a red headband. There was no cause to worry, judging from the grin on Maya's face, but Haven still asked, "Are you feeling okay, sweetheart?" "Yes, Mama. Let's go. I want to see Daddy." Haven's heart leapt to hear Maya's words. She was so grateful Maya had come to accept Jeremiah as part of their family already. Jeremiah had already talked about officially adopting Maya as his own as soon as possible, too. Haven couldn't have asked for a better father on earth for her daughter. "Okay. Let's go see your daddy." They all gathered in a line, with Jess in the lead. Following closely behind her was Maya, then Haven, holding both of her parents' hands. They had decided to walk in together, the three of them, as a symbol of everything they'd been through together in the recent years. The only music playing as they entered the patio area was the Mariah Carey song Haven had heard just a week ago at the lodge. She smiled at how appropriate the words were now as she locked gazes with the one man she wanted for Christmas. A peace fell upon her to see Jeremiah's tender expression. He stood in front of one of the fire pits, wearing a black tuxedo that made his blue eyes seem brighter than usual. He waited for Jess and Maya to take their places on the other side of the pastor, then approached Haven and her parents. "Mr. and Mrs. Alexander, nonsense, son," Haven's dad interrupted Jeremiah. His serious tone caused Jeremiah to pale slightly. "Nonsense, sir?" Her dad chuckled. "Jeremiah, you may call us Mom and Dad now. We are very happy to have you join our family." Jeremiah's complexion returned to normal as he breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, sir. I mean, Dad." Haven grinned as her parents stepped to the side and sat down in the chairs surrounding the fire pit. Her smile widened when Jeremiah took her hand and whispered in her ear, "Happy birthday, love. I can't believe I get to call you my wife. It's the best birthday present I've ever received." She leaned into his shoulder, feeling secure and at peace by his side. "Happy birthday. I can't believe I get to call you my husband." Jeremiah's eyes hardly ever left hers. Through the entire time the pastor shared his words of encouragement to the exchanging of their personal vows. Haven's was brief but heartfelt. "I, Haven Lee Alexander, joyfully fulfill my part of our love pact with you. I take you, Jeremiah David Gilbert, to be my lawfully wedded husband. I promise to love, honor, and cherish you for all of my days, as your best friend and life partner. I love you, Germ." There wasn't a dry eye when it was Jeremiah's turn. "I, Jeremiah David Gilbert, take you, Haven Lee Alexander, to be my lawfully wedded wife. I vow before God and these witnesses to be the man you deserve. I promise to put the Lord first in our marriage and to follow Christ's example in loving you as he loves the church. I promise to love Maya as my own flesh and blood and be the best daddy I can be for her. I also promise to wear sweats and watch cartoons with both of you on the weekends." Haven laughed and cried happy tears to hear his last line. Jeremiah really was the most amazing man. After they exchanged rings, they called Maya to join them at the wooden table in front of the fire pit. For their candle lighting ceremony, Haven and Jeremiah each took a tall taper candle. Maya held Haven's with her and lit the unity candle at the center. Then they took a moment to pray together, thanking the Lord for their new family. When they were done praying, Haven expected Maya to return to her place beside Jess. She was surprised, however, to see Maya still standing in between her and Jeremiah. She tugged on each one of their hands and looked up at them with her green eyes bright. "Mama, Daddy, I have a present for you. Wanna hear it?" "Sure," Jeremiah readily agreed. "I can't wait to see what you've come up with." Maya tilted her head to the side and pursed her lips as she thought. A few seconds later, she straightened her posture and put on a big smile. She loudly recited, 1 John 4:12. "No one has ever seen God, but if we love one another, God lives in us and his love is made complete in us." 1 John 4:12. Haven's jaw dropped. This was a first. She had no idea Maya had remembered each and every word of this verse. That's amazing, Maya. When did you memorize that? A little bit every day, Mrs. Alexander piped up. In fact, that's why we took a while in the restroom, so Maya could practice some more. Jeremiah knelt to Maya's eye level and gave her a high five. I love the present, Maya. Thank you so much. I do see God in you and your mom, too. Me too, Daddy. Haven regarded their exchange with a set of fresh tears. Her heart was so full, it felt like it would burst with joy. She joined in with an enthusiastic, me three. The delight on Jeremiah's face matched Haven's as he reached down to pick Maya up. With his free hand, he brought Haven into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around her two favorite people in the world as the fragrances of woody cologne and sweet strawberries enveloped her. She hugged them tight, grateful to be entering her 30s the best way possible, secure in faith and love. She could have stayed there all evening, enjoying the embrace, were it not for the loud whisper coming from beside them. Jer. Hurry and kiss her. Jess urged her brother. We're all waiting. Jeremiah's face broke into a wide grin. Yes, ma'am. The pastor quickly declared them husband and wife, and Jeremiah handed Maya to her grandparents. He then returned to Haven's side and faced her. Placing his hands on either side of her face, he leaned down and brushed her mouth with his. The touch, so sweet and light, left her wanting more. Haven could hardly wait for Jeremiah to kiss her again. She stood up on her tiptoes and bridged the space between them. Her lips met his, this time with all the affection, joy, and passion that she had stored up in her heart for him for so many years. The kiss left them both breathless and blushing, especially Haven. Jeremiah couldn't stop grinning as he looked at her in wonder. Can we agree to kiss like that every day from now on? Haven gave him a sweet smile as she pretended to think it over. Sure, but only if we make a pact. He laughed and pulled her close. I wouldn't dream of doing it any other way.
The end. Thank you so much for listening to this audiobook. To find out more about Liwen Waiho's other books, please visit her website at liwenho.com. And be sure to subscribe to this channel so you'll be notified when a new audiobook releases.